point in time, I was obsessed with Sidra. It was my whole life, basically, day in, day out. I was just Sidra, Sidra, Sidra. There's 3 phases in Sidra, over 1,000 villas, 3, 4, and 5 bedroom standalone villas. They were launched in 2016. What was interesting was that they had a post-handover, 2-year post-handover payment plan. There's 1 type of 3-bed, 2 types of 4 beds, and 2 types of 5 beds. By the handover, 2020, I think it was, they were selling for 30% less than what they were originally sold for by EMAR. The 3-bedroom that sold yesterday, I'm guessing, I don't know exactly, but it would have been from the start it would have been 3,100 square foot. I'm guessing that there's been some upgrades and extensions to this property, because it was sold at 11 million dirhams yesterday. If we look back, it was initially sold by the developer in July 2016 for 3.632 million. Then 2019 it dropped to 3.1, which is 660 dirhams per square foot. But again, this is on the plot size, so don't worry about that. Yesterday it sold at 11. That's incredible from that 3.1 price. That's a 254% increase.
For Edge of Eternities dropped, and that means it's time to start my limited set review. Over the next several days, I'll give my thoughts on every single card in the set and how I think they'll perform in the limited format. And we're starting with a look at the multicolored and colorless cards. This is always a fun place to start because multicolored cards tend to introduce us to the format's 2 color archetypes, and they also tend to be some of the most powerful cards in the set. For each of these cards, I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only going to be talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. This set, like most, has lots of supplementary products that have cards that won't be showing up in play boosters, like cards from the commander decks, so if there's a card that you think is missing from this video, it's probably not in play boosters. There is a bonus sheet and special guests in play boosters this time around, but I'll be looking at those in their own video. These are also, of course, my evaluations of these cards before it's possible to play this new limited format, since the goal is to have my set review done in time for the pre-release, and that of course means I'm going to be wrong about some stuff, but as the format comes into focus, I'll be doing videos where I discuss how things have panned out. Also, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once the set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the multicolored and colorless cards in Final Fantasy. So let's get started with the colorless non-artifacts. That means we're beginning with Anti-Causal Vestige, which for 6 generic mana is a 7/5 rare Eldrazi, and when it leaves the battlefield you draw a card, then you may put a permanent card with mana value less than or equal to the number of lands you control from your hand onto the battlefield tapped, and it has Warp for 4 generic. This is a new mechanic in the set, and it means you can cast this for that cost, but if you cast it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next instep, but then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. So basically you can choose to pay 4 generic here to get this down briefly, which will give you the leave the battlefield trigger when it leaves the battlefield because of Warp. It also works with a couple of other mechanics in the set like Station and Void, which we'll see later on in this video. But the big deal here is that you can cast this for 4 generic, get this trigger, and then later play it again, get your 6 mana 7/5, and then when it dies, you're going to get the trigger again. So warping this won't always let you do something super meaningful other than draw a card in limited, but it will sometimes, especially when you warp it for 4. This looks really good to me overall, so a lot of the time you don't have a card in your hand to put into play with this kind of effect, but because this also draws you a card, it increases the chances of that happening, and if you really do warp this on turn 4, there's a pretty good chance you end up getting to draw a card and put a creature of some kind on the battlefield. It's a little less likely that you'll actually take advantage of the trigger when you cast it later, but if the card you draw with the trigger happens to be a creature or something else meaningful, you can put it directly on the battlefield. And it does this with lands too. That's just not particularly exciting overall, especially on turn 6. But yeah, we have potential here for 3-for-1 value because when things go right, you're going to get the trigger twice, and you get a 6 mana 7/5 body that your opponent can't really ignore. So this looks like a bomb to me. I'm giving it an A. Next up, it's Tezzeret Cruel Captain, which for 3 generic is a legendary Planeswalker Tezzeret at Mythic Rare. Starts with 4 loyalty, and whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a loyalty counter on Tezzeret. He's got a 0 that untaps target artifact or creature. If it's an artifact creature, put a +1/+1 counter on it. He's got a -3 that says search your library for an artifact card with mana value 1 or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And he has a -7 that gives you an emblem with, at the beginning of combat on your turn, put 3 +1/+1 counters on target artifact you control. If it's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot artifact creature. Being able to raise his loyalty just by playing artifacts is nice, and it also means that his -3 kind of gives you back a loyalty since you grab an artifact. He's also really cheap and really easy to cast, but I do think he has some problems in Limited, including the fact that he doesn't really have a removal mode, has only a kind of narrow way to protect himself by untapping something, and his -3 is highly restrictive. A lot of Limited decks aren't going to have very many targets for it. This set definitely has artifacts, but overall, Tezzeret doesn't feel like a Planeswalker that's going to go wild in Limited. His effects are too small and not good at helping him stay around or impact the board in a super meaningful way. He definitely needs a build-around grade because I think he just won't be good in your typical deck in the format. He'll be like a D. I mean, most decks in the format will have enough artifacts that he's not an F, but if he had like 10 or more artifacts, I could see him reaching the B- level. Next up, it's Alfariel, Dreaming Acolyte, which for 1 generic, a blue and a black, is a 2/3 legendary human cleric at uncommon. When it enters, you draw 2 cards and discard 2 cards unless you discard an artifact card, and during your turn, it has Death Touch. So even without the artifact clause, I'm in on a 3-mana 2/3 that loots twice. That lets you dig deeper into your deck and see lots of cards while also loading the graveyard for value, which is what the blue-black deck wants to be doing in the format. And he's almost always going to be a relevant attacker too because of Death Touch. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Biomechan Engineer, which for a green and a blue is a 2/2 Insect Artificer at uncommon. When it enters, you create a Lander token. This is a new type of token in the set. It's an artifact with 2 generic, tap, sacrifice. Search your library for a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And you can pay 8 generic and draw 2 cards and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So I'm already really in on a 2-mana 2/2 that makes a Lander token when it enters. These Lander tokens are going to be pretty good. When's the last time we saw an artifact token that didn't end up being a really great part of whatever Limited format it was a part of? And this isn't going to be one that flops because it just does so much stuff. This format cares about artifacts. This format has landfall in it. This format has sacrifice decks. So it's going to overlap into synergy, in addition to the fact that just having one of these tokens, which generates mana, ramps your mana, and fixes your mana, that's already pretty good, but it's going to be even better because of some stuff going on in the set. So this helps you ramp and fix your mana while helping you with other synergies with that Lander token, and then later in the game, you're going to have enough mana, at least in the extreme late game, thanks to Landers and stuff, to use this activated ability, which activating once is often the kind of thing that can just win you a really long game of Magic. So this delivers a ton of value. I'm starting it at a B+, and like, I wouldn't be shocked if it's an A- level uncommon. Next up, it's Biotech Specialist, which for a red and a green is a 1/3 Insect Scientist at rare. When it enters, you create a Lander token, and whenever you sacrifice an artifact, this creature deals 2 damage to target opponent. So another good 2-drop, 2-mana 1/3 that gives you a Lander, and in this case, you get to use those Landers to generate more than just value for your mana base and stuff, because every time you sacrifice one, you get to do 2 to your opponent. Works with other artifacts too, so this delivers a lot of value up front and has an effect that can grind out some wins, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Cosmogoyf, which for a red and a green is a rare elemental Lurgoyf, and its power is equal to the number of cards you own in exile, and its toughness is equal to that number +1. So the absolute ceiling here is a big vanilla creature, and you have to do some work to make it even reach that ceiling. And by the time you can play this and have it actually be big, it's not going to be that relevant because there will be other big creatures around. It's also an awkward non-bow with the warp mechanic because you ultimately end up casting your warp cards from exile, which will shrink Cosmogoyf. So this is going to be a really inefficient creature early, and then by the time it's big, if it ever gets big, it's not going to be that impressive. I think it's just an F. It's going to be a card that has a minimal impact on the game more often than not. Next up, it's Diadrene Synthesis Amalgam, which for an X, a green, and a white is a 0/0 legendary artifact creature construct at rare. It's got trample, It enters with a number of plus and plus 1 counters on it equal to the amount of mana spent to cast it. Whenever you attack, you may remove a plus and plus 1 counter from each of 2 creatures you control. If you do, draw a card and create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So this is always going to be an efficient trampler. It can be a 2 mana 2/3 or a 3 mana 3/4 and so on, and it scales all game long. Its other ability doesn't allow it to do stuff with the trigger all on its own, since you need counters on 2 different creatures. But when you do have that, which looks doable in green-white, a color pair that's about plus and plus 1 counters in this format, removing some of those counters to straight up draw cards and get a body is going to feel really good. And it's an attack trigger, so you don't even have to risk Diadrine to get a chance at doing that. So this looks good to me overall. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Gene Morph Imago, which for a green and a blue is a 1/3 insect druid at rare. It's got flying. Whenever a land you control enters, target creature has base power and toughness 3/3 until end of turn. And if you control 6 or more lands, that creature has base power and toughness 6/6 until end of turn instead. So if nothing else, this can buff itself with landfall. Meaning, if you play this on 2 and then play a land drop on the next turn, which is highly likely, this is going to feel like a 2 mana 3/3 flyer, and that's pretty good. It's going to do a lot of damage in the early game, and because this landfall trigger gets better late, by the time you reach a point in the game where a 3/3 is no longer that exciting, you can just start making things into 6/6s. And oftentimes the Imago is going to be the best thing to buff because of its flying, but you can use it on other stuff too that might have other abilities that make it even better when you change its stats. So this looks really good to me, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Halia, Ascendant Cadet, which for 2 generic, a green, and 2 white is a 3/3 legendary human soldier at uncommon. When she enters or attacks, you put a plus and plus 1 counter on target creature you control. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control with plus and plus 1 counters on them deal combat damage to a player, draw a card. So a 5 mana 3/3, especially with 2 white pips in the cost, is pretty bad, but her enters or attacks trigger does result in you getting something out of her when she comes down, especially if you put the counter somewhere else, which I recommend in most cases, and she can keep on delivering value thereafter. Her combat damage trigger will be available for you the turn she comes down a decent chunk of the time too, since you can put that counter on something else. Like if you put it on a flyer or something else you know can get in, it's going to feel really good because you get to draw a card right away. So she has a pretty bad baseline, but she can snowball value pretty impressively. I'm giving her a B-. Next up, it's Infinite Guideline Station, which for 1 mana of each color is a 7/15 legendary artifact spacecraft at rare. So spacecraft is a new thing in this set, of course, and that means it comes with the station mechanic, which means you can tap another creature you control to put charge counters equal to its power on a spacecraft, and you station only as a sorcery. And then with all of them, once they get enough charge counters, they start doing something. In this case, you get something even before that, because when it enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token for each multicolored permanent you control. And when it gets to 12 or more charge counters, it's a 7/15 with flying. And when it attacks, you draw a card for each multicolored permanent you control. So most of the time, you're going to pay 1 mana of each color for a 2/2 token up front. And that sounds terrible. It does help you station this. And once you have it stationed, obviously it gets to be a lot stronger. It can win the game in the air and draw you cards. But this set has such a small multicolored theme that it's going to be tough to generate a lot of value with this, and it just being a big flyer is going to be how it feels most of the time. I do think a lot of people are underrating stationing to a certain extent. I think people are thinking like, how am I going to have time to tap my creatures? But there are lots of times in limited games where there are boards where attacking doesn't help you that much, and it's better to put charge counters on a creature like this. And I think these are going to become creatures more frequently than people expect. But this one does worry me in terms of its viability in limited, mana bases, even with lander tokens around, aren't going to be so good that it's easy to cast. And this set doesn't have a preponderance of multicolored cards. The only ones at uncommon are 1 signpost uncommon in each color pair. So there are 10 at lower rarities, in other words. So you're highly reliant on getting cards that are not going to be cards you see all the time for this to really go off. And I think you need to be getting at least 2 robots out of this to feel good about it. So just getting 1, which is going to be the usual outcome, just isn't going to do it. So yeah, between the difficult casting cost and then like the additional setup it requires to really be worth using, I think all of that just means it's an F in limited. Next up, it's Interceptor Mechan, which for 2 generic, a black, and a red is a 2/2 artifact creature robot at uncommon. It's got flying, and when it enters, you return target artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand, and it has Void, which means you get something else out of this. If a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or a spell was warped this turn, in this case, you put a +1/+1 counter on this at your end step. 4 mana 2/2 flyers really don't fare well in limited. We've seen that set after set recently, but this one comes with an enters trigger, offsetting that usual problem. That problem being that they can die to multiple 1 mana removal spells in the format. In this case, you don't care too much if they do it because you got a card back. And while I think stationing is going to be easier than people think, I think triggering Void is going to be harder because this is a mechanic. We've seen a mechanic like it time and time again. Morbid and similar mechanics, Revolt, and they're all way harder to trigger in the window you need to trigger them than it seems. So I'm a little low on Void overall, but this card's already good without Void, and because it has Void, it can actually become a pretty relevant flying body. Like, even if you just get 1 counter on this, which I think will be doable, even if it's not automatic, even just getting 1 counter on it, though, does make it quite good. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Memnon Uthros Exile, which for 1 generic, a blue and a red, is a 1/3 legendary Jellyfish Advisor at uncommon. It's got flying, and whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. So the baseline here is pretty rough as a 3 mana 1/3, but at least it has more than 2 toughness. And the fact that this counts artifacts entering means it includes basically all the tokens in the format. Lander tokens, drone tokens, robot tokens, and this set has lots of artifacts in general, so I imagine this is going to spit out tons of counters. You can put them on Memnon if that's best. It does have flying, so sometimes it will be. Even just getting 1 counter out of this will feel like you're getting a good deal, and you'll often be able to get a lot more. So I think this looks like a strong signpost uncommon. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Mutinous Massacre, which for 3 generic, 2 black, and 2 red is a rare sorcery. Choose odd or even, destroy each creature with mana value of the chosen quality, then gain control of all creatures until end of turn, untap them, they gain haste until end of turn. This looks pretty insane to me. Whatever you choose, you end up killing some stuff and then gaining control of everything. That's just going to result in lethal damage most of the time, especially because you get to make the optimal choice when it comes to odd or even, and you're going to end up with several creatures and your opponent's not going to have any. And you can attack with all of them right away. This is a card that legitimately wins you the game out of nowhere, and unlike Wrath effects and stuff, which can have like a similar impact on the game, this is going to be good basically no matter what the board state is. The one downside we have here is that double black, double red isn't exactly easy to produce, but I think we're splitting hairs there. This card is just going to end games in the format, and I think it's an A. Next up, it's Pinnacle Emissary, which for 1 generic, a blue, and a red is a 3/3 artifact creature robot at rare. Whenever you cast an artifact spell, create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can only block creatures with flying, and it has Warp for a blue-red hybrid mana. So this is a great payoff for casting artifacts. And Warp means you can more effectively find windows where you can cast it and generate value with it immediately, since you'll have significant mana left over when you do Warp it. And even without Warp, this would be a powerful engine in a set with this many artifacts. Even just getting 1 token out of this is going to feel like you're getting a great deal, and if you can do more than that, it's insane. I think this reaches into the lower bomb range. I'm giving it an A-. Next up, it's Ragost Deft Gastronaut, which for a red and a white is a 2/2 legendary lobster citizen at rare. Artifacts you control are foods in addition to their other types and have 2 generic taps, sack this artifact, gain 3 life. And you can pay 1 generic, tap it, and sacrifice a food to have Ragost deal 3 damage to each opponent. And at the beginning of each end step, if you gain life this turn, untap Ragost. So turning your artifacts into food is already some quality upside. Like, in the late game, sometimes gaining life is more important than grabbing lands with your lander tokens, for example. And that's doubly true when you can just chuck your artifacts at your opponent to bolt them in the face. And then you have an okay baseline as a 2 mana, 2/2 creature. All of that said, there are also going to be lots of board states where this is nothing more than a 2 mana, 2/2 that was kind of hard to cast, because sometimes you don't really have artifacts in play that are expendable and worth giving up with this. So I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Sami, Ship's Engineer, which for 2 generic, a red and a white, is a 2/4 uncommon legendary human artificer. And at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you create a tapped 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. So the idea here is that you can tap your creatures in multiple ways in the format. You can do it from attacking, but stationing spacecrafts is the way that you can tap creatures without having to put them at risk at all. And this trigger is strong. A 2/2 is pretty much worth the card. It has a very mediocre stat line, and while I think you'll have tap creatures reasonably often, it isn't exactly something that happens every single turn either. Now, you can wait to cast Sami until you have met the requirement, in which case it'll feel kind of like an enters trigger, but you don't always have the luxury of waiting, in which case this feels like kind of a bad card. I just think it'll be hard enough to get this going that it isn't anything special. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Sami Wildcat Captain, which for 4 generic, a red and a white, is a 4/4 legendary human artificer rogue at Mythic Rare. It has double strike and vigilance, and it gives your spells affinity for artifacts. 6 mana for a 4/4 with double strike and vigilance isn't too bad. It is a little understated to the point that some cheap removal can take this thing down, some in this set that cost 2 mana even. But at least it's really hard to successfully attack through because double strike makes combat kind of a nightmare for your opponent, and then the fact this card has vigilance means that it can really effectively attack on most turns too. The affinity for artifacts part is kind of exciting, but it's not going to come up as much as you would think in Limited, especially because this costs 6 mana. If this was cheap and gave your spells affinity, that would be one thing, but it doesn't. By the time you get to 6 mana and you play this thing, your other spells costing less isn't going to come up that much because you probably already have enough mana to play the card you draw every turn anyway. There are going to be times where you can go off with it. It gets kind of interesting with card draw, where you can rip through multiple cards and then play all of them and stuff like that. But I wouldn't put too much stock in that part of the card being great. So most of what we have here is just 6 mana for a 4/4 with double strike and vigilance, and I think that card is a B-. There's a chance it's even worse because this set does have some really efficient cheap removal. Even paying 3 to kill this feels pretty good. So I wouldn't be utterly shocked if it ends up more in the C range, but I do like those keywords enough to start it at a B-. Next up, it's Siege Ship Brood Tender, which for a black and a green is a 2/3 insect citizen and uncommon. When it enters, you mill 3 cards, and you can pay 3 generic, a black and a green, and sacrifice it to reanimate a spacecraft or creature from your graveyard. Activate only as a sorcery. So I always love signpost uncommons that are both payoffs and enablers, and that's what this is. It mills stuff, which will allow you to set up your other graveyard stuff in the black-green deck, which is all about the graveyard, of course. And then it is a payoff for getting stuff into your graveyard since it can just straight up reanimate something. Throw in the fact that it has a pretty good stat line that means it's a formidable creature on turn 2, as well as the fact that it's just a good card at like all stages of the game. If you draw this really late, you'll be able to immediately reanimate something, which is going to feel pretty good on board states where a 2 mana 2/3 doesn't matter that much. So this looks really good to me overall. Most of the signposts do in this set, really, giving it a B. Next up, it's Singularity Rupture, which for 3 generic, a blue, and 2 black is a rare sorcery. Destroy all creatures, then any number of target players each mill half their library rounded down. A 6 mana Wrath isn't great in Limited most of the time. Like, if you manage to draft a legit control deck, this can be pretty good. But being this expensive means you have to survive a while to get there, and even then there are many awkward situations with this, even in a control deck. Milling your opponent can be worthwhile sometimes for sure, as can milling yourself, but symmetrical Wraths like this just have a hard time really being consistently good in Limited. Even if they do have some incredible upside, there are also lots of situations where they don't really do anything meaningful. Like, if you're at parity, it's not an especially useful card. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Space-Time Anomaly, which for 2 generic, a white and a blue is a rare sorcery. Target player mills cards equal to your life total. So pure mill cards in Limited are rarely very good. They kind of need to be mill engines that can do it a lot over the course of the game. Cards that are like one-shot mill don't tend to play very well, especially when they don't add to the board or do anything else. And this definitely doesn't. It's tempting to think about this milling 20 cards, but most of the time you're not going to have 20 life when you cast it. And even when it does mill 20 cards, you spent 4 mana, didn't add to the board, might have helped your opponent with graveyard nonsense, which increases their chances of killing you before they run out of cards anyway, in which case this card basically does nothing. It does get a little bit interesting when you have recursion or multiple copies of it. Like, it does get better in those situations because then casting this twice can be more of a legitimate win condition, but even that is pretty far from the guarantee. This is just too one-dimensional and too dependent on what your life total is to be good and Limited. I'm giving it an F. Next up, it's Station Monitor, which for a white and a blue is a 2/2 Lizard Artificer at uncommon. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, you create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying. This is a great payoff for casting an extra spell in a turn, and that's what blue-white's about in this set. And the ideal thing to do is wait to run it out until you have a turn where you can double spell. That way you get the value immediately, so even if your opponent untaps and kills it, you're already way ahead because you have a body. If you're in blue-white, you're going to be playing lots of cheaper spells to really help you enable this sort of thing. Void is going to work pretty nicely with this too, since some Void costs are really cheap. So overall, this looks really great to me. It's just going to generate a lot of value in blue-white decks. It's going to be an important card in them, giving this a B+. Next up, it's Servandum, Sunstar Exemplar, which for a black and a white is a 2/2 legendary human knight at rare. It's got Vigilance and Menace. Whenever another creature you control dies or is put into exile, put a +1/+1 counter on Servandam and you gain 1 life. When Servandam dies or is put into exile while its power is 4 or greater, destroy up to 1 target non-land permanent. So this looks really good. I'm already pretty happy with a 2-mana 2/2 with Vigilance and Menace, even when you can only cast it on turn 2 kind of inconsistently. And then this ability to grow can be a very real problem for your opponent. Also, I like that they made his death trigger happen when he has 4 power or more. It doesn't have to be 2 counters on him or something like that. So equipment and combat tricks can sometimes allow you to turn his death into significant value, giving him a B+. Next up, it's Servandum the Lucent, which for 2 generic, a white, and 2 black is a 4/4 legendary human knight at uncommon. It's got Death Touch and Lifelink, and whenever it enters or attacks, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch until end of turn. This is a legitimate buff that can make almost anything into a relevant attacker, and offering it again on attacks is pretty scary. His own stat line, though, is not great, even with Lifelink and Death Touch in the mix, especially when you consider the double black you have to produce. Still, I think he does enough to be a B-. Next up, it's Tanuk, Memorial Ensign, which for 1 generic, a red and a green, is a 2/4 Kavu Pilot, a legendary one, at uncommon, and it has a landfall trigger, and it does 1 damage to each opponent, and if this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn, you draw a card. Landfall to do 1 damage is not exactly a powerful thing in Limited. We've seen that numerous times, including in the last set. But he has an okay body and will draw you an extra card on occasion, and anytime he does that, he'll feel especially good. Landers will help you go off with him too. I am a little worried that you're not going to be able to draw a card with his ability often enough, though, for him to be great, giving him a C+. All right, let's move to artifacts now, starting with All Fate's Scroll, which for 3 generic is an uncommon artifact that can tap for 1 mana of any color, and you can pay 7 generic and tap it and sacrifice it to draw X cards, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. So in most sets, a 3-mana mana rock that taps for mana of any color is bad, because it doesn't add to the board, it doesn't feel great to not add to the board on turn 3, nor is it a very good top deck. Like, you have to get one of these at the exact right time, or be in a slow enough format that playing it on 3 doesn't hurt you. But this one does have legit upside. In most decks, it'll draw you at least a couple cards in the late game, and it has potential to draw even more of them. We're going to see lands later in this video, and there are enough of them around for you to be able to draw a decent number of cards with this, but you really need to have a deck that can consistently have 3 or 4 lands with different names in play for this to be worth playing at all. And even then, the ceiling's not like insane. So I think this is an F in most decks and probably a C in the exact right kind of deck. A deck that's really good at ramping, a deck that really wants fixing, and a deck that has lots of lands with different names. Next up, it's Bygone Colossus, which for 9 generic mana is a 9/9 robot giant at uncommon, an artifact creature, and it is warped for 3 generic. So warping this is largely meaningless. There are a few things you can do. You can trigger artifact payoffs. The most notable thing you can do with this is that you can use it to station something. So put 9 charge counters on something. And that sounds exciting, but I'm not that into it at all, really. Mostly because it's just all in on doing that. Is using up an entire card for the sake of stationing something worth it? My guess is no. Like, you want your cards that are doing the stationing to be okay cards to begin with, that are creatures that you can put into play. Playing this on turn 3 and hoping that you have a space station in play so that you can turn it into a creature and thus actually add to the board is not where you want to be. Like, there are going to be lots of times where you just can't warp this and do anything meaningful with it. and it's not like a 9 mana 9/9 is great. I mean, it's nice that it's just sort of out there, and if you ever get to that much mana, you can cast it, but overall, this looks like a really one-dimensional card that is all about stationing, and we rarely see cards that are like all in on one really specific thing in a format actually work. Like we saw it with cards that cared about vehicles and Aether Drift. That set had lots of vehicles, but almost all of the all-in on vehicle cards were pretty bad. And this kind of feels like the same thing, only with spacecraft, so I think it's probably an F. Next up, it's Chrome Companion, which for 2 generic is a 2/1 artifact creature dog at common. When it becomes tapped, you gain a life, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it to put target card from a graveyard on the bottom of its owner's library. So this has really mediocre stats, a very small effect for tapping it, and an effect that is really inefficient at hitting on the graveyard, or helping you recycle your cards. It is a 2-drop artifact, and that likely has some value, but it's the kind of 2-drop card that you're only going to play when you're desperate. I'm giving it a D. Next up, it's Dauntless Scrapbot, which for 3 generic is an uncommon artifact creature robot at uncommon. It's a 3/1, and when it enters, you exile each opponent's graveyard and create a lander token. This is a quality card. The stat line is bad, but this gives you 2 artifacts, something that has significant value in this set to begin with, and landers are an amazing way to fix and ramp your mana. This will generate a 2-for-1 most of the time, and that's enough for me to want to play this despite the stat line. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it is Dawnsire Sunstar Dreadnought, which for 5 generic mana is a legendary mythic rare spacecraft with station, and when it gets 10 or more charge counters, when you attack, Dawnsire deals 100 damage to up to 1 target creature or planeswalker, and when you get it to 20 or more charge counters, it becomes a 20/20 flyer. So this does stone nothing until you station it in the game. While I do think it'll take some work, I think both of those things are actually doable. The problem is the time during which Dawnsire isn't impacting the board at all, and there will almost always be a little bit of time like that where you're kind of like walking a tightrope and trying to survive by stationing it. But the good news is once you do reach that number of charge counters, attacking is going to be really powerful because it'll just kill something. So this does look good to me, but obviously it's way too slow to be like an insane bomb, even though it'll feel like one if you are getting it obviously to 10 all the time. So I think it's a B-. Next up, it's the Dominion Bracelet, which for 2 generic is a mythic rare legendary artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +1/+1 and has 15 generic mana. Exile the Dominion Bracelet. You control target opponent during their next turn. This ability costs X less to activate, where X is this creature's power. Activate only as a sorcery, and it has equipped for 1 generic. This card's really interesting. 2 mana to play and 1 to equip for +1/+1 is already a kind of passable equipment in a set that cares about artifacts. It's not great, but that's the baseline, and this has a somewhat accessible ability that lets you steal your opponent's turn, and that ability is incredibly strong. You can make all of your opponent's creatures make ugly attacks, point their removal at their own creatures, and just generally wreak havoc, and because this doesn't do stone nothing up until that point, I think this ends up being a quality card. You do need to have some ways to buff creatures, or at least a couple of like 6/6s, but having a mediocre equipment that can turn into a game-breaking effect in the late game sounds pretty good to me. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's the Instone, which for 7 generic is a mythic rare legendary artifact. Whenever you play a land or cast a spell, draw a card. At the beginning of your end step, your life total becomes half your starting life total rounded up. So if you untap with this in play, it's likely to let you do a whole lot of stuff, since you get to draw a card when you do pretty much anything, except that if you make a land drop and then draw another land, your turn's pretty much over. So the other ability is interesting because if you have more than 10 life, it's going to make you lose life. But if you have less, it's going to gain you life. So where does that leave this card? Well, I think it's not very good in limited. It's 7 generic mana. It doesn't add to the board. If you are allowed to untap with it, there's a chance you go off, but it's far from guaranteed. And if you're having to lower your life total to play this, especially, it's not going to feel very good. If you draw it when you're really low on life, that effect is going to feel pretty good, but that's too narrow of a situation. So overall, I think this is just an F in limited. Next up, it's the Eternity Elevator, which for 5 generic is a rare legendary artifact spacecraft. It can tap for 3 colorless, and if it has 20 or more charge counters on it, you add X mana of any one color where X is a number of charge counters on the Eternity Elevator. So this is a super expensive mana rock, albeit one that does give you a huge mana boost. Problem is, one can't always take advantage of that in Limited, and it has super diminishing returns, and this card never does anything to actually impact the board, which is always a problem for a 5-mana card. Like this, Spacecraft never ever turns into a creature, unlike most of the others. I do think you play this sometimes in decks that need the ramp, but you're probably never going to bother stationing it in those decks just because it's already pretty good at producing mana. I'm starting it at a D, and it wouldn't shock me if it's an F. Next up, it's Extinguisher Battleship, which for 8 generic mana is a rare artifact spacecraft, and when it enters, you destroy target non-creature permanent, then this spacecraft deals 4 damage to each creature, and when it has 5 or more charge counters, it gains flying and trample and becomes a 10/10. So 8 mana is a lot, but destroying a non-creature and doing 4 to everything is likely to have a huge impact on the board, and then almost anything you draw will be able to be used quickly to turn this into a 10/10, which can happen really quickly, since it only needs 5 counters. Like, imagine if this didn't have Station and was just the creature. That would be an insane card. Obviously, this takes more setup, and sometimes you won't be able to kill enough stuff with the trigger, and like 8 mana is a pretty big hurdle, even in a format with landers and stuff. So I think it's just a B, but that's mostly because sometimes it ends up stuck in your hand. Most of the time when you cast this, you're just going to win the game. Next up, it's Nutrient Block, which for 1 generic is a common artifact food that's indestructible. It can do the food thing, meaning you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sack it to gain 3 life. And when it's put into a graveyard from the battlefield, you draw a card. Artifacts matter in this set, and there are even a handful of ways to animate them, mostly at higher rarities, which is kind of fun with an indestructible artifact, but I wouldn't count on doing that consistently. Mostly, this gives you a tiny bit of artifact synergy while also being good sacrifice fodder and a way to gain life and draw a card in a pinch. It's hard for a card that replaces itself and gains you life to be completely terrible, but it's not that good either. I'm giving this a D. Next up, it's Pinnacle Killship, which for 7 generic mana is an artifact spacecraft at common. When it enters, it deals 10 damage to up to 1 target creature, and if it has 7 or more charge counters on it, it's a 7/7 flyer. This card is aptly named, because when you play it, it's definitely going to kill something, probably your opponent's best creature. A 7-mana 7/7 flyer that kills another creature when it enters would be an absolutely incredible card, and this is obviously several steps below that because it takes some work for it to become a creature, and even if you can make it a creature right away, you do have to tap down some other things to do it, but I still think this looks like a quality card, one that most decks in the format, except for maybe the most aggressive, are going to feel fine about playing. I mean, it generates a 2-for-1, even though it may be a clunky one. It does give you one of those, and it's an artifact in a set where that matters, and a spacecraft in a set where that matters. So I think this ends up being a C+, and honestly, I could see it going a little higher. Next up, it's Survey Mechan, which for 4 generic is a 1/3 artifact creature robot and uncommon with flying and hexproof. And you can pay 10 generic and sacrifice it to have it deal 3 damage to any target. Target player draws 3 cards and gains 3 life. This ability costs X less to cast, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. This looks like a legit build around. While the main set doesn't have an enormous number of good non-basic lands, the set's bonus sheet is all lands. So there are going to be a lot of them floating around, and if you can use this ability for like 5 or 6, which seems doable, you're going to be in business. Now, a 4-mana 1/3 with flying and hexproof isn't a great baseline, though it is nice. You can put auras and equipment and counters on this and not have to worry about what might happen to it, but this does need a build around grade to be sure. If your deck just has 2 lands with different names, it's probably a D at best, but if you can get up to 5 or more, it's probably a B-. Like, paying 7 for this ability is going to feel great, for example. Next up, it's Thaumaton Torpedo, which for 1 generic is a common artifact, and you can pay 6 generic and tap it and sacrifice it to destroy target non-land permanent, but this ability costs 3 generic less to activate if you attacked with a spacecraft this turn. So if this always let you pay 3 to destroy a non-land permanent, it would be a really good deal. And the fail case here of costing 6 isn't completely horrendous, especially in a format where it looks like you'll have reasons to play artifacts to begin with. That said, attacking with a spacecraft is pretty far from automatic. Just controlling one is relatively easy, but you also have to be able to attack with it to really make this efficient, so I think this ends up being a C. Next up, it's Thrumming Hive Pool, which for 6 generic is a rare artifact with affinity for slivers. Slivers you control have double strike and haste, and at the beginning of your upkeep you create 2 1/1 colorless sliver creature tokens. So slivers are back, but it's kind of like Eldrazi. They just sort of have a one-shot card in this set, because it turns out there are some of these Eldrazi and slivers lurking out in the edge of eternity. And that matters because it means that affinity for slivers really doesn't matter unless you happen to have multiple Thrumming Hive pools. So mostly what you're getting here is a 6 generic mana artifact that makes 2 1/1s with double strike and haste during your upkeep. That's pretty good, but it does mean you pay 6 to get this going, and it means that you're not adding to the board until your next upkeep, and that is a serious liability. There will certainly be games where this runs away with the game because the value it generates is so good, but you've got to account for the games where this ends up stuck in your hand because you can't hit your 6 mana, and the games where you play this, but you're not adding to the board right away. That gives your opponent an opening to very likely kill you if you're not careful. So I think that holds us to a C+. Next up, it's Virulent Silencer, which for 3 generic is a 2/3 robot assassin at uncommon. Whenever a non-token artifact creature you control deals combat damage to a player, that player gets 2 poison counters. So this is mostly just a 3 mana 2/3 artifact creature. The poison upside will almost never come up, as we've seen in other sets with one random card that does poison things. It does work nicely with the drone 1/1 flyers, like I guess that's kind of the idea here, but you're still not going to be able to poison your opponent out most of the time with this. I'm giving it a D-. Next up, it's Wormwall Sweeper, which for 2 generic mana is a 2/2 artifact spacecraft at common. When it enters, you surveil 2, and when it has 4 or more charge counters, it becomes a 2/2 flyer. So if this was 2 mana for a 2/2 flyer that surveilled 2 when it entered, it'd be a B. That's just really good value. This isn't quite that, as you need some stationing for it to reach that point, but it doesn't ask for that much of it. So I think this looks solid. I'm giving it a C. All right, let's move now to the lands. First up, we've got Adagia, Windswept Bastion, which is a mythic rare land planet. It enters tapped, it can tap for white, and these planet lands at mythic rare all also have station. And when this one gets 12 or more charge counters, you can pay 3 generic and a white and tap it to create a token that's a copy of target artifact or enchantment you control, except it's legendary. Activate only as a sorcery. This activated ability has some serious value in the later stages of the game, and it will definitely be able to make sure you continue to add to the board to pressure your opponent, something that feels pretty good when you're in top deck mode. Most decks will just have enough artifacts and enchantments to make use of this, so it's worth the downside of entering tapped. So I think this looks like a B-. You know, you're not always going to be able to station it, but the fail case is still a land, and you need those, and it doesn't really take up a real slot in your deck, and yet it's a land that can turn into a pretty legitimate win condition in the later stages of the game. We've also got 5 of the shock lands in this set, like Breeding Pool here, which is a rare land forest island, meaning you can tap for green or blue, and when it enters, you may pay 2 life, and if you don't, it enters tapped. That's how all of them work. They all have 2 land types, meaning they can tap for either of those colors, and then you can choose to shock yourself or have it entered tapped when it enters. So these always provide great fixing. You're always happy to play them, whether they are in your primary color or helping you splash. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Command Bridge, which is a common land that enters tapped, and when it enters, you sacrifice it unless you tap an untapped permanent you control, and you can tap it to add 1 mana of any color. Both entering tapped and requiring you to tap a permanent is a pretty real bummer, but it's possible for some stuff in like red-white to take advantage of actually tapping something, and it gives you mana of any color, and it's flexible about what you can tap at least, but it does look like it's clunky enough that it's not like amazing fixing, but it's certainly solid, giving it a C. Next up, it's Avendo, Waking Haven, which is a mythic rare land planet that enters tapped. It can tap for green, and when it gets to 12 or more charge counters, you can pay a green and tap it to add green for each creature you control. So this becomes Gaia's Cradle when you get enough counters on it. But part of what makes Gaia's Cradle really good is that you can play it early and produce multiple mana with it, right? That's not the case here. You're going to play this early, it's going to enter tapped, and you're going to use windows when you can, I guess, to put counters on this. But then, by that stage of the game, being able to produce a ton of mana is a lot less likely to matter. I think this is going to feel like a forest with downside, more often than it feels like a forest with upside, giving it a D. Next up, it's Caveron, Memorial World, which is a mythic rare land planet that enters tapped, can tap for red, and when it gets to 12 or more charge counters, you can pay 1 generic and a red, tap it, and sack a land to create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. Then creatures you control get +1/+0 and get haste until end of turn. So this one looks really great to me. That activated ability is great in the later stage of the game when you're going to be at a point where you can actually get enough counters on this. Adding a body to the board and buffing everything, obviously that means the robot itself can attack as a 3/2. Like, that's an effect that can win the game in a single activation. And even when it's not doing that, the fact that you can give up lands to put bodies on the board is going to feel pretty good. So this one looks great to me. It's a value engine that can win the game, in addition to just being a land that is useful early because it's a land. giving it a B+. Next, it's Secluded Starforge, which is a rare land that can tap for colorless. You can pay 2 generic and tap it, and tap X untapped artifacts you control, and target creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery, and you can pay 5 generic and tap it to make a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. I think this is a solid utility land, especially because of the ability to make creature tokens. The ability to buff power is a lot more finicky and a lot more risky because it asks you to do so much stuff, and if you don't have a creature that can get in or attack a lot better, it's not going to be worth it a lot of the time. But the fact that this can just churn out tokens in the later game after producing much needed mana for you in the early game is pretty good. When you look at a land in Limited that only produces colorless, you always have to judge whether or not they do more harm than good since they're so bad for your mana base. But I think this one does enough to make the cut in most decks, especially artifact ones, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Suzur Sukundi Void Altar, a mythic rare land planet that enters tapped. It can tap for black, and when it gets 12 or more charge counters, you can pay 1 generic and a black and tap it and pay 2 life and sacrifice a creature to draw cards equal to the sacrificed creature's power. Activate only as a sorcery. So this is another nice activated ability. It doesn't add to the board the way the red planet does. In fact, it subtracts from it, but it can draw you a significant number of cards, and I think that's going to be pretty good value late, giving it a B-. Next, it's Uthros Titanic God Core, which is a mythic rare land planet that enters tapped. It can tap for blue, and when it gets 12 or more charge counters, you can pay a blue and tap it to add blue for each artifact you control. So we saw one that is Gaia's Cradle once you station it, and this one is Tolarian Academy, more or less, when you station it, but it has the same problem. The Academy is really good because you can play it early and produce a bunch of mana with it and ramp in a really effective way. By the time you can actually use this, all of that mana doesn't really matter. So this one is another one that's going to feel like an island with downside more often than an island with upside. So I think it's a D. All right, so those are all of the multicolored and colorless cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, I'll look at all the white ones. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if more of the set review is out by the time you're watching this, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsahone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored and colorless cards, and in this video we're looking at all the white ones. For each of these cards, I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review each of these cards. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only going to be talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. And I'm also only talking about cards that are in the main set. Later on, I'll be taking a look at all of the special guests and bonus sheet cards. These are also my evaluations of these cards before it's possible to even play the new format, because my goal is to have the set review ready for you in time for the pre-release, and that means I'll be wrong about some stuff, but as the format comes into focus, I'll do videos talking about how the format is panned out. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once the set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description, where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at all the white cards in Edge of Eternities. First up, we have All Fate's Stalker, which for 3 generic and a white is a 2/3 Drix Assassin at uncommon. When it enters, you exile up to 1 target non-assassin creature until this creature leaves the battlefield, and it also has Warp for 1 generic and a white. This is an alternate casting cost, and if you cast it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. This looks really good, and it has a cool design too. When you warp it, you're more frequently going to use it to blink your own creature for value, though sometimes you'll be able to use it to permanently get rid of a token or get a blocker out of the way that your opponent has. But then, when you cast it normally, it's going to be a really good card like all Banisher Priest-like creatures are. Adding to the board and removing something is just an incredible play in every limited format, and this is more flexible than most versions of this effect because of the blink upside. This looks like a B+ to me, and it's in the conversation for being white's best uncommon. Next, let's look at Esteli Reclaimer, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a 5/4 Angel Warrior at rare. It's got flying, and when it enters, you return target non-creature, non-land permanent card with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, where X is the amount of mana spent to cast this creature, and it has Warp for 2 generic and a white. So a 5 mana 5/4 flyer is already a pretty solid card in limited, and this can give you its trigger twice thanks to Warp. Now it is pretty restrictive because it only looks at non-creatures, non-lands, and they need to be mana value X or less, and you're just not always going to have something that you can get back, especially when you Warp it. But when you cast it normally, a few turns later, you are more likely to get something back. The thing that I see this working with the most frequently and the most effectively is probably Spacecraft, because they're not creatures, but they can become creatures. But the fact is, you're not going to have that many things you can get back with this ability, so a lot of what you're getting is just a 5 mana 5/4 flyer. It is worth remembering that Warp works nicely with Spacecraft in general, because that means you can warp this into play and tap it to put 5 charge counters on one of your Spacecraft, which is going to help it become a creature more quickly. This looks like a pretty good card to me, but it's not a bomb or anything. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Auxiliary Boosters, which for 4 generic and a white is a common artifact equipment. When it enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token and attach this equipment to it. The equipped creature gets +1/+2 and has flying, and this has equipped for 3 generic. The baseline here is a 5 mana 3/4 flyer that gives you 2 artifacts, and that's a pretty solid card in this format. With an equip cost of 3, it won't even feel terrible to equip this to other stuff either later in the game, as it's a buff that can make a significant difference. This looks like a pretty nice common for white. It just does a lot of little stuff that I think adds up to a quality card, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Banishing Light, which for 2 generic and a white is a common enchantment, and when it enters, you exile target non-land permanent an opponent controls until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So this is a card that is always good removal because it can hit any non-land permanent. It doesn't always feel super efficient these days as we have more and more creatures with enters, triggers, and stuff like that, and they get a lot of value out of those, so spending 3 at sorcery speed to kill something isn't always great, but the flexibility really helps overcome that. It's always at least a C+ when we see it. It can be better, but it's usually better in sets that have an enchantment theme, and there's a very small one in this format. Not really enough of one for it to get like a big bump, and I think it falls a little short of being premium just because it's a lot clunkier these days than it used to be, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Beyond the Quiet, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a rare sorcery that exiles all creatures in Spacecraft. Sweepers are always pretty awkward and limited, as most games just don't play out in such a way that your opponent is the only one who gets destroyed by this kind of card. Still, a card like this is strong. It can pull you back ahead from being behind in a way that few cards can, but it's pretty bad when you're ahead or at parity when it's kind of a blank card. So, like most 5+ mana sweepers, they don't do anything else but exile and destroy stuff. I think it's probably a C+. Next up, it's Bright Spear Zealot, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/4 human soldier at common. It's got vigilance, and it gets +2/+0 as long as you've cast 2 or more spells this turn. A 3 mana 2/4 with vigilance is honestly a pretty solid card, and this will sometimes be a more impressive 4/4, and you'll be able to do that at instant speed on occasion, which is pretty sweet. It does have a couple of weird things going on in this set with regard to Spacecraft. One of them is that the red-white theme is about having tapped creatures, and you can do that by stationing Spacecraft, but you can also do it by attacking. This guy can't, because he has vigilance, so it's a little bit of a non-bo with cards that pay you off for having tapped stuff, except that it's also good with Spacecraft because you can attack with it and then also station in the same turn, which not that many cards in the set can do, so this looks like a nice common to me. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Cosmogrand Zenith, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/4 human soldier at Mythic rare. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, choose one, create 2 1/1 white human soldier creature tokens, or put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. These triggers are both amazing. You'll make the tokens when you need bodies, and if you've already gone wide, you'll be thrilled with the counters. Double spelling is far from automatic, but cheap warp costs in this set do make it easier than it would be in most, and just waiting until you have a turn where you can play this and a second spell can ensure you get amazing value right away, so even if your opponent untaps and kills Cosmogrand Zenith, you're already ahead, and if they don't kill it, you can usually snowball your way to victory. Throw in the solid stats, and I think we have a card that will help you run away with a lot of games and deliver you good fail case value too, giving it an A-. Next up, it's Dawnstrike Vanguard, which for 5 generic and a white is a 4/5 human knight at uncommon. It's got lifelink, and at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control other than this creature. So here is one of those payouts for having tapped creatures. And it's a pretty strong one. Buffing your entire board except for this permanently is a big deal. And on turns where you can cast this and almost make this feel like an enters trigger, it's going to feel pretty insane. But there are going to be times where you can't do it, and when this is just a 6 mana 4/5 lifelink, it isn't very impressive, but the set is set up in such a way that it's very possible to trigger this once, and even just triggering it once is going to be very powerful and make you feel pretty good about things. And putting those counters on your creatures means it's more likely you can attack effectively with them and trigger it again on the next turn. So overall, I think this does deliver the kind of value you need out of a 6 mana card. It's not going to do it consistently enough to be great, but I do think it's a C+. Next up, it's Dockworker Drone, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/1 artifact creature robot at common. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it, and when it dies, you put its counters on target creature you control. This is a solid 2-drop. It works nicely in the +1/+1 counter decks, as well as the artifact decks, and sometimes you'll be able to do something sweet with the counters when it dies, giving it a C. Next up, it's Dual Sun Adepts, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. It's got double strike, and you can pay 5 generic to give creatures you control +1/+1 until end of turn. The 3 mana 2/2 stat line can be rough, because removal for 1 mana can often take these things down, and there is more than one way to do that at common and uncommon in this format. And that is a big risk. But I think the reward is worth it in this case. A 3 mana 2/2 double striker is at least pretty good at blocking. Like, your opponent can't attack into this 3 mana 2/2 like they can most. And this kind of pump effect being on a creature that's already solid, we've seen it perform well in countless formats at this point, and this is another one that I think gets there. Obviously, buffing itself is a huge deal too because it has double strike, so I think this overcomes the problem of the Grey Ogre stat line, and I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Dual Sun Technique, which for 1 generic and a white is an uncommon instant. Target creature you control gains double strike until end of turn. If it had a +1/+1 counter on it, draw a card. Double strike is pretty nice for a trick, though it's less good on really small creatures than actual stats boosts are. It does still manage to win you most combats, and you can sometimes do lethal out of nowhere. The times where you draw a card with this will feel completely absurd because it probably means you get a 2-for-1, but this also isn't the kind of trick that's useful against removal in any way, shape, or form, and that limits how great it can be in Limited. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Emergency Eject, which for 2 generic and a white is an uncommon instant. It says destroy target non-land permanent. Its controller creates a lander token. This is an artifact with 2 generic, tap, sacrifice this token, and search your library for a basic land, put it onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So, white actually has 2 flexible non-land removal spells in this set between Banishing Light and this, which is interesting. This one's an instant, unlike Banishing Light, but it also gives your opponent a card back. Don't underestimate how significant that is, as you could help them fix and ramp their mana, help them with artifact synergies, help them with the void mechanic, the list goes on. These landers are really good, and giving your opponent one definitely isn't good. That said, it does become less of a problem later in the game, and hitting any non-land for 3 is definitely a big deal at instant speed. You do still kind of 2-for-1 yourself, but this is better than cards like Stroke of Midnight, which give your opponent a 1/1 token instead, because at least you can get like a blocker out of the way and attack without having to worry about a new token being in the way. So I think this is solid removal. It's definitely not great. Giving your opponent a lander is a massive downside, but I think it's a C because it can deal with so many things at instant speed. Next up, it's Exalted Sunborn, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a mythic rare angel wizard. It's a 4/5 with flying and lifelink. And if 1 or more tokens would be created under your control, twice that many of those tokens are created instead, and it has warp for 1 generic and a white. So this would be good even without warp, and that's good because warping it isn't going to be meaningful most of the time in Limited, because you have to have the mana to warp, and then you need to make tokens in the same turn, and that's going to be hard to achieve. It's not impossible, but generally just playing a 5 mana 4/5 flying lifelink by the time you can warp this and put tokens into play is just going to be better than going the other route, because this stat line is really good. I think this is going to make more tokens once you play it on turn 5 and it does some damage, and then you get a couple of lander tokens or robot tokens or whatever later in the game. Mostly though, this is a 5 mana 4/5 flying lifelink, which is a really good card, and occasionally it'll really go off. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Exosuit Savior, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at common with flying. When it enters, you return up to 1 target permanent you control to its owner's hand. Windrake stat lines aren't great, and this kind of upside is often too narrow, especially at sorcery speed, to be worthwhile. There are some cute things you can do with it in this set, beyond the usual rebuying an enters trigger or whatever. Like, you can return something that's stationed, and then if you have the mana to cast it, you can cast it, and then station with it again. It also works with the void mechanic, but overall, this is a badly statted creature with too narrow of upside to be a card that makes the cut regularly, giving it a D+. Next up, it's Flight Deck Coordinator, which for 2 generic and a white is a 3/3 human soldier at common. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you gain 2 life. This has an okay stat line, but the you have stuff tap trigger here is fairly underwhelming. Triggering this kind of thing multiple times is likely to be challenging, and that's what you need to do for this card to really feel worth it. And even then, it's not amazing. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Focus Fire, which for 1 white mana is a common instant that does X damage to target attacking or blocking creature, where X is 2, plus the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control. This is restrictive, since it can only hit attackers and blockers, and that means that for aggro decks, the fact that you can't get a blocker out of the way with it is a pretty big bummer. But for only 1 mana, this can do a ton in terms of trading up, and can often take down sizable creatures. I don't think it's premium, it needs way too much setup and is too narrow, but it's hard not to like this card when it only costs a single mana. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Halia, Guided by Light, which for 2 generic and a white is a 3/3 legendary human soldier at rare. When she or another creature or artifact you control enters, you gain 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, draw a card if you've gained 3 or more life this turn, and she has Warp for 1 white mana. So even if she just had the first ability, she'd be a good card, as solid stats plus lots of incidental life gain is a good place to be. And she'll draw you a card every now and then. I wouldn't count on it a lot. It's not that easy to gain 3 life in a turn off of her triggers alone. You're going to need some other life gain around to really pull it off. And it's doable, but it does take some work. She's not the kind of life gain card draw engine that can do it all on her own. She's going to need a little bit of help. And the fact that you can warp her early and gain a bit of life and maybe even draw a card if you have the opening to do so is pretty sweet. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Hardlight Containment, which for 1 white mana is a rare enchantment aura with enchant artifact you control. When it enters, you exile target creature an opponent controls until this aura leaves the battlefield, and the enchanted permanent has ward 1. So even in this set, you're not always going to have an artifact, but when you do, this isn't too far off from Swords to Plowshares. I mean, sure, your opponent can get their thing back by blowing up whatever you put it on, and that'll hurt, but Ward makes that a little bit more difficult. And doing something like putting this on a lander seems kind of funny, because at least then you don't get 2 for 1 when they destroy it. This isn't quite as good as something like Sheltered by Ghosts, which also gave the thing you put it on +1/+0, and Lifelink, which allowed you to get in with a hit that would gain you some life, giving you even more immediate value. And this is also more narrow, only capable of going on artifacts and not on creatures. But I do think it's an apt comparison. They're going to work similarly, and I think that makes this a B-. Next up, it's Honor, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon sorcery. You put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. I think this is sneaky good. A counter isn't quite worth a card, but you end up paying 1 mana for significantly more than a card worth of value here, and it synergizes nicely with +1/+1 counter stuff in the set. Improving your board and drawing a card is a good feeling. It can help you double spell too. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Honored Knight Captain, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/1 human advisor knight at uncommon. When it enters, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and you can pay 4 generic and 2 white and sacrifice it to search your library for an equipment card, put it onto the battlefield, and then shuffle. I'm already signing up for a 2-mana 1/1 that makes another 1/1. We see that kind of card a lot, and it's always a good 2-drop. Good when you drop it on turn 2, but good at any other point in the game as well, because 2 bodies significantly alter how combat's going to go for your opponent on their next turn. So throw in the fact that you can cheat an equipment onto the battlefield and at instant speed, and you have a card that stays really relevant all game long, and one that has a great baseline. Searching up that 3/4 flyer equipment is going to be particularly nice, and a combo you see a lot because it's a common. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Knight Luminary, which for 3 generic and a white is a 3/2 human knight at common, and when it enters, you create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and it has Warp for 1 generic and a white. This is a pretty good common. I'm already in for this card without Warp. It would be like a C if that's all it was, but with Warp, Well, you have a card that fills 2 separate slots on the curve and helps you go wide and gives you 3 total bodies. That sounds pretty good to me. I'm starting this at a C+, and I could see it going higher. Next up, it's Lightstall Inquisitor, which for 1 white mana is a 2/1 Angel Wizard at rare. It's got Vigilance, and when it enters, each opponent exiles a card from their hand and may play that card for as long as it remains exiled. Each spell cast this way costs 1 generic more to cast, and each land played this way enters tapped. I think this is solid in limited. It's going to be like amazing and constructed as a 1-drop for aggressive white decks. Here, it's just solid. It gives you some pretty good disruption, and I love that they made sure it even nerfs lands. Sometimes attacks won't matter much, and obviously you don't choose the card, your opponent does, which makes it a lot less impressive as your opponent gets to choose something that impacts them the least. But you do get a pretty good return on only 1 mana here. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's a Lumen-class Frigate, which for 1 generic and a white is a rare artifact spacecraft, and like all the spacecraft, it comes with Station, and that means you can tap another creature you control to put charge counters equal to that creature's power on this spacecraft. Station only has a sorcery, and then depending on the number of charge counters on this, you get other effects. In this case, with 2 or more, other creatures you control get +1/+1, and with 12 or more, it becomes a 3/5 with flying and lifelink. I think you'll frequently be able to put 2 charge counters on this the turn it comes down, and that not only means your board gets significantly better for a reasonable cost, it also means that stationing this becomes a lot easier because it's buffing your creatures, making them more capable of putting more charge counters on this. It does still take some time to become a creature in most cases, but a 2-mana Anthem is a card you play anyway, and this one can start contributing damage and gaining you life. So it's going to be awesome upside on a card that's already delivering some pretty real value. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Lux Knight Breacher, which for 3 generic and a white is a 2/2 human knight at common. It enters with a +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature and or artifact you control. This card has a terrible floor, since it's awful when you don't have anything or much going on. Even just 1 counter on this is a bad card, and even 2 isn't something to write home about. There is a high-ish ceiling, but it's still just a big vanilla creature in an ideal world, so it doesn't seem worth the risk to me when the reward is so unexciting. You'll probably play it when you need a 4-drop and you have lots of creatures and artifacts, but you're going to end up cutting this a lot too. I'm giving it a D. Next up, it's Pinnacle Starcade, which for 1 generic and 2 white is a rare artifact. When it enters, you exile all artifacts and creatures with mana value 2 or less until this artifact leaves the battlefield, and you can pay 6 generic and 2 white to put each card exiled with this artifact into its owner's graveyard, then create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token for each card that was put into a graveyard this way, and then you sacrifice the Pinnacle Starcade. So this is symmetrical, so sometimes it'll be tricky making it hurt your opponent more than it hurts you, since most decks run cards that cost 2 or less mana, and the other ability is expensive enough that I don't think you're counting on it reliably being a way to break the symmetry. Plus, in many situations, you're not going to exile that many things, so you won't get that many robots anyway. This feels like a very awkward D in your main deck, but against a deck that is super low to the ground and or one that has lots of tokens, this does get more interesting, so it's an okay sideboard card, probably a C+ against the right opponent. Next up, it's Pulsar Squadron Ace, which for 1 generic and a white is a 1/2 human pilot at uncommon. When it enters, you look at the top 5 of your library. You can reveal a spacecraft card from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. If you didn't put a card into your hand this way, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This is good. It's either a 2-mana 1/2 that draws you a card or a 2-mana 2/3 that helps with +1/+1 counter synergy. I'm pretty happy with either outcome, especially on turn 2. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Radiant Strike, which for 3 generic and a white is a common instant. Destroy target artifact or tapped creature, you gain 3 life. So note that this can destroy any artifacts, not just tapped ones. This is a kind of card where it's easy to misread that because it can only destroy tapped creatures. But anyway, 4 mana for this effect is kind of a lot when it's somewhat narrow, but the life it gains you makes up for that in a significant way, and many people may be tapping their creatures a lot in this set because of the station mechanic. Destroying something your opponent worked really hard to station also sounds pretty sweet for tempo in general in this format. This does fall below premium to me because of the cost, but I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Rayblade Trooper, which for 2 generic and a white is a 2/2 human soldier at uncommon. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and whenever a non-token creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, create a 1/1 white human soldier creature token, and it has warp for 1 generic and a white. So Grey Ogre stats, as always, are pretty brutal, but this has a good interest trigger that you might get access to twice, and that of course sets it up so that you can get tokens more easily too. There are other ways to do stuff with counters in this set too, especially in the green-white color pair, and we've seen a lot of them in white as well, so I think this is actually pretty good, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Reroute Systems, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon instant that says choose one, target artifact or creature gains indestructible until end of turn, or Reroute Systems deals 2 damage to target tapped creature. I like the look of this. 1 mana for indestructibility is a nice way to blank most removal spells, and it occasionally works as a combat trick, and the removal mode will be useful sometimes too, and when it is, it'll often be able to trade up. Sure, both modes are kind of restrictive, but having both of them on a card that only costs 1 mana is pretty nice, giving this a C+. Next up, it's Rescue Skiff, which for 5 generic and a white is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, you return target creature or enchantment card from your graveyard to the battlefield, and if it has 10 or more charge counters, it's a 5/6 flyer. So I like this. It'll add somebody to the battlefield up front, and that means having something that may help this turn into a creature more quickly. With all of these, you have to account for fail cases when you just never turn them into creatures. And while 6 mana to reanimate something from your graveyard isn't amazing, it's a passable fail case that will get you something almost every time it enters. And if you ever turn this into a big flyer, your opponent's really going to be in trouble. I think this is a B-. Next up, it's Scout for Survivors, which for 2 generic and a white is an uncommon sorcery. It says return up to 3 target creature cards with total mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. Put a +1/+1 counter on each of them. So these really cheap white reanimate effects are rarely good and limited. They're just too narrow because they can only bring back really specific things, and you need things in your graveyard to begin with. This one does have me a little intrigued, since you can potentially reanimate multiple things, and that might even be preferable, since they get counters. But even reanimating just a 3-drop with this doesn't seem terrible. You just have to account for the times where you don't have a target, and those are unfortunately fairly common. I think that holds it to a C. Next up, it's Seam Rip, which for 1 white mana is an uncommon enchantment, and when it enters, you exile target non-land permanent opponent controls with mana value 2 or less until this enchantment leaves the battlefield. So Portable Hole was a solid limited card, and this is an enchantment version. It would definitely be better in this set if it was an artifact, but it still does the job. It's narrow, but you can often spend 1 mana to exile 2 mana things, and that is trading up. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's the Seriema, which for 1 generic and 2 white is a rare legendary artifact spacecraft, and when it enters, you search your library for a legendary creature card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And if it gets 7 or more charge counters on it, it becomes a 5/5 flyer, and other tapped legendary creatures you control have indestructible. So this set has fewer legendary creatures in it than we've seen in a while. For example, not all the Signpost uncommons are legendary creatures. So the number of legendary creatures we actually have at lower rarities is actually pretty limited, and I think that really hurts the Seriema. If this was in Final Fantasy, for example, it would have been way better, because most decks just have like 4 legendary creatures that can be tutored up. But in this format, you'll be lucky to have 2. As such, I think this is probably just a D, since it won't deliver much value initially, and it won't be that great once it becomes a creature either. Next up, it's Squire's Lightblade, which for 1 white mana is a common artifact equipment with flash. When it enters, attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains first strike until end of turn. The equipped creature gets +1/+0, and this can equip for 3 generic. So we just saw Coral Sword be an okay card, and this is pretty much the same card, but actually worse, because the equip cost is 2 mana higher. Now, this does work nicely for decks trying to cast multiple spells, because it's so cheap, and it's also an artifact, which matters. But I can't help but think this card won't really give you the card of value you want most of the time. The idea is to use it as a trick and win combat with it, but this buff just doesn't do that good of a job, and then the buff that's left over also is pretty insignificant, especially when it costs 3 mana to move it around, so I think this is a D+. Next up, it's Starfield Shepherd, which for 3 generic and 2 white is a 3/2 angel at uncommon. It's got flying. When it enters, you search your library for a basic plains card or a creature card with mana value 1 or less, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle, and it does warp for 1 generic and a white. I really like this. Warping it is good value that lets you hit a land drop, and casting it later still nets you another card, whether you grab a land or a 1-drop. It's actually sort of reminiscent of Call the Mountain Chocobo, only you don't add to the board right away with this. Not permanently, anyway. Still, this is lots of value on 1 card. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Starfighter Pilot, which for 1 generic and a white is a 2/2 human pilot at common. When it becomes tapped, you surveil 1. 2 mana 2/2s are pretty bad these days. They need some real upside to really overcome that, and this one doesn't really get there. Sure, you're going to tap it to surveil sometimes, especially when you have spacecraft and maybe it attacks early and lets you surveil before trading, but none of that's very exciting. I think it's just a D+. Next up, it's Starport Security, which for 1 white mana is a 1/1 artifact creature robot soldier at common. You can pay 3 generic and a white and tap it to tap another creature, but it costs 2 less to activate if you control a creature with a +1/+1 counter on it. Man, this tap ability used to be so good in Limited in the olden days where most of creatures' value were in their ability to attack or block, but Limited has changed a lot, and we haven't seen one of these tap abilities perform very well in a long time. And I don't see this one being any different, especially when you're paying 4 for it. It's absolutely horrendous. When you're only spending 2 on it, which is doable in a deck like green-white, it does get better. But a lot of the time, you'd much rather be using your mana for effects that have a more permanent impact on the board than you would on a card like this. I just think it's a D. Next up, it's Sunstar Chaplain, which for 1 generic and a white is a 3/2 human cleric at rare. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control, and you can pay 2 generic and remove a +1/+1 counter from a creature you control to tap target artifact or creature. So this isn't always going to give you counters, but even getting 1 out of this will feel like an amazing deal, and it's certainly possible to get more. This can definitely allow you to snowball in the early game if you're able to just curve out and keep swinging, and the tap mode can be useful all game long. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Sunstar Expansionist, which for 1 generic and a white is a 2/3 human knight at uncommon, and when it enters, if an opponent controls more lands than you, you create a lander token, and it has landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature gets +1/+0 until end of turn. So this has good stats, and when you get that interest trigger, it's going to feel pretty insane. Like, if this was always a 2 mana 2/3 that made a lander when it entered, I'd be pretty close to giving it like an A-, because that's just so much value from one card. We also just saw in Final Fantasy that the +1/+0 landfall trigger is surprisingly effective. So this looks like a pretty strong uncommon to me. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Sunstar Lightsmith, which for 3 generic and a white is a 3/3 human artificer at uncommon. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature and draw a card. So this payoff for double spelling is sweet, but pretty much every time we see a 4 mana 3/3 that grows when X happens, it ends up being pretty mediocre and limited. The base stats are just so bad, and even in a deck geared towards second spells, you won't trigger this enough for it to feel great. Drawing a card does make this really strong, and makes it stronger than most versions of this effect we've seen before, but I'm still not super high on this. You know, playing this on 4 and then your opponent can still attack you with all of their creatures with no problem at all feels pretty miserable. And that's going to be what happens a lot of the time. It's going to be a really underwhelming creature for at least 1 full turn and often longer than that. So I think it's a C. Next up, it's Wedgelight Rammer, which for 3 generic and a white is an uncommon artifact spacecraft, and when it enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token, and if you get 9 or more charge counters on it, it's a 3/4 with flying and first strike. I love that this gives you a body up front, and the body even enters untapped, so you can use it right away to put a couple charge counters on this, and once it gets to 9, it has a body that's relevant all game long. Also, it gives you 2 artifacts, which really matters in white, so I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Weft Blade Enhancer, which for 5 generic and a white is a 3/4 Drix Artificer at common. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on each of up to 2 target creatures, and it has Warp for 2 generic and a white. Warping this early and getting a couple of counters will feel okay, and that's good because if this were only the 6 mana mode, it wouldn't be very good. It has bad base stats, and sure, it can put a counter on itself, but the other one has to go somewhere else. It's never really going to feel very efficient when you cast it for 6, but when you factor in warping it and then casting it for 6 later and getting 4 counters out of 1 card, it sounds a lot better, but it still feels pretty underwhelming to me because of the cost of both modes, so I think it's a C-. And our last white card is Zealous Display, which for 2 generic and a white is a common instant, and creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If it's not your turn, untap those creatures. While the untap part is an upgrade over most versions of this effect, it's a pretty minimal one. You only use this kind of card like that in an absolute emergency, since the lack of a toughness boost probably doesn't do you that many favors when you're the one who's blocking. This is still far better when you're attacking, and still only useful in the most narrow of decks that are insanely aggressive. I'm giving it a D+. Alright, so those are all the white cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, I'll look at all the blue ones. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch the rest of the set review, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the set review videos that are already out, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Mythic, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored, colorless, and white cards, and in this video we're looking at all the blue ones. For each of them, I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with the letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. And for this first part of the set review, I'm also only looking at cards from the main set. There are also special guests and a bonus sheet in this set, but those will be looked at in their own video. These are also my evaluations of these cards before it's possible to play this new limited format, because my goal is to have the set review ready for you in time for the pre-release, and as the format comes into focus, I'll be doing videos where I discuss how the format has panned out. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once a set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the blue cards in Edge of Eternities. First up, it's Annul, which for 1 blue mana is an uncommon instant, counter target artifact or enchantment spell. This is a reprint, and it's super efficient, but too narrow to be main deck material. Even in this set, which has a lot of artifacts, most opponents are going to have like 4 or 5 spells this can counter. Sometimes they'll have more, but sometimes they'll have less too, and both needing to have mana up and the right type of spell cast by your opponent makes this a dead card way too often. It's like a D- if you've got to play it in your main deck, which I hope you don't have to, but it's like a C+ out of the sideboard. Next up, it's Atomic Microsizer, which for 1 blue mana is an uncommon artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +1/+0. Whenever a equipped creature attacks, choose up to 1 target creature. That creature can't be blocked this turn and has base power and toughness 1/1 until end of turn, and this can equip for 2 generic. This is a super interesting card, mostly because this attack trigger can do so many things. You can use it on the equipped creature, of course, which basically gives you an unblockable 2/1, something that gets better with creatures that have combat damage triggers and the like, but you can also use it to help another one of your creatures get in instead of the equipped one, and you can also use it on your opponent's creature to shrink it and make it a worse blocker. Having all of these different modes makes this kind of card hard to evaluate, and all of those modes are kind of situational, especially when it comes down to shrinking down your own creature. It's just not worth it all the time. It is more likely to be worth shrinking an opposing creature, but I still see this being an equipment that doesn't really do enough a little bit too often to be great, but it is an artifact and it's cheap, both of which have extra value in a set that has both artifact decks and a deck that cares about double spelling. Overall, I think this is a C, but it's weird enough that I could see it going in either other direction. Next up, it's Cerebral Download, which for 4 generic and a blue is an uncommon instant. Surveil X, where X is the number of artifacts you control, then draw 3 cards. 5 mana to draw 3 at instant speed is okay in some limited formats, and the fact you get Surveil means that this can allow you to see a ton of cards, and maybe even load up your graveyard with value. It's still a card that doesn't add to the board, but it does feel like you're going to see tons of cards when you cast this, and if you can afford to take a turn off, and that's not possible in all limited formats, but if you can do it, this is likely to pull you really far ahead because of your card advantage and card quality. I think the first copy of this, especially in a deck with artifacts, is going to be like a C+, but you don't want too many cards in your deck that don't add to the board. Next up, it's Cloud Sculpt Technician, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 1/4 Jellyfish Artificer at common. It's got flying, and as long as you control an artifact, it gets +1/+0. A 3 mana 2/4 flyer is a solid card, and the hoops this wants you to jump through to get there are pretty easy to jump through, so I think this is a C. Next up, it's Code Cracker Hound, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/1 dog at uncommon. When it enters, you look at the top 2 cards of your library, put one into your hand and the other into your graveyard, and it has Warp for 2 generic and a blue. This is an alternate casting cost, and if you go that route, you exile it at the beginning of the next instep, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. So this is Sibsig Appraiser in dog form, and that was an incredibly powerful limited card, and this is actually better because of Warp, which gives you the ability to get this really good trigger twice, and gives this Hound 3-for-1 potential. You don't always have the time for Warp, of course. Sometimes you need a permanent presence on the board, but the baseline here is still a 2-for-1 that comes with card selection and graveyard synergy. That makes this amazing, and potentially blue's best uncommon, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Consult the Star Charge, which for 1 generic and a blue is a rare instant with kicker for 1 generic and a blue. You look at the top X cards of your library, where X is the number of lands you control. Put one of those cards into your hand. If the spell was kicked, put 2 of those cards into your hand instead. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in a random order. This is a nice card selection spell in the early game, and in the late game, it's going to feel pretty close to something like Dig Through Time, or a more recent card like Stock Up, and that card was incredible. You get to look at a lot of cards and pick the 2 best, and that's great. It still doesn't add to the board, but the efficiency here makes up for that in a big way, giving it a B. Next up, it's Cryogen Relic, which for 1 generic and a blue is a common artifact. When it enters or leaves the battlefield, you draw a card, and you can pay 1 generic and a blue and sacrifice it to put a stun counter on up to 1 target tapped creature. So 4 total mana to draw 2 cards and stun something is a card I'd be interested in a lot of decks, and this lets you divide things up more than that, and you can even do the stun thing at instant speed. That said, only stunning a creature that is already tapped is a pretty big difference from the effects that tap and stun a creature. It's not a useless effect by any stretch, especially because this card will also draw you 2 cards, but I do just want to take note of the fact that that effect is a lot weaker than actually getting to tap the thing too. And that means that this frequently won't add to the board, or at least won't do something that meaningful when you sacrifice it, so I think it's a C. Next up, it's Cryo Shatter, which for 1 blue is a common enchantment aura with enchant creature. Enchanted creature gets -5/-0. When enchanted creature becomes tapped or is dealt damage, destroy it. Lately, they've been giving us super cheap removal in blue, and while this effect doesn't entirely get rid of a creature, which can be problematic when they have static abilities and stuff, plus no matter what, you do allow that creature to block at least once, which itself really minimizes how great a removal spell can be, since it takes an extra step to actually fully remove that creature. But I think all of that's okay because this is so cheap and does deal with like most of what a creature can do. It doesn't quite trade 1-for-1, but because it only costs 1 mana, it's kind of acceptable. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Desculpting Blast, which for 1 generic and a blue is an uncommon instant. Return target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. If it was attacking, create a 1/1 colorless drone artifact creature token with flying, and this token can block only creatures with flying. So 2 mana for this effect without the drone upside here is usually an okay card in limited. A D+, C- level card that sometimes it's better depending on the format to bounce stuff, but usually you go down a card to bounce something. When you do get to trade, it gets a lot better because you use it in response to a combat trick or whatever. And this certainly has some extra oomph in this format because of spacecraft, like bouncing a spacecraft that your opponent spent a ton of time putting charge counters on is pretty nasty. But there's also another sweet mode this has where not only can you bounce something that your opponent's attacking with to generate a body, which is great, even one that's as small and unable to block things as this is. Getting a body is pretty good, but you can actually make that happen even more often because you can bounce your own stuff with this. That can be useful when you want to rebuy an interest trigger. You can just choose to attack with a creature that has an interest trigger you want access to, bounce it, get the 1/1, replay it. You're going to bounce your opponent's stuff with it more often, don't get me wrong, but this does have that mode where you can bounce your own thing when you want to. And the times where you do get the 1/1, especially bouncing your opponent's thing, I mean, it's basically a 2 mana 1/1 flyer that bounces target non-land permanent at instant speed. Like, that is a really strong card, and it's not always going to be that. But this has a couple of different modes that I like the look of, and the floor on the card is reasonably high, so I think it's a B-. Next up, it's Divert Disaster, which for 1 generic and a blue is an instant, and it says counter target spell unless its controller pays 2 generic. If they do, you create a lander token. This is an artifact with 2 generic tap, sack this token, search your library for a basic land, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So 2 mana counter spells can play pretty well in limited, although letting your opponent get out of this for only 2 mana isn't great, especially in the later stages of the game, but at least you get a consolation prize. Basically, you do Divert Disaster because you get a lander token, which keeps you from getting completely blown out when this can't counter something. I'm giving this a C. Next up, it's Emissary Escort, which for 1 generic and a blue is an artifact creature robot soldier at rare, and it gets +X/+0, where X is the greatest mana value among other artifacts you control. So this demands you have some other stuff around. It doesn't count itself, and that means in the early game, it'll often just be a 2 mana 0/4, but there are plenty of artifacts around in blue, so this will often have a pretty beefy body. And you don't even necessarily have to wait until the later stages of the game for that to be true, because this is also kind of a warp payoff. If you warp an expensive artifact, get it on the board, and make this thing have more power, on like turn 3 or something, it's suddenly going to be able to attack a lot more effectively, and I see that happening a reasonable chunk of the time, just like I think it's likely you have artifacts in play a reasonable chunk of the time. So the floor here is bad, and the ceiling's not insane, but it is fairly accessible. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Gigastorm Titan, which for 4 generic and a blue is a 4/4 elemental at uncommon. It costs 3 generic less to cast if you've cast another spell this turn. 2 mana for a 4/4, that's pretty good. And if you can spend your turn 5 casting a 2-drop and then casting this, you'll be reasonably happy with what went down. This is a pretty mediocre top deck though, and if your deck doesn't have enough cheaper spells, it's just not going to be worth running. And the ceiling here is still just an efficient vanilla creature, and not even one you run out super early. It's just one that you get a lot out of for the mana cost when things line up correctly. I think this is a C. Worth remembering, this is another card that can work nicely with cheap warp costs too. Next up, it's Ilvoy Galeblade, which for 1 blue mana is a 1/1 Jellyfish Warrior at common with flash and flying, and you can pay 2 generic and sack it to draw a card. Flash on a 1/1 flyer isn't exactly incredible, like this isn't ambush blocking anything, but you can leave mana up to do other stuff and then cast this if the other stuff doesn't come up. It also gives you a way to trigger double spell payoffs at instant speed, so that certainly matters. Flashing it in and chump blocking and sacking it to draw a card is decent in a pinch, and dropping this on turn 1 is fine too. It's never really going to feel bad, but it's never really going to feel very good either. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Ilvoy Infiltrator, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 1/3 Jellyfish Rogue at uncommon. It can't be blocked if you've cast 2 or more spells this turn, and whenever this creature deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. These stats are bad, but there's some real snowball potential here. Drawing extra cards is a good way to keep on double spelling, so this works well with itself. The trick, though, is triggering it that first time, and unlike a lot of these payoffs, playing this and a second spell in the same turn to get the trigger doesn't achieve anything. So you have to count on casting 2 more spells on a later turn to get it going. So it seems a little slow. It's not going to line up right all the time. So I have a hard time seeing it as more than a C, though if this ends up being really good in the format, as someone who loves thieving magpie-like creatures, I'm going to be pretty happy about it. Next up, it's Ilvoy Lightjammer, which for 1 generic and a blue is a common artifact equipment with flash. When it enters, you attach it to target creature you control. That creature gains hexproof until end of turn. The equipped creature gets +1/+2, and it has equip for 3 generic. This works nicely against removal spells and is serviceable enough in combat, and the fact you can move it around to buff other stuff while also helping with artifact and double spell synergies, just because it's cheap and has flash and is an artifact, makes me think this will be a quality card in most blue decks. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Ilvoy Operative, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 2/1 Jellyfish Rogue at common. Whenever you cast your second spell each turn, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. You kind of need to get 2 counters on this for it to really feel worthwhile, and I think that's a pretty big ask. Sometimes you'll get it to grow a lot, like you'll play it on turn 2 and your opponent will never kill it. But there will also be times where it never grows or only grows once or dies to a 1 mana removal spell, and all of those combined are going to happen more often than this thing like really goes off and gains a bunch of counters. It's still a 2-drop. Decks need them, and when you're trying to double spell, having cheap 2-drops helps as well, so it does synergize with itself in a small way. But overall, this feels like a C- to me. I think it takes too much work for this to feel worthwhile. Next up, it's Lost in Space, which for 3 generic and a blue is a common instant. Target artifact or creature's owner puts it on their choice of the top or bottom of their library, Surveil 1. We've seen a variant of this card in like the last 10 or 12 sets, and it's always quality removal. It's never insane, it's too expensive for that, but 4 mana for a 1/1 trade at instant speed, and some extra value here in the form of Surveil means you're going to be pretty happy playing a couple of these in most blue decks, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Mechan Assembler, which for 4 generic and a blue is a 4/4 robot artificer at uncommon. Whenever another artifact you control enters, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This ability triggers only once each turn. So this text box is really strong. Getting a whole other artifact, a body that can trade for things since it's a 2/2, when you play another artifact or have them enter, it even counts tokens, is really good. But you know what's not is a 5 mana 4/4 that generally won't give you any value up front other than its meager body that your opponent can probably attack into or kill for 3 or less mana. And those are outcomes that are really going to be backbreaking when you play a card like this. It is true, even if you just trigger it a single time, you're going to feel like you've come out ahead, and that is the nice thing about this. I still think it's pretty good, don't get me wrong, but I do think it falls short of being like a premium card just because it's so inefficient for a little bit too long before it usually generates that first token for you. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Mechan Navigator, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 2/1 robot pilot at uncommon. And when it becomes tapped, you draw a card and then discard a card. This card really doesn't feel like an uncommon, right? Like it's so simple and straightforward and not that powerful. But it's not bad. I mean, a 2 mana 2/1 that loots when it becomes tapped is, you know, in a normal set wouldn't be very good because you have a below rate stat line, and attacking with this just to trigger this isn't going to be worth it on a lot of boards. But when you throw stationing in, you can see this looting for you a couple of times before it goes down or has to trade for something. It's also got the artifact type. It's still a pretty underwhelming card overall. It's not exactly the card you're desperately trying to get your hands on to make your deck come together. And I don't even think it'll always make the cut, especially if you have like 2 spacecraft. It's probably not great. Giving it a C-. Next up, it's Mechan Shieldmate, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 3/2 robot soldier at common. It's an artifact creature. It's got Defender, and as long as an artifact entered the battlefield under your control this turn, this creature can attack as though it didn't have Defender. So this will frequently lose Defender, but a vanilla 2 mana 3/2 isn't a very good card in Limited these days. It's not that much better than a 2/2. It is, but it's only slightly better. It still dies to all the cheapest removal in the format. It can still be attacked into easily by a bunch of 1-drops in the format, and there are a lot of 3-drops that are big enough that... So I'm not that high on this. You know, maybe the artifact typing itself, you know, where it's an artifact payoff and an enabler, will help push it higher than I'm expecting, but overall this looks pretty underwhelming. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Mechanizoa, which for 4 generic and 2 blue is a 5/5 artifact creature robot jellyfish at uncommon. When it enters, you tap target artifact or creature an opponent controls and put a stun counter on it, and it is warp for 2 generic and a blue. So if this was always 6 mana 5/5 for this stun trigger, it would be a playable card. Like, you add a body to the board and you don't fully take away from your opponent's board, but you get to tap down whatever their best creature is, which often allows you to have pretty good attacks. Like, that would be a card that you play, especially in decks that care about artifacts and stuff like that. But you throw in Warp, and it does make it substantially better, because unlike most 6-drops, which don't do anything until you get to 6 mana, you can Warp this earlier and get that trigger, while also potentially stationing something for 5, which is a pretty big deal. This is one of those cards that goes really good with that 2 mana 0/4 rare, by the way, because if you warp this on 3, it'll be a 6/4 on turn 3, and you'll stun the opposing creature, so you probably smash in for 6. This is the kind of thing that can enable that card. And yeah, I mean, I think this is a pretty good card all on its own. I'm always really into these Mana War-esque creatures that let you add a body to the board and really significantly impact your opponent's board. And this definitely does it at 6, while also having an earlier game mode that has various synergies with Artifact and Station and all sorts of other stuff going on in the set. So I think this is a pretty good common. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Mental Modulation, which for 1 generic and a blue is a common instant that costs 1 less to cast during your turn. You tap target artifact or creature, and you draw a card. I like this. Spending 2 on it on your opponent's turn would be an okay card, especially in decks looking to double spell, but paying 1 for it on your turn is where things get really sweet, as it opens up the door to better attacks, while also efficiently cycling. It's still not amazing, but it seems like a solid card for mini blue decks in the format, giving it a C. Next up, it's Memenon, the Right Hand, which for 3 generic and 2 blue is a 3/4 Jellyfish Advisor at rare. It's got flying. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may cast artifact spells from the top of your library, and artifacts you control have tap, add blue. Spend this mana only to cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand. So a 5 mana 3/4 flyer isn't the worst stat line ever, and this thing can generate lots of value. There are plenty of artifacts in this set, and even just casting one off the top will make this feel well worthwhile, as it effectively means that you drew a card. You get a 2-for-1. Now, that said, even in an artifact-heavy format, you're typically only going to have like 10 cards in your deck that this lets you cast, and you'll frequently have fewer. But keep in mind that the second ability doesn't actually only specify artifacts. I mean, it does for the mana, but you can use it to help you cast warp stuff, which certainly matters in this set. So the whole package here feels quite good to me, even if it does take a little bit of work and time to go off. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Moonlit Meditation, which for 2 generic and a blue is a rare enchantment aura. It enchants an artifact or creature you control. The first time you would create 1 or more tokens each turn, you may instead create that many tokens that are copies of enchanted permanent. This kind of thing is way too hard to set up in Limited. You risk a 2-for-1 in a big way, and it does stone nothing to upgrade your creature. Sure, getting creature tokens instead of landers seems kind of cool, especially if your creature is amazing, but things have to line up just right. Your creature has to be good, your opponent has to be completely unable to interact, and then you also need to start making tokens. And having all of that line up perfectly, it just won't happen. This card is going to lose you a lot more games than it wins you, either because it does nothing or you get completely blown out. I'm giving it an F. Next up, it's Mouth of the Storm, which for 6 generic and a blue is a 6/6 elemental at uncommon. It's got flying and ward 2, and when it enters, creatures your opponents control get -3/-0 until your next turn. This enters trigger lasting until your next turn is pretty good, as it will typically mean your opponent has no worthwhile attacks, and that's pretty good when you have a huge flyer, and it may also make attacks for the turn you cast this better too, and ward makes sure your opponent can't just spend a tiny amount of mana to kill this, but it's still an expensive creature that can definitely be taken down for 4 or 5 mana in this set. And the enters ability isn't always the most relevant thing, and this does cost a lot of mana, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Nanoform Sentinel, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 3/2 artifact creature robot at common. When it becomes tapped, untap another target permanent. This ability triggers only once each turn. This is kind of cute with stationing stuff, and sometimes it can even help you ramp, but it has an underwhelming upside for a creature with below rate stats. Being an artifact helps a little, but I still think this is a D+. Next up, it's Quantum Riddler, which for 3 generic and 2 blue is a 4/6 Sphinx at Mythic rare. It's got flying. When it enters, you draw a card, and as long as you have 1 or few cards in your hand, if you would draw 1 or more cards, you draw that many cards +1 instead, and it is warp for 1 generic and a blue. So this is kind of like the best Think Twice ever. Drawing with it early is going to be a fine thing to do on turn 2, or at any point before you have 5 mana. And then casting a 5 mana 4/6 that draws you a card when it enters, that's already a bomb level card. It gives you a 2/1 up front and has great stats. Throw in the fact that it has warp and this ability that lets you draw extra cards once you really enter into top deck mode, and you have a card that's just completely insane. It can win the game with its body on its own, but it can also give you insurmountable card advantage in a really easy way. It's going to generate a 3-for-1 even before its ability to draw you extra cards really starts triggering. So this just looks like an A+ to me. Next up, it's Scour for Scrap, which for 3 generic and a blue is an uncommon instant. It says choose 1 or both, search your library for an artifact card, reveal it, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. And the other option is return target artifact card from your graveyard to your hand. So this is a 4 mana draw 2 at instant speed, but you're always going to get 2 artifacts, and one of them will be whatever the best artifact left in your deck is. The other will be whatever it is you can get back from your graveyard. And you do need to be getting both of those consistently for this to be worth it. If you're just using this as a tutor, it's a horrendous card. And if you're just using it to get an artifact from your graveyard to your hand, it's a horrendous card. So you need a lot of artifacts. That's doable in blue. It never adds to the board, which is always a problem. But I do think the 2-for-1 value it generates is going to make this a nice late game play, I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Self-Craft Mechan, which for 3 generic and a blue is a 3/4 artifact.
Dubai's skyline comes to Zurich. Experience borderless luxury investments. For 2 days only, discover Dubai's most iconic properties exclusively at Park Hyatt Zurich. Own prime real estate, pay zero property tax, unlock high return investments, meet Dubai experts, explore projects, and access exclusive investor offers, all without leaving Switzerland. Register now. Your next investment starts here. Dubai's skyline comes to Zurich. Experience borderless luxury investments.
Creature Robot Artificer at common. When it enters, you can sacrifice an artifact, and when you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. 4 mana 3/4s are kind of okay, and sometimes this will be a 4/5 that draws you a card for 4. Although drawing that card isn't quite as great as it seems, since you have to give something up. On the bright side, the set has 3 different kinds of artifact tokens, drones, robots, and landers, all of which are pretty commonplace, so having something expendable is reasonably likely. You can even sacrifice this to itself in a pinch, which is a nice fail case to have on a card that has some pretty good potential to generate something close to a 2-for-1 and improve your attacks the turn it comes down. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Sinister Cryologist, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/3 Jellyfish Wizard at common. When it enters, target creature an opponent controls gets -3/-0 until end of turn, and it is warp for 1 blue. So this kind of effect is super underwhelming as an enters trigger, and pretty underwhelming if you're warping too. The stat line's not good either, but it is at least a good enabler for double spelling thanks to that really cheap warp cost, so I think it's a C-. Next up, it's Specimen Freighter, which for 5 generic and a blue is a 4/7 artifact spacecraft at uncommon. When it enters, you return up to 2 target non-spacecraft creatures to their owner's hands, and it has Station, like all of these spacecraft do, and that means you can tap another creature you control and put charge counters equal to its power on this spacecraft, and depending on the number of charge counters on it, you get some effects. In this case, if it's 9 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/7 flyer, and when it attacks, defending player mills 4 cards. So this card, a lot of its value comes from that enters trigger, and the spacecraft that have enters triggers are the ones that I think will excel the most in Limited because they do something right away instead of just sitting around and waiting to get charge counters, which, you know, they're likely to get them eventually, but they often aren't going to get them quickly enough to overcome the fact that they don't add to the board or change the board. This does by bouncing a couple of things, and that can be a big effect. And then later in the game, it can turn into a pretty real creature. The mill thing is kind of a throwaway effect. Sometimes I guess you can attack into your opponent's 5/5 flyer and try to mill them out, but mostly that's a throwaway effect. But you do still end up with a pretty good flying creature without needing like a million charge counters, and you get an effect right away. So this looks pretty good to me, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Starbreach Whale, which for 4 generic and a blue is a 3/5 whale at common. It's got flying. When it enters, you surveil 2, and it has warp for 1 generic and a blue. A 5 mana 3/5 flyer that surveils 2 when it enters is an okay card. Got high enough toughness and power to be a relevant flyer, and surveil improves your draws a little bit. So throwing in warp here does make it even better, obviously. You're probably only going to do it like on turn 2 though if you have nothing better to do, and that's true for a lot of these that don't have some sort of enters trigger that is more meaningful. Like if your options are play a 2 mana 2/2 or surveil 2 for 2, you're usually going to choose the former because you want to be able to add to the board permanently. But it does still give it extra value. It can surveil 4 ultimately when you get around to it, and that's not a terrible effect for the cost. So this looks pretty solid to me, giving it a C. Next up, it's Starfield Vocalist, which for 3 generic and a blue is a 3/4 human bard at rare. If a permanent entering the battlefield causes a triggered ability of a permanent you control to trigger, that ability triggers an additional time, and it has warp for 1 generic and a blue. So these days, so many creatures have enters triggers, and in this set, you get access to them a little earlier than you normally would because of other cards with warp that have enters triggers, that I think this is going to be able to double triggers reasonably often. Throw in the fact that warp can mean sometimes you can spend like 2 on this and then play like a 4-drop that turn that has a really good enters trigger and double it, in addition to the fact that you can cast the Vocalist again later, and being able to do that is certainly flexibility added onto this card. And it also has a passable stat line. I just think these days we have so many enters triggers, especially in a set that has warp, that this is going to end up being pretty good, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Starwinder, which for 5 generic and 2 blue is a 7/7 Leviathan at rare. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may draw that many cards, and it has warp for 2 generic and 2 blue. So you're going to be really happy to warp this one on any turn when you know you're going to get an attacker in, as this can draw you multiple cards. It draws one for every single damage your creatures do, so you can get insane value. Then, playing this as a 7-mana 7/7 later in the game is no joke either, as it can threaten to draw lots of cards, and can even do it on its own. It's even a May clause, which takes away the risk of drawing too many cards. The downside here is that you aren't always in a spot where you can draw those cards, but I think you'll be able to often enough, either when you warp it or cast it normally, for this to be a B+. Next up, it's Steel Swarm Operator, which for 1 generic and a blue is a 1/1 artifact creature robot soldier at uncommon. It's got flying and it can tap for blue, spend this mana only to cast an artifact spell. It can also tap for 2 blue, but you can spend this mana only to activate abilities of artifact sources. So this has some pretty bad stats, and I think that holds it back in a big way. This set does have enough artifacts for these abilities to be useful, though. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Synthesizer Lab Ship, which for 1 blue mana is a rare artifact spacecraft. If you get 2 or more charge counters on it, at the beginning of combat on your turn, up to 1 other target artifact you control becomes an artifact creature with base power and toughness 2/2 and gains flying until end of turn. And if you get 9 or more charge counters on it, it becomes a 4/4 with flying and vigilance. So you only spend a single mana on this, but you end up getting quite a bit of value, even if it does take some time. It reminds me a little bit of a card like Sleep Cursed Fae, a 1 mana 3/3 that was irrelevant for several turns, but then became a very real card. This will probably take even longer to turn into a creature most of the time, but its first ability unlocks at only 2 charge counters, and it can even turn non-creature artifacts into creatures, or upgrade a non-creature artifact you have that wasn't going to be able to attack into one that can, because now it's a 2/2 flyer. You do probably need to be able to consistently do something with that first ability to really get this going, but it's really not hard to like a 1 mana card that turns into a very real threat, so I think this is a B. Next up, it's Tractor Beam, which for 2 generic and 2 blue is an uncommon enchantment aura with enchant creature or spacecraft. When it enters, you tap enchanted permanent. You control enchanted permanent. Enchanted permanent doesn't untap during its controller's untap step. They've been pretty creative with mind control effects lately, really nerfing the power of the card you steal, but they've all still ended up being solid or better. It's kind of clunky removal to be sure, and it not untapping limits the usefulness of the card you steal, but that still makes the floor of this card a removal spell, albeit a clunky sorcery speed one. The times when you steal a creature with some kind of static effect or activated ability that doesn't require tapping will feel super absurd. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Unravel, which for 1 generic and 2 blue is an uncommon instant. Counter target spell. If the amount of mana spent to cast that spell was less than its mana value, you draw a card. So this is going to be cancel most of the time, which isn't great. Having to leave up 1 generic and 2 blue at the right time to counter a spell can be tough and limited. Cancel's usually like a D+, but when you counter a warped card with this, it's going to feel pretty nasty. And it'll feel especially bad when it happens to you, because when you warp a creature, you're like, yeah, I'm going to warp this, get some value now, get some value later. There's no risk here. Well, if they unravel it, that's going to be a pretty backbreaking play because you aren't going to be getting either effect out of the creature. But I'm not sure that upside does enough for me to feel really great about this counterspell. That double blue just ends up being such a pain in so many games of limited that I don't think this is great overall. It does have this ceiling that's pretty sweet, but it's not like every card in the format has warp, so I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Uthros Psionicist, which for 2 generic and a blue is a 2/4 jellyfish scientist at uncommon. The second spell you cast each turn costs 2 generic less to cast. It can be challenging to actually take advantage of discounts like this, especially later in the game. At that point, you either have enough mana that it doesn't matter, or you don't have the means to double spell because you're in top deck mode. But it can also allow for like an amazing turn 4, and it has a passable stat line, so I think it's solid. It does get better with stuff like card draw, since then you are more likely to be able to take advantage of the discount, even in the late game, giving it a C. Next up, it's Uthros Scan Ship, which for 3 generic and a blue is a 4/4 spacecraft at uncommon. When it enters, you draw 2 cards and then discard a card, and if it gets 8 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/4 flyer. So this doesn't add to the board right away, but that enters trigger is an okay one. I do worry that it's too slow, especially because the payoff for stationing it isn't that exciting for the amount of work you have to do, and for a card that didn't add to the board initially, so I'm giving it a C. Our last blue card is Weft Walking, which for 4 generic and 2 blue is a mythic rare enchantment. When it enters, if you cast it, shuffle your hand and graveyard into your library, then draw 7 cards. The first spell each player casts during each of their turns may be cast without paying its mana cost. This card's a little bit weird. but I actually think it's pretty good in limited. The wheel effect only lets you draw 7 new cards, and reloading your hand entirely is huge. The downside is, of course, you give your opponent a free spell before you get to have one, but by the time you play this in a lot of games, it won't matter that much that your opponent has a free spell every turn, because they only have 1 spell per turn available to them in the first place. Meanwhile, you have a hand full of cards when you untap, and can most definitely take advantage of casting something for free, and then probably cast a bunch of other stuff. Now, it still doesn't add to the board, and being behind with this sounds pretty miserable. However, drawing 7 cards is nuts, even with the associated downsides, giving this a B. So, those are all the blue cards in Edge of Eternities. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the rest of the set review videos that are already out there, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored, colorless white and blue cards, and in this video we're looking at all the black ones. For each of these cards I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, we're only talking about draft and sealed, and that means I'm only talking about cards that can be found in the main set in play boosters. There will also be a separate video after I look at all the main set cards that looks at the special guests and the bonus sheet. But for example, cards from the commander decks aren't going to be in this video because those cards aren't in the limited format. These are also my evaluations of the set before playing with the cards in it, and that's because my goal is to get this set review done for you ahead of the pre-release. But as the format comes into focus, I'll be doing videos on how things have actually turned out. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you'll also get a spreadsheet with all of my grades once a set review is complete. If those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's look at all the black cards in Edge of Eternities. First, we've got Alfariel, Stone Chosen, which for 3 generic and 2 black is a 3/3 legendary creature human cleric at Mythic Rare. It has Ward, discard a card at random, and it has Void. This is a mechanic in the set which means a card gets better if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn, or if a spell was warped this turn. And in the case of Alfariel, when he attacks, the defending player loses half their life rounded up if you've triggered Void that turn. A 5-mana 3/3 is pretty bad, but at least Ward means your opponent has to 2-for-1 themselves to kill him with removal. Of course, the question is, how much do they really need to take care of him? He's small enough that it's likely all of their creatures can just swing right into him after you spend 5 mana on him, and that's a bad feeling. His Void ability is good, of course, and can put them under pressure, but this type of ability is always surprisingly difficult to trigger consistently, and because it's an attack trigger, you always have to wait at least a turn to do it. But that's part of the problem. I already think Void is often narrow enough because you need to have a card with Void in play and actually trigger it, which is of course doable. It's just not automatic either, even with Warp and stuff and Landers and all of that in the set. But in the case of Alfariel, he also has to attack, and that means a lot of the time you won't even be able to trigger it. The best way to trigger it with him will be to warp something because you have more control over, but all of that is a lot of different hoops to jump through, and a card with a pretty bad baseline just because it's a 5-mana 3/3. The ward does keep him from being completely terrible. It makes it more likely he sticks around and gets the attack in, and if your opponent is worried about him, they do have to 2-for-1 themselves. So I think he's still like a good card, but he's not anywhere close to being a bomb or a great or anything else. I think he's just a C+. Next up, it's Archenemy's Charm, which for 3 black mana is a rare instant, and it has 3 options, like all charms do. You can exile target creature or planeswalker, you can return 1 or 2 target creature and or planeswalker cards from your graveyard to your hand, or you can put 2 +1/+1 counters on target creature you control, and it gains lifelink until end of turn. Triple black is pretty tough and limited, but if you're good at making that kind of mana, you have a card that is most frequently going to be removal. But the other 2 modes are nice too. If this was too generic in a black to cast, it'd be like a B+, maybe even an A- because of its efficiency and flexibility. All 3 of these modes are good in the right situation, and the removal mode is pretty much always good, but triple black is a very real hurdle, one that knocks it all the way down to C+. Next up, it's Beamsaw Prospector, which for 1 generic and a black is a 2/1 human artificer at common, and when it dies you create a lander token. This is a new token in the set that's an artifact, and you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to search up a basic land card, put it on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. So you do get 2 permanents out of 1 card here in most situations, but the 2 mana 2/1 stat line does make it hard to consistently trade with it. It is nice sacrifice fodder though, gives you 2 things to sacrifice, and that's definitely relevant in black in this set. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Blade of the Swarm, which for 3 generic and a black is a 3/1 insect assassin at uncommon, and when it enters, choose 1. Put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature, or put target exiled card with warp on the bottom of its owner's library. I don't feel very good about either of these modes. A 4 mana 5/3 is not a good card, and a 4 mana 3/1 that exiles a warp card isn't great either. Most warp creatures will have already generated value by the time this can go after them, and while it's certainly upside when you take one of those away from your opponent's exile, it's not amazing. You can go after your own warped card too, but that makes even less sense. So, like, this is a modal creature, but both modes on this would be like a D- level card, and having the option between the two is probably only enough for it to be a D. Next, it's Corral of the Void, which for 3 generic and a black is a rare enchantment aura with enchant creature you control. Whenever enchanted creature attacks, put target creature card from defending player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, tapped and attacking, and it has Void. At the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this aura, unless a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn. This will not line up right a lot of the time. Like, the dream is attaching it to your creature, attacking with it in the same turn and reanimating something amazing from your opponent's graveyard, and it even enters tapped and attacking. Problem is, your opponent won't always have something worth getting, or you won't have an attack that's worth making. And you're also opening yourself up to the very big risk of a 2-for-1 with this clunky 4 mana enchantment. The good news is, you do keep the creature that comes back permanently, even if Corral of the Void goes away, so getting it back can be backbreaking when it does line up, especially because if your opponent does kill the thing you reanimated, you're just going to get it back. Of course, they're usually just going to kill whatever you're attacking with as opposed to what you reanimated. So, if this was just 4 mana reanimated creature from your opponent's graveyard, it'd still be a little bit too situational to be great. And this is worse in many ways since it requires an extra step before which you can really get blown out if you're not careful. The creature entering attacking can be better, but it's not always. Sometimes you want to reanimate something that you don't want to put into harm's way. And a lot of the time, being able to reanimate something that can protect you is part of what makes reanimate good, and that won't ever be the case here. So overall, this doesn't look great to me. I think it's like a D, and I wouldn't be surprised if it's just an F. Next up, it's Comet Crawler, which for 2 generic and a black is a common insect horror with lifelink, and when it attacks, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact. If you do, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. A 3 mana 2/3 with lifelink is like, okay, and there are enough expendable artifacts in this set for it to attack as a 4/3 lifelinker a decent chunk of the time. If you're also triggering other stuff like Void and getting it going, it gets to be even better. So it has some nice synergy in the set that I think helps elevate it beyond what it looks like on face value. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Dark Endurance, which for 1 generic and a black is a common instant that costs 1 generic less to cast if it targets a blocking creature, and target creature gets +2/+0 and gains indestructible until end of turn. It's usually super risky to use a combat trick when your creature is blocking, since it's more likely your opponent has mana up and can interact during their own turn. However, the cost going down to 1 mana in those situations does make it less risky, but it's still way better to use in response to removal or on an attacking creature though, as that's less risky and still pretty strong. The stats boost plus indestructibility can really make things go badly for your opponent, giving this a C. Next up, it's Decode Transmissions, which for 2 generic and a black is a common sorcery. You draw 2 cards and lose 2 life, and it has Void. If an on-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, instead you draw 2 cards, and each opponent loses 2 life. So here's the usual life loss, sorcery speed card draw spell that black gets, with an interesting twist, since sometimes you'll make your opponent lose the life instead. But it's still not great. It doesn't add to the board, and you lose life at the same time way too often for this to be a great card draw spell. It's been a while since we've seen one that just does draw 2 really excel. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Depressurize, which for 1 generic and a black is a common instant. Target creature gets -3/-0 until end of turn. Then, if that creature's power is 0 or less, destroy it. This is pretty good. It's going to be capable of killing most 3-drops, and there are plenty of more expensive creatures it can take down too. Sometimes your opponent will be able to find a way to keep their creature's power from going too low, and that'll be a bummer, but most of the time that'll still mean that they had to use up a card to save their creature. This is instant speed, it can easily trade up, and I think that makes it premium removal, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Dubious Delicacy, which for 2 generic and a black is an uncommon artifact food with flash. When it enters, up to 1 target creature gets -3/-3 until end of turn. You can pay 2 generic and tap it and sack it to gain 3 life, or you can pay 2 generic and tap it and sack it to have target opponent lose 3 life. This looks really good. It's a good removal spell. Even if this just was an instant that did -3/-3, it'd be pretty good. But being an artifact is way better in this set, especially because you also can use it to gain life or take life away from your opponent. I mean, if this were 5 mana for the removal effect and then either +3 or -3 life, I'd be pretty high on that. And this is way better because you can pay in installments and it's an artifact. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Elegy Acolyte, which for 2 generic and 2 black is a 4/4 human cleric at rare. It's got lifelink. Whenever 1 or more creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you draw a card and lose 1 life. And it has a void trigger that happens at the end step, and you make a 2/2 colorless robot artifact, creature token. This is great. A 4-mana 4/4 with lifelink is a card you play 100% of the time. Then you add the combat damage trigger, which means that if you have a remotely good attack the turn you play this, you have a good chance of drawing a card. And then add in the fact that you get a robot out of this when you trigger Void is just amazing. Especially because those 2 things work well together. Your opponent might only have a trade with the thing you attack with, and that means your opponent has to choose between trading for it, which will ultimately give you a 2/2, at the end of your turn, or letting the creature hit them and allowing you to draw a card. That's a true pick your poison scenario, and it's not far-fetched. That's what this card is going to cause combat to turn into. So you throw in the good stats, and we have a bomb that can easily run away with games, giving it an A. Next up, it's Embrace Oblivion, which for 1 black mana is a common sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, sacrifice an artifact or creature, destroy target creature or spacecraft. So Bone Splinters and its ilk usually aren't amazing in limited. Basically, you have to 2-for-1 yourself too often for it to be great, but the more expendable stuff you have, the better something like this gets. It's probably a D in your typical black deck, but a C+ in a deck with good fodder, like lots of artifact tokens and stuff. Next up, it's Entropic Battle Cruiser, which for 3 generic and a black is a rare artifact spacecraft, and like all spacecraft, it has station, which means you tap another creature you control and put charge counters equal to that creature's power on this spacecraft, only at sorcery speed, and you get effects out of this depending on how many charge counters are on it. For example, if there are 1 or more, whenever an opponent discards a card, they lose 3 life, and if there are 8 or more, it becomes a 3/10 with flying and death touch, and when it attacks, each opponent discards a card, and each opponent who can't loses 3 life. So this level 1+ mode isn't going to do much. There's not a significant enough discard theme in this set for that to be worth a card, and that's pretty bad news on your 4-drop. Now, once it has 8 or more counters, it does get really good since it gives you a big creature that can pick apart the opponent's hand while pressuring them in a significant way. That said, I think this does nothing for a little bit too long to be anything special. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Faller's Faithful, which for 2 generic and a black is a 3/1 human wizard at uncommon. When it enters, destroy up to 1 other target creature. If that creature wasn't dealt damage this turn, its controller draws 2 cards. This is a cool design. It can be the usual destroy a damaged thing creature that black always gets. None of those end up being very good. But in a pinch, this can also go after any creature. And while letting your opponent draw 2 is obviously a huge downside, it does mean that the Faithful is great in situations where killing 1 blocker allows you to do lethal. And those situations definitely happen. And what this card usually is capable of, only destroying a creature that's been damaged, is horrible in that kind of situation. It does have bad stats, and typically you have to give your opponent card advantage one way or another for this to kill something, whether you use up a card to damage their creature or let them draw 2. It is interesting, like if this were just a 3-mana 3/1 with this first sentence, a creature that enters and destroys target creature, it would be like an A-, just because you're adding a body to the board and removing something else and getting a very real 2-for-1, but this can basically never deliver a 2-for-1, no matter how you use it. So I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Fel Graveship, which for 2 generic and a black is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, you mill 3, then return a creature or spacecraft card from your graveyard to your hand, and if it gets 8 or more charge counters, it's a 3/2 with flying and lifelink. This reminds me a bit of Carrion Cruiser from Ether Drift. It has the same mana value, but a better enters trigger and more upside, since it has flying and lifelink once it has enough charge counters. While this card doesn't really add to the board immediately, it does give you a card up front and helps you with other graveyard synergy in this set too, and whatever you get back might even be able to help station it. I'm giving this a B-. Next up, it's Gravblade Heavy, which for 3 generic and a black is a human soldier at common, and as long as you control an artifact, it gets +1/+0 and has Death Touch. A vanilla 4-mana 3/4 is like a D at best, but a 4-mana 4/4 with Death Touch is obviously quite a bit better, and I think you'll be able to meet that requirement relatively easy in black. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Grav Kill, which for 3 generic and a black is a common instant and exiles target creature or spacecraft. This is a little bit costly, but the fact it can hit creatures or spacecraft, exiles, and only has 1 colored pip helps make up for a lot of that. Being an instant means it can produce some real blowouts sometimes too. I think this is sort of teetering right on the edge of premium removal. The cost is high, but so is the power. I'm going to start it at a C+, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's more like a B-. Next up, it's Gravpack Monoist, which for 2 generic and a black is a 2/1 human scout at common. It's got flying, and when it dies, you create a tap 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. This is a good rate. A 3-mana 2/1 flyer obviously isn't a good starting point, but dying into a very real token is awesome, even if it does enter the battlefield tapped. This is very capable of generating 2-for-1s on the cheap, and I like that on a common, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Hull Carver, which for 1 black mana is a 1/1 artifact creature robot assassin at common, and it has Death Touch. 1 mana 1/1s with Death Touch are always solid or better in limited. They can trade for anything and really alter the board no matter when you get them, so they're pretty nice. I think this one's going to fall into the or better category, as being a 1-drop artifact itself has value in this set, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Hilderblade, which for 1 black mana is an uncommon artifact equipment. The equipped creature gets +3/+1, and it has a void trigger at the beginning of your instep, which allows it to attach to target creature you control, and it has equip for 4 generic. So, a 1-mana artifact with equip 4 and this buff is terrible. Though, this set having an artifact theme probably makes it almost okay. 4 mana is just way too much though, and you often don't have time for that, especially after playing a 1-drop that doesn't add to the board. There are plenty of ways to trigger Void, of course, and this equipping for free is good, but it occupies an awkward space where you need something to have left the board, but you also need something to equip this to. And while that can line up, there's going to be a reasonable percentage of the time where achieving both in the same turn is a real challenge. I also don't love that if you aren't playing this like on turn 1 and you draw it later, it's never going to equip for free until you're in step, and if you don't have the extra mana left over, you're not going to be able to equip it, and so it will go quite a while before actually adding to the board. All of that said, I do think this is going to make the cut in decks that really care about artifacts, and when it does equip for free, it's going to feel pretty good. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Hymn of the Faller, which for 1 generic and a black is an uncommon sorcery. It surveils 1, then you draw a card and lose 1 life, and it has Void, draw another card. So without Void, this would be like a D+. Seeing 2 cards for 2 mana isn't too bad, and this does contribute 2 cards to the graveyard, or at least it can. But with Void, this becomes incredibly good. 2 mana to draw 2 with a Surveil in there is incredibly efficient, and the Hymn is cheap enough that finding a window to cast it and get that trigger is doable. It won't always happen, of course, but the baseline's an okay card, and it would be like a B+ if you could always trigger it, so I think it's a C+. Next up, it's Insatiable Skittermaw, which for 2 generic and a black is a 2/2 insect horror at common. It's got Menace, and it has an instep Void effect, and you put a +1/+1 counter on it. We've seen almost this exact card several times. That is a 3 mana 2/2 Menace. It gets a counter when the right thing happens. and they've all been pretty awful. 3 mana 2/2 is a miserable starting point, and you just can't consistently get a counter on this quickly enough to make up for it. It's a D. Next up, it's Lightless Evangel, which for 1 generic and a black is a 2/2 vampire cleric at uncommon, and whenever you sacrifice another creature or artifact, you put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. A 2 mana 2/2 isn't a great starting point, and this only triggers off of sacrifices, so it grows in a narrow number of situations. But the good news is that black, and this format in general, has a decent amount of sacrifice because of lander tokens and robot tokens, so growing this will definitely happen. You'll just also have a 2 mana 2/2 that you can't grow a little too often for this to be anything special, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Monoist Circuit Feeder, which for 4 generic and 2 black is a 4/4 artifact creature Nautilus. It's got flying, it's an uncommon, and when it enters, until end of turn, target creature you control gets +X/+0, and target creature an opponent controls gets -0/-X, where X is the number of artifacts you control. I like this a lot. It's going to be a premium uncommon for any deck that has artifacts. Even on its own, it'll do +1/+0 to something on your side and -0/-1 to something on theirs, and that card would probably be like a D+ or a C-, but it has a way higher ceiling than that. And there are plenty of black artifacts in the set to really get this going. It's a little expensive, and the body isn't great, but it delivers huge value up front, and that more than makes up for that. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Monoist Sentry, which for 1 black mana is a 4/1 artifact creature robot at uncommon, and it's got Defender. Most of this card's value comes from the fact that it can trade up really easily. Like most 2, 3, and 4 drops can't attack into this without dying. It's going to kind of feel like a 1 mana 1/1 with Death Touch a decent chunk of the time. The bad news is it's really bad against like tokens, which you really don't want to trade for. But it's also an artifact, and that has real value in the set, so I think this comes out as a C overall. Next, it's Perigi Beckoner, which for 4 generic and a black is a 4/5 horror at common. When it enters, until end of turn, another target creature you control gets +2/+0 and gains. When this creature dies, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control, and it has Warp for 1 generic and a black, which means you can cast it for this alternate cost, but if you do it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. This trigger is interesting. Most of the time we see it on combat tricks, and not as an effect that you get before combat, which is substantially worse. Still, it can force a creature through that couldn't attack before, whether you warp it or cast it normally, and it has kind of an acceptable body, so I think it's a C. Next up, it's Requiem Monolith, which for 2 generic and a black is a rare artifact, and you can tap it, and until end of turn, target creature gains. Whenever this creature is dealt damage, you draw that many cards and lose that much life. That creature's controller may have this artifact deal 1 damage to it, activate only as a sorcery. This is a cool design. Basically, you can tap this to draw a card in most situations, and using this on a creature and also sending it in can create a real headache for your opponent. It's a little slow and doesn't add to the board right away, but it does feel like it's going to generate significant card advantage in many games, and just being an artifact is likely to help out your deck in general, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Scrounge for Eternity, which for 2 generic and a black is an uncommon sorcery. As an additional cost to cast it, you have to sacrifice an artifact or a creature, and then you return target creature or spacecraft card with mana value 5 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield, then create a lander token. This is a really interesting design for the black reanimation spell, and you do get 2 cards from this card's main effect, the reanimation and the lander, and while it does have a mana value restriction, this is way cheaper than most black reanimation spells, so it makes sense they went that route. One thing to note about this is that you can sacrifice a creature and then reanimate the same creature. That's not amazing unless that creature has a death or enters trigger, but it does mean you get a lander, and it means that this is less of a dead card than most reanimation spells are when your graveyard is empty. And obviously, if you sacrifice something expendable and bring back something that's already in your graveyard, that's a really good mode too. So I actually like this because it's so cheap, it's basically never going to be an entirely blank card, and getting a lander out of this is going to feel pretty good. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Sothera, the Super Void, which for 2 generic and 2 black is a mythic rare legendary enchantment. Whenever a creature you control dies, each opponent chooses a creature they control and exiles it. And at the beginning of your end step, if a player controls no creatures, sacrifice Sothera, then put a creature card exiled with it onto the battlefield under your control with 2 additional +1/+1 counters on it. This is pretty cool. If you have creatures in play when you play this, which isn't a huge ask, it will really wreak havoc on the game because it makes your opponent lose a creature anytime you lose one, making trades and removal a losing proposition for them, making sacrificing permanents really good. And then whether you or your opponent run out of creatures, Sothera eventually brings back one of the exiled cards, and it's significantly better than it was before. Now, it does need for there to be something of a board state, but I think on most of them, this causes serious problems for your opponent and makes combat in most situations almost impossible. So it takes some minimal setup, and there are going to be times where it sort of feels like an enchantment that doesn't add to the board, but those will be few and far between. I think this is a bomb. I'm giving it an A-. Next up, it's Sunset Saboteur, which for 1 generic and a black is a 4/1 human rogue at rare. It's got Menace and Ward, discard a card. And when it attacks, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature an opponent controls. So a 2-mana 4/1 with Menace with Ward, discard a card would be like a B+. I would even entertain a conversation for an A- because it's so efficient. Your opponent has to give up 2 things most of the time, whether they block it or use a removal spell on it. And if they don't, it can kill them really, really quickly. But of course, this comes with a colossal downside. Giving your opponent stuff +1/+1 counters isn't great, but I do still think this ends up being a pretty quality 2-drop overall. Like, you can just stop attacking if you don't want your opponent to keep getting counters, and then you have a card that's okay at trading up. So you get to make some decisions here that I think make this card look a little better than it might seem at first because of its downside. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Susurian Dirgecraft, which for 4 generic and a black is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, each opponent sacrifices a non-token creature, and when it gets 7 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/3 flyer. Attaching removal to a spacecraft is definitely a way to get me to like it, even when it's only an edict effect, which tend to be a lot weaker on turn 5 than they are in the early game. But still, it takes a card away from your opponent, most of the time, hopefully, and only asks for a modest number of charge counters to get going. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Susurian Voidborn, which for 2 generic and a black is a 2/2 vampire soldier at uncommon, and when this creature or another creature or artifact you control dies, target opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life, and it has warp for 1 black mana. These aristocrat effects always tend to play pretty well in limited, and this one counts itself, so even if your opponent takes it down right away, 1 life gets drained, and that's an okay trade. The warp on this is interesting because, like, it's not the kind of thing that's worth warping on turn 1, which you can do, but there's not really a reason to. But if you do have a turn where you want to add some other stuff to the board, and you have good attacks, this trigger is a nice thing to have basically if you're ever going to enter combat, and being able to only spend 1 mana to get that trigger at first is fine. I do think this is one you're just going to cast more often than you do anything else. I don't love the Grey Ogre stat line, but I think because it gives you value almost no matter what, and then really wreaks havoc on combat if it sticks around, I think that makes it a pretty good card, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Swarm Color, which for 3 generic and a black is a 2/4 insect warrior at common. It's got flying, and when it becomes tapped, you may sacrifice another creature or artifact, and if you do, you draw a card. A 4-mana 2/4 isn't great, but it's kind of okay, and this tap trigger is pretty useful. And remember, it'll go off when you're attacking or stationing, and this is another black card that requires fodder to be worthwhile, but I think enough decks will have enough fodder for this to be fine, giving it a C. Next up, it's Temporal Intervention, which for 2 generic and a black is a common sorcery, and it has Void. This spell costs 2 generic less to cast, and target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it, that player discards that card. So cast normally, this is Coercion, which is not a good card in limited. It's just too much mana for a conditional 1/1 that doesn't add to the board. But if you're spending 1 on this consistently, it does get way better. Setting it up doesn't sound impossible, but this card has such a bad floor that I don't think it's that good overall. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Timeline Color, which for 2 black mana is a 2/2 Drix Warlock at uncommon with haste. You can cast it from your graveyard using its Warp ability, and its Warp ability is 1 black mana, pay 2 life. So a 2-mana 2/2 haste is okay, although the double black does mean you can't consistently drop it on turn 2, but the fact you can bring this out of your graveyard over and over again is pretty sweet. It means your opponent has to account for the damage it can do, and that you have a pretty cheap way to recur something that's good for sacrificing. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Tragic Trajectory, which for 1 black mana is an uncommon sorcery. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn, and it has Void. That creature gets -10/-10 until end of turn instead. So even without the Void mode, this would be a really good removal spell. 1 mana for -2/-2, even at sorcery speed, is going to give you lots of great exchanges where it trades up. Add in the Void mode and you have a card that can kill pretty much anything for 1 mana on many turns, and yeah, this is very easily premium removal, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Umbral Collar Zealot, which for 1 generic and a black is a 3/2 human cleric at uncommon, and you can sacrifice another creature or artifact to surveil 1. This has nice stats and a free sacrifice ability with no restrictions. Sure, surveil 1's not that exciting, but it does mean you can cash stuff in at instant speed, and if you have any payoffs for doing that at all, this can do some serious work, giving it a C+. Next, it's Virus Beetle, which for 1 generic and a black is an artifact creature insect at common. When it enters, each opponent discards a card. When we saw this in Neon Dynasty, it was one of Black's best commons. The 2-mana 1/1 that makes the opponent discard a card is virtually always a solid card in Limited, as a disruption coupled with the body on the board just ends up being a great turn 2 play, and it can stay relevant beyond that. Throw in the fact it's an artifact in a set where that matters, and it also makes great sacrifice fodder because it claims a card up front, and this is likely to again be one of the best commons in Black. The one thing this set doesn't have is Ninjutsu, which also made Virus Beetle extra good, but I think with everything going on in this set, this still looks pretty good. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Void Forged Titan, which for 4 generic and a black is a 5/4 robot warrior at uncommon, and it has Void. At the beginning of your end step, you draw a card and lose 1 life. So the bad stats and the conditional trigger will keep this from being very good. Sure, if you draw with it even once, you'll feel all right about things, and there are ways to set that up, but we've seen these sorts of triggers be difficult, even in sets that have a bunch of synergy for them, because you not only need to play this, you have to have triggered Void that turn to immediately generate value with it, and if you don't, you're playing a really subpar creature that's going to need some time to get going, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Vote Out, which for 3 generic and a black is an uncommon sorcery with Convoke, and it destroys target creature. Convoke always plays really well in Limited. That's one of the reasons I'm kind of high on Spacecraft, at least higher than I've seen a lot of people be, because something like Convoke, where you tap your creatures down just to decrease the cost of a spell, has been really good in the past. It's just really easy to have a turn where you can feel fine about tapping things down to cast this on the cheap. Obviously, if it always costs 4, it'd be like a C at the very best, but it will very rarely cost that much, and even casting it for 3 mana is a much better deal. I think it's premium, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Zoo Ifrit, Osteoharmonist, which for 1 generic and 2 black is a 2/3 human wizard at rare. It's legendary, and you can tap it to return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's a skeleton in addition to its other types and has no abilities. Activate only as a sorcery. So this is a repeatable way to reanimate stuff, and the stuff you get back also doesn't have a finality counter, so there are some serious shenanigans that can be had here, since you can reanimate the same creature multiple times. Now, that creature is going to be weaker than it would normally be, but if you think of this as like a 3-mana 2/3 that can tap and put a 1/1 skeleton into play, or a 2/2 skeleton into play, or maybe a bigger one, it starts to sound a lot better than it looks at first. And you do need to set up your graveyard a little bit, but even just activating this ability a single time, which doesn't cost any mana, is going to feel pretty good. And if it can stick around and keep using that ability, it'll really go off. The stat line holds it back a little bit, but this is very clearly a powerful value engine. I'm giving it a B+. And our last card is 0 Point Ballad, which for X and a black is a rare sorcery. Destroy all creatures with toughness X or less. You lose X life. If X is 6 or more, return a creature card put into a graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control. This looks pretty strong to me. While Wrath effects are awkward because of their symmetry in Limited, this one comes with a built-in way to break that symmetry. Casting this for 6 and a black is likely to kill everything, and then you reanimate whatever the best creature is. That's an absolutely backbreaking play, and earlier in the game, when it's advantageous to cast this because it mostly hits your opponent's stuff, you still have access to that mode, which is also really powerful when it becomes more one-sided. Now, having to lose life is a significant cost. I mean, the good news is you know you're not going to be under very much pressure after this resolves, but if you're at a very low life total and you have to cast this, it's going to be scary, even though the board state is going to be put into such a good spot that you'll be in good position. But I do still think it's a bomb. There is that big life loss downside, but this thing can reshape the board and pull you way ahead in a way few cards can, giving it an A-. So those are all the black cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, I'll look at all the red ones. If you enjoyed this video, please like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the rest of the set review videos that are already out there, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Hone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the multicolored, colorless white, blue, and black cards, and in this video we're looking at the red ones. For each of these cards I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for the video. There are some important things to keep in mind as we move through the review. First, because we're only talking about draft and sealed, I'm only going to be talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. There are also some special guests and a bonus sheet in this set, but those will get their own video. So we're only looking at the main set in this one. These are also my evaluations of these cards before playing the new format. That makes it impossible for me to be right about absolutely everything. But as we dive into the format, I'll be doing videos updating how the format actually turned out. I also want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my ongoing set notes during preview season, and you get a spreadsheet with all of my grades at the end of the set review. So if you'd like access to those perks, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. Alright, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the red cards in Edge of Eternities. First, we've got Bombard, which for 2 generic and a red is a common instant that does 4 damage to target creature. This was a good removal spell last time we saw it, and it will be here too. 3 mana for 4 damage at instant speed can allow you to trade up and produce some blowouts. I think it falls a little bit short of being premium removal because of the cost though, and it doesn't really have any upside beyond being a reasonably efficient removal spell. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Cut Propulsion, which for 2 generic and a red is an uncommon instant. Target creature deals damage to itself equal to its power. If that creature has flying, it deals twice that much damage to itself instead. So this can pretty much kill any flyer outright in the set, and it can kill a bunch of other stuff too. Still, a card like this worries me because your opponent's best thing often just can't kill itself by doing damage to itself equal to its power, and at 3 mana this really needs to be able to kill a wider swath of things for me to feel excited about it, and I don't think it gets there. I think its inconsistency makes it merely a solid removal spell, giving it a C. Next up, it's Debris Field Crusher, which for 4 generic and a red is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, it deals 3 damage to any target, and like all spacecraft, it has Station. That means you can tap another creature you control to put charge counters on this spacecraft, equal to that creature's power, and you can only do it at sorcery speed. And when it gets to 8 or more charge counters, it's a 1/5 flyer that you can pay 1 generic and a red to give +2/+0 until end of turn. 5 mana for Lightning Bolt is pretty steep, but this Lightning Bolt comes with useful artifact typing, and can eventually become an evasive creature. It is kind of a bummer that this is one of the least exciting spacecrafts in the set when it comes to what it looks like when it's a creature, because a 1/5 flyer just isn't great. I mean, obviously a 5 mana 1/5 flyer that lightning bolts something when it enters would be good, but this takes some extra steps. I'd like a little bit more out of it once it becomes a creature. But the fact remains that it's a removal spell up front, and then it can give you a body later in the game. I do think the lack of efficiency makes it hard to be above a C+, though. Next up, it's Devastating Onslaught, which for XX and a red is a mythic rare sorcery. Create X tokens that are copies of target artifact or creature you control. Those tokens gain haste until end of turn. Sacrifice them at the beginning of the next end step. It's tough for cards that only make temporary tokens to be great and limited. Sure, there are gonna be times when you make a bunch of copies of an awesome creature, but there will also be times where you don't have the mana or the targets worth copying, and those weigh a card down like this in a massive way, giving it a D. Next up, it's Drill Too Deep, which for 1 generic and a red is a common instant. Choose one, put 5 charge counters on target spacecraft or planet you control, or destroy target artifact. So you can kind of use this as a combat trick of sorts by putting enough charge counters on a spacecraft for it to suddenly be a creature that can block, but most of this card's usefulness comes from its ability to remove artifacts, which the set has lots of. That does still make it kind of narrow though. There are going to be board states where neither mode on this does anything. So I don't think this is a great card overall. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Frontline War Rager, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/3 Kavu Soldier at common. At the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. This starts with bad stats, and while getting this to trigger isn't impossible, especially in a set with spacecraft, it's also not going to be automatic. And when this has to sit around as a 3 mana 2/3, it's going to feel miserable. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Full Bore, which for 1 red mana is an uncommon instant, and target creature you control gets +3/+2 until end of turn. If that creature was cast for its warp cost, it also gains trample and haste until end of turn. It's cool you can use this on a warp creature to actually attack with on a turn where it normally wouldn't be able to, but this is far more useful as a traditional combat trick that just offers a nice buff for the cost, allowing your creature to win combat, and this can definitely do that with +3/+2, giving it a C. Next up, it's Galvanizing Saw Ship, which for 5 generic and a red is a 6/5 artifact spacecraft at uncommon, and when it gets 3 or more charge counters, it's a 6/5 flying haste. This one's kind of interesting. Most of the spacecraft that I think are going to be above average in this set do something when they enter, and this one doesn't, but it requires so few charge counters to get going that I think it kind of does, because a creature with flying and haste is usually going to do something right away, attack, generally speaking, and I think on a lot of boards, you'll just immediately be able to put enough charge counters on this for it to do its thing the turn it comes down. And if this was just like a 6-mana 6/5 with flying and haste, it would be at least a B, and I think it's close enough to being that it's a C+. Next up, it's Invasive Maneuvers, which for 1 generic and a red is an uncommon instant. It deals 3 damage to target creature, and 5 damage instead if you control a spacecraft. This is great. I'm already on board with a 2-mana deal 3, and this will do 5 a decent percentage of the time, at which point you're getting an absurd deal. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Kav Landseeker, which for 3 generic and a red is a 4/3 Kavu soldier at common with menace. When it enters, you create a lander token. This is a new artifact token in the set, where you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to search up a basic land and put it on the battlefield tapped. In this case, the lander token gets sacrificed at the beginning of the end step on your next turn. This looks really good to me. It effectively grants a 2-for-1 while helping you with landfall synergies and the like, and it's also a reasonable enough evasive creature. It is a little bit of a bummer that you have to use the lander on your next turn or on the turn you play this, or you don't get it, but there are payoffs for sacrificing artifacts, and I think a lot of the time you'll just be happy to use this on your next turn anyway. So I think this does generate a 2-for-1 often enough and does enough synergistic things in the set that I think it's a really good common. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Kavaron Harrier, which for 1 red is a 2/1 robot soldier at uncommon. It's an artifact creature, and when it attacks, you can pay 2 generic, and if you do, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token that's tapped and attacking. Sacrifice that token at end of combat. Playing this on turn 1 and using that ability on 2 is going to feel pretty good, and this can do a ton of damage in a hurry. Throw in the fact it's an artifact and gives you sacrifice fodder, and you have some good synergy here too, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Kavaron Skywarden, which for 4 generic and a red is a 4/5 Kavu soldier at common. It's got reach, and it has void, which means if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, something good can happen, and in this case, the trigger's at the beginning of your end step, and you get a +1 +1 counter on the Skywarden. A 5-mana 4/5 with reach is kind of alright, and even 1 counter on this will feel good. You won't always be able to get that counter, though, so I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Kavaron Turbodrome, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/3 robot scout at common. You can tap it, and target creature you control gets +1 +1 and gains haste until end of turn. Activate only as a sorcery. This is a decent effect to have on the board, all the more so in a set with Warp, where you can play something big super cheap and smash in with it before it gets exiled. I also like that this is even useful on a creature that didn't just enter, since the stats boost itself can make a difference when it comes to deciding how to attack on a given turn. It's not always worth tapping down a creature to do that, but when it is, it feels fine, so this looks solid. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Litho Breaking, which for 2 generic and a red is an uncommon instant that creates a lander token. Then you may sacrifice an artifact, and when you do, it deals 2 damage to each creature. Instant speed to do 2 damage to everything can play pretty well in the right deck, and it's sort of nice that this can be at least used to make a lander when you don't really want to do 2 to everything. Kind of makes it like it has cycling, but obviously 3 mana for a lander isn't a good rate, but it is a mode on a card that is somewhat narrow. We did just see Fire Magic be absolutely amazing, but part of what made it so good was how modal it was, and this can only ever do 2 damage for 3, so it doesn't seem amazing. Giving it a C-. Next up, it's Melded Moxite, which for 1 generic and a red is a common artifact. When it enters, you may discard a card, and if you do, you draw 2 cards. And you can pay 3 generic and sacrifice it to create a tap 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token. These Tormenting Voice type effects tend to be okay and limited, especially when they come with some format-specific upside, and this definitely does simply by virtue of being an artifact, and on top of that, you can even cash it in for a token later. It also helps load the graveyard, of course, and triggers sacrifice payoffs, and can help you trigger void, and I think all of that makes this solid, giving it a C. Next up, it's Memorial Team Leader, which for 3 generic and a red is a 4/3 Kavu Soldier at uncommon. During your turn, other creatures you control get +1/+0, and it has Warp for 1 generic and a red. This is an alternate casting cost, but if you cast it that way, it gets exiled at the beginning of the next end step, and then you may cast it from exile later in the game. This stat line doesn't usually play well, but warping this just for the buff for less mana sounds appealing sometimes, as does just casting this normally and taking advantage of the buff immediately. It gets better the wider you can go, but +1/+0 to all of your stuff during your turn can really make your board significantly better, giving this a C+. Next up, it's Memorial Vault, which for 3 generic and a red is a rare artifact. You can tap it and sacrifice another artifact, and then exile the top X cards of your library, where X is 1 plus the mana value of the sacrificed artifact. You may play those cards this turn. This has some very real potential, since it can effectively draw you a whole bunch of cards. The bad news? It's a 4-mana artifact that doesn't add to the board, and the turn you play it, you're not typically even going to be able to take advantage of this ability, because it does require you to still pay mana for the cards you reveal. That seems really slow. Throw in the fact that you have to sacrifice a reasonably high mana value artifact for this to go off in the first place, and you don't normally want to be sacrificing that kind of thing. And I think this is too clunky in particular about what you have to sacrifice for it to reach its ceiling in Limited. I think it's just a D here. Next up, it's Molecular Modifier, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/2 Kavu Artificer at uncommon. At the beginning of combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +1/+0 and gains first strike until end of turn. We've seen this trigger play pretty well in the recent past. Of course, that was on a 4-mana 2/4 in Duskmourn, and this has significantly worse stats, even if it is 1 mana less. But still, it is a buff you gain access to the turn it comes down, since it happens at the beginning of combat, and most like 2 drops with this boost won't be easy to block in the early game, and as the game continues, this trigger tends to remain relevant. It can buff itself too, but being a 3-mana 2/2 is a very real downside, especially in formats with multiple 1-mana ways to kill this at lower rarities, and this is one of those. I think this is a C+. Next up, it's Nebula Dragon, which for 6 generic and a red is a 4/4 dragon at common with flying, and when it enters, it deals 3 damage to any target. This is a great enters trigger, but man, a 7-mana 4/4 flyer is pretty bad. There will typically be multiple larger creatures on the board, and its lightning bolt trigger isn't even going to deal with them. This just feels too expensive to me, even in a set with landers, to be something you always want to play at the top of your curve, but at least it does impact the board immediately. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Nova Hellkite, which for 3 generic and 2 red is a 4/5 dragon at rare. It's got flying and haste, and when it enters, it deals 1 damage to target creature an opponent controls, and it has warp for 2 generic and a red. Even without warp, I'd be really high on a 5-mana 4/5 with flying haste and a ping when it enters. That's pretty much an A-. Adding warp is awesome, too, because it can even get an attack and a ping before getting exiled. It's hard not to get good value here, although you won't always be able to generate a full-blown 2-for-1. I'm giving it an A. Next up, it's Orbital Plunge, which for 3 generic and a red is a common sorcery that does 6 damage to target creature. If excess damage was dealt this way, create a lander token. I like the rate on this quite a bit. Normally, we have to pay 5 for the 6 damage sorcery in Limited, so paying 4 is a real upgrade and allows you to break even or trade up reasonably often, and you're also generating that lander pretty often, in which case this is a 2-for-1, albeit a clunky one. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Ore Plate Pangolin, which for 1 generic and a red is a 2/2 artifact creature robot pangolin at common. And whenever another artifact you control enters, you can pay 1 generic. If you do, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. It's surprising how difficult it is to have 1 mana up to make this trigger happen, but even getting 1 counter on this will feel fine, and it can definitely snowball thanks to the fact that it counts any artifact and not non-tokens, so it looks like a solid playable, giving it a C. Next up, it's Pain for All, which for 2 generic and a red is a rare enchantment aura with enchant creature you control. When this aura enters, enchanted creature deals damage equal to its power to any other target. Whenever enchanted creature is dealt damage, it deals that much damage to each opponent. You do have to choose your spot with this, but when you have an opening, it's nuts. A burn spell that then sticks around and punishes your opponent even more after that. Typically, you'll kill something when this enters, and then make your opponent sweat every time you attack with the creature, which will often be in the same turn you cast this. It takes some careful planning, but this is really strong. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Plasma Bolt, which for 1 red mana is a common sorcery that does 2 damage to any target, and it has Void, deal 3 damage instead. 1 mana for Sorcery Speed Shock is already a very good Limited card, and sometimes this is Sorcery Speed Lightning Bolt. This is certainly premium. Killing 3 or 4 mana X2s with this is going to feel great, giving it a B. Next up, it's Possibility Technician, which for 2 generic and a red is a 3/3 Kavu Artificer at rare. When it or another Kavu you control enters, exile the top card of your library. For as long as that card remains exiled, you may play it if you control a Kavu, and it has Warp for 1 generic and a red. Even with no other Kavu in your deck, this looks pretty good to me, since it can potentially draw you 2 extra cards between being warped and cast normally. Ideally, you haven't played a land and/or you have mana available to make use of the card quickly, since there's no guarantee the Kavu sticks around. But it is nice that even if you don't play the card you reveal when you warp this, you get access to it again when you cast it normally, making it even more likely this will generate the value you want. And there are plenty of Kavus in red in the set that can allow you to maintain access to the cards that this exiles. So this looks sort of like it has a floor of a 2-for-1 and has potential as a legitimate engine. I'm giving it an A. Next up, it's Red Tiger Mechan, which for 3 generic and a red is a 3/3 artifact creature robot cat at common with haste and warp for 1 generic and a red. I don't love this. A 4-mana 3/3 with haste, not a very good card in limited. And even if this can warp and smash in for 3 before that, I'm not feeling all that great about it. I'm giving this a D+. Next up, it's Remnant Elemental, which for 1 generic and a red is a 0/4 elemental at uncommon. It's got reach and landfall. This creature gets +2/+0 until end of turn. I don't love a 2-mana 0/4 reach, and it's a super weird card to have in most red decks, but this will often be a 2/4 on your turn, and sometimes it can threaten to grow to a 4/4 if you have like landers around. I'm still not ultra high on it though. It needs landfall to even be relevant, and you just don't always have it. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Rig for War, which for 1 generic and a red is a common instant. Target creature gets +3/+0 and gains first strike and reach until end of turn. Adding reach to sure strike is something, I guess. I actually really don't like how they made basically all the tricks in this format do something that is good defensively. I mean, not because of power level, because having that option is upside, but I think cards like this are going to trick people into playing these cards defensively way too often. That's just not something you want to do most of the time, since your opponent is far more likely to be able to interact during their turn. Anyway, all that said, this is a decent combat trick that can allow a creature to win lots of combats, but it's not especially relevant against removal or useful in situations outside of combat, so I think it's a C-. Next up, it's Roving Actuator, which for 3 generic and a red is a 3/4 artifact creature robot at uncommon, and it has Void as an enters trigger. Lets you exile up to 1 target instant or sorcery card with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard, and you copy it, and you can cast the copy without paying its mana cost. Triggering this will feel pretty good. Problem is, it does ask a lot of you. This needs to be in play on a turn where you both manage to trigger Void and have a spell that meets the requirement in your graveyard. It'll happen, don't get me wrong, but expecting it to happen with regularity is a bad idea, as we've seen on many similar cards over the years. Now, the good news is a 4-mana 3/4 with useful artifact typing isn't a terrible fail case, but I think it'll be hard enough to get that one spell that I think it's just a C+. Next up, it's Ruinous Rampage, which for 1 generic and 2 red is an uncommon sorcery. Choose one, it deals 3 damage to each opponent, or you exile all artifacts with mana value 3 or less. So if this was just the burn mode, it'd be like an F. That's because using a card purely to do damage and not add to the board isn't great for 3 mana. However, the other mode does seem like it'll be useful a decent chunk of the time, though as always with symmetrical sweeping effects like this, you can end up hurting yourself more than your opponent, and there will be times where it doesn't do anything. This kind of feels like a sideboard card to me. It's probably a D in your typical red deck and a C- out of the sideboard. Next up, it's Rust Harvester, which for 1 red mana is a 1/1 artifact creature robot at rare. It's got Menace, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it and exile an artifact card from your graveyard to put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Then it deals damage equal to its power to any target. A 1-mana 1/1 Menace can always do some serious damage early, and this maintains relevancy by gobbling up artifacts and turning them into counters and removal spells. This is definitely a 1-drop that can run away with the game, and that's not something we see very often. It takes some time and setup, but because it's a 1-drop that already has a good baseline to begin with, I think it looks really strong. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Slag Drill Scrapper, which for 1 red mana is a 1/2 artifact creature robot scout at common. You can pay 2 generic and tap it to sacrifice another artifact or land and draw a card. This kind of ability really only comes up in the late game, and a 1-mana 1/2 isn't especially relevant in the early game, and I don't like the combination of that at all. Being a cheap artifact is definitely relevant, of course, but I still think this looks like a card that won't make the cut very often. I'm giving it a C-. Next up, it's Systems Override, which for 2 generic and a red is an uncommon sorcery. Gain control of target artifact or creature until end of turn. Untap that permanent, gains haste until end of turn. If it's a spacecraft, put 10 charge counters on it. If you do, remove 10 charge counters on it at the beginning of the next end step. This is an interesting take on the usual threaten effect we get, as the whole 10 charge counters on a spacecraft thing is going to produce some blowouts on occasion, since you can steal one and most likely make it the most powerful version of itself. Still, this kind of card really needs the right deck to shine, either hyper-aggressive or capable of easily sacrificing creatures, and the good news is the latter is very doable in the format where there are tons of efficient sacrifice outlets, but I think this needs a build-around grade because it doesn't do a whole lot to impact the game in the long run in most decks. It needs to end the game to be worth casting most of the time, if you aren't capable of sacrificing the thing, so I think it's a D in most red decks, but a B- in a sacrifice deck. Next up, it's Tanuk, Steadfast Second, which for 2 generic and 2 red is a 3/5 legendary Kavu pilot at Mythic Rare. Other creatures you control have haste, and he gives artifact cards and red creature cards in your hand warp for 2 generic and a red. A 4-mana 3/5 that gives all your stuff haste is already playable, so having this warp mode in the mix is really sweet. You're likely to have at least a few cards you can warp with him, and when those warp creatures have haste and only cost 3 mana, you're going to be able to do some pretty silly stuff sometimes, since you can warp cards that were never intended to be, and that's pretty powerful. He also works well with cards that already have warp too. All that said, there are also plenty of times where you just can't take advantage of either of his abilities, and in those situations, you have this fail case as a 4-mana 3/5, which isn't a disaster, but it's not great. I'm giving him a B. Next up, it's Terminal Velocity, which for 4 generic and 2 red is a rare sorcery. You may put an artifact or creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. That permanent gains haste. When this permanent leaves the battlefield, it deals damage equal to its mana value to each creature, and at the beginning of your end step, sacrifice this permanent. This is really interesting. The first sentence, not normally good and limited at all, especially for 6 mana. It'd be like an F. This is because you just don't always have creatures worth putting into play that way. In fact, you typically don't, especially at 6 mana. However, everything else this card has going on is pretty interesting. You can turn your creature into something that can wipe the entire board, and there's pretty much nothing your opponent can do about it. Removing it doesn't stop it, not blocking it doesn't stop it either, because it's leaving the battlefield no matter what. So that's cool. This can be a board wipe. So what's the bad news? Well, that board wipe is symmetrical and highly situational. It's dependent on you having the right card in your hand to really go off, while it's like kind of modal because you can choose the creature. You aren't really going to be able to take advantage of that modality because you're often going to have like one choice at this part of the game. So like, yeah, the ceiling is really high, but you need so many different things to line up correctly in Limited, and that just won't happen. I think it's just an F. Next up, it's Terra Pact Intimidator, which for 1 generic and a red is a 2/1 Kavu Scouted uncommon. When it enters, target opponent may have you create 2 lander tokens. If they don't, put 2 +1/+1 counters on this creature. If someone plays this on turn 2, you're going to groan 100% of the time. That's because no matter what you choose at that stage of the game, you're giving your opponent absurd value for the cost. A 2-mana 4/3 is a real problem, but so is a 2-mana 2/1 that gives them 2 cards. Most of the time, you're going to want to choose to make it a 4/3, unless this format ends up being insanely fast or something, but no matter what, it's a losing proposition. And even when your opponent plays this late, it's super annoying. A 4/3 is always relevant, and so are lander tokens, so I think this comes out as a B, since it's never going to feel good to play against. Next up, it's Territorial Bruntar, which for 4 generic and 2 red is a 6/6 beast at uncommon. It has reach and landfall. Exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. You may cast that card this turn. This is a solid body and a very powerful land trigger. It isn't the kind of trigger that's going to be good the turn you play the Bruntar, though, but even triggering this thing once does mean you get a 2-for-1, and it can definitely generate more value than that. It seems like this card can really go off, and its huge reach body makes it difficult for your opponent to kill or attack through, so your chances of getting that trigger are pretty good. I'm giving this a B. Next up, it's Vault Guard Trooper, which for 4 generic and a red is a 5/5 Kavu Soldier at uncommon, and at the beginning of your end step, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. This has solid stats, and discarding your hand and drawing 2 is pretty dang appealing by the later stages of the game. Lining this up to trigger a single time does seem plenty doable too, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Warmaker Gunship, which for 2 generic and a red is a 4/3 spacecraft at rare. When it enters, it deals damage equal to the number of artifacts you control to target creature an opponent controls, and when it gets 6 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/3 flyer. If you do 2 with this, you'll be happy, and it'll often do more. And the floor is 1, so this can even impact the board when it's alone. Then it becomes a pretty real threat without that many charge counters. This looks quite good to me. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's weapons manufacturing, which for 1 generic and a red is a rare enchantment. Whenever a non-token artifact you control enters, create a colorless artifact token named Munitions with. When this token leaves the battlefield, it deals 2 damage to any target. This is another card that I think asks way too much of you to be meaningful most of the time. First, you have to have non-token artifacts. Second, you have to have ways to get rid of them, because these don't have a built-in way to leave the battlefield. Now, if you can sacrifice them, they are seriously amazing as they start shocking stuff. But having enough ways to take advantage of these random artifact tokens is highly unlikely. Even in a set that does have good sacrifice outlets, having to line up all of these things, those things being the sacrifice outlet, weapons manufacturing, and non-token artifacts, is just asking too much. I think it's an F. Next up, it's Weftstalker Ardent, which for 2 generic and a red is a 2/3 Drix Artificer at uncommon. Whenever another creature or artifact you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent, and it is warped for 1 red. This can dole out some serious damage, but mediocre stats and a warp that won't be meaningful most of the time keeps this from being anything special. I'm giving it a C+. And our last red card is Zookeeper Mechan, which for 1 generic and a red is a 1/3 artifact creature robot at common. It can tap for red, and you can pay 6 generic and a red to give target creature you control +4/+0 until end of turn, activate only as a sorcery. Even if this was just an artifact with the first ability, it'd be a good common, so the fact that late in the game you can offer a big buff, albeit inefficiently and only at sorcery speed, is pretty nice. I'm giving this a C+. So those are all the red cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, I'll look at all the green ones. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe. And if you want to catch up on the rest of this set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Hone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the non-mono green cards, and we'll look at all the green ones in this video. For each of these cards, I'll discuss how I think they'll perform in limited, that means draft and sealed, and I'll punctuate each evaluation with the letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a guide in the description for this video. There are some important things to keep in mind as I review these cards. First, we're only talking about draft and sealed, so I'm only talking about cards that can be found in play boosters. I'm also only talking about cards that are in the main set. There are also special guests and a bonus sheet in play boosters, which I'll be looking at in the next video. These are also my evaluations of these cards before playing the new limited format, and that means I'm not going to be right about everything. However, as the format comes into focus, I'll do videos updating you with my thoughts on it. Lastly, I want to let you know that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. You get access to my set notes during preview season, which is kind of like a rough draft of this set review. And once the set review is complete, you get access to a spreadsheet with all of my grades. Check out the description if you'd like to support the channel using one of those methods. All right, without further ado, let's dive in with a look at the green cards in Edge of Eternities. First up, we've got Atmospheric Greenhouse, which is an uncommon artifact spacecraft. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on each creature you control. And like all spacecraft, it has station, and that means you tap another creature you control and put charge counters equal to its power on this spacecraft. And then, depending on the number of charge counters on it, this card becomes better. In this case, if you have 8 or more charge counters, it becomes a 5/4 with flying and trample. This gives a good buff up front. It is one that you need to have a somewhat decent board to take advantage of, but the nice thing is that buffing all of your creatures also makes it more likely you can station this effectively. Getting such a trigger when it enters is also likely to alter your board in your favor, sometimes significantly, and I think that makes this spacecraft into a pretty nice card, giving it a B. Next up, it's Bioengineered Future, which for 1 generic and 2 green is a rare enchantment. When it enters, you create a lander token. This is a new artifact token in the set. You can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sack it to search your library for a basic land, put on the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. Each creature you control enters with an additional +1/+1 counter on it for each land that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. I like lander tokens a lot, but not so much that I'm ecstatic about spending 3 mana to get one. The idea here is that you can sacrifice the token and get a land and then play a creature in the same turn and get a counter, but it's going to be tough to line that up consistently. You need lands and creatures entering the battlefield in the same turn consistently to do this, and while that's not impossible, the fact this costs 3 mana for no real impact on the board immediately means that just getting like one counter out of this isn't enough. It just feels like this needs you to line things up correctly and draw your cards in the right order, or it's pretty mediocre. I don't love the idea of playing this on turn 3 or as a late game top deck, and that's pretty bad news. I'm giving it a D. Next up, it's Biosynthetic Burst, which for 1 generic and a green is a common instant. Put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. It gains reach, trample, and indestructible until end of turn. Untap it. This trick has a lot going on. This is a buff that can win a creature combat a decent chunk of the time, and it's also good against most removal. You can even use it defensively in a pinch, but like I've been saying about the other tricks in this set, you need to be careful about when you decide to do that since your opponent is more likely to interact on that turn. On the flip side, the untap does kind of make it feel like it has vigilance when it is attacking, so it's useful as an attacker too to untap. 2 mana is a good rate for this trick. It's going to deliver because it's good in so many situations. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Blooming Stinger, which for 1 generic and a green is a 2/2 plant scorpion at common. It's got Death Touch, and when it enters, another target creature you control gains Death Touch until end of turn. Death Touch is a keyword to offer to something else for a turn. Doesn't always have a meaningful impact. We've seen that in the past. Like, if your creature could already attack, this doesn't do anything to make it a better attacker most of the time. So it's mostly useful on smaller creatures, which is something, but not something that impressive. And while this can trade for anything, that's a lot less impressive on a 2-drop than a 1-drop. That said, it is good with all the bite effects and fight effects green always gets, and it can kill anything when you use those. I think it's a C. Next up, it's Broodguard Elite, which for X and 2 green is a 0/0 Insect Knight at uncommon. It enters with X +1/+1 counters on it, and when it leaves the battlefield, you can put its counters on target creature you control, and it has Warp for X and a green. This is an alternate casting cost, but if you cast it that way, you exile it at the beginning of the next end step, and then you can cast it from exile on a later turn. So when you warp this, it's basically a sorcery that puts some counters on a creature. That kind of card usually isn't great, but in this case, you can get another creature out of it later, albeit an inefficient one, and it's not like it puts counters on some things efficiently in the first place. It also isn't going to do it most of the time until the end of your turn, so you can't take advantage of the counters right away. So this just looks solid to me, I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Close Encounter, which for 1 generic and a green is an uncommon instant. As an additional cost to cast it, choose a creature you control or a warped creature card you own in exile. Close Encounter deals damage equal to the power of the chosen creature or card to target creature. This is a pretty pushed version of the Rabid Bite effect we always get. 2 mana to have a creature do damage equal to its power at instant speed is already a quality card, but this one has significant advantages. The biggest is simply that you choose the creature as part of the cost. This means that your opponent can't do what they usually can against this effect, which is kill the creature you target on your side and get 2 for 1. Because you choose the creature here as part of the cost, they never get an opening to blow this up. And if they do kill your creature, that creature being dead doesn't stop this from doing damage that was equal to that creature's power. In other words, they've eliminated what was the biggest weakness of that kind of card. And it doesn't end there because you can also choose a warp creature. If your board's empty, you might still be able to cast this sometimes, and warp creatures are often quite large for their cost, allowing this to kill a lot of things. So yeah, this is certainly premium removal. It's one of the best versions of this effect we've seen, giving it a B. Next up, it's Diplomatic Relations, which for 2 generic and a green is a common instant. Target creature gets +1/+0 and gains vigilance until end of turn. It deals damage equal to its power to target creature an opponent controls. This is also a really strong version of this effect, partly because you can choose any creature to do damage equal to its power, so you can even choose one of your opponent's creatures and have it do damage to itself or to one of their other creatures. Throw in the fact that the buff it offers often gives you a good attack when you use it on your own thing, and this looks really great, especially for a common. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Drix Fatemaker, which for 3 generic and a green is a 3/2 Drix Wizard at common. When it enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. Each creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it has Trample, and it is Warp for 1 generic and a green. 2 mana for a +1/+1 counter and Trample for a turn is a nice mode to have on a card that would likely already be playable if you could only cast it normally. The stat line is bad, so giving the counter to something else is probably optimal in general so you get that value. While a counter isn't quite worth a full card, it does mean this generates more than a card worth of value most of the time, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Edge Rover, which for 1 green mana is a 2/2 artifact creature robot scout at uncommon. It's got reach, and when it dies, each player creates a lander token. Giving your opponent something is never good, but a 1 mana 2/2 reach is significant on most boards, and playing it on turn 1 can be especially nasty, and because you get a lander too, it is kind of a wash, especially if you manage to trade with this. I think it's a C. Next up, it's Eumidian Terrabotanist, which for 1 generic and a green is a 2/3 insect druid at uncommon. It's got landfall, gain 1 life. So these are nice stats, and a landfall trigger like this is surprisingly solid when we see it. The incidental life gain can really be the difference between losing and winning sometimes. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Social Engineering, which for 3 generic and 2 green is an uncommon enchantment with landfall, create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token, and it is warp for 1 generic and a green. We pretty much just saw this card in Final Fantasy, and it wasn't good. That card had a really poor win rate, and that's because it's surprisingly tough to get enough value out of this card to warrant it. You need 3 tokens before you really get there, and you play it late enough that there's no guarantee you do, and it feels miserable if you just play this on 5 and don't do anything else. Adding warp helps because it means if you have nothing else you can do on turn 2, you can warp this and play your land drop. So it does kind of help fill an earlier slot on the curve, but I'm still not that impressed here. I'm starting this at a C-. Next up, it's Famished Worldsire, which for 5 generic and 3 green is a 0/0 Leviathan at Mythic Rare. It has Ward 3, and it has Devour Land 3. That means as it enters, you may sacrifice any number of lands. It enters with 3 times that many +1/+1 counters on it. And when it enters, you look at the top X cards of your library, where X is this creature's power, put any number of land cards from among them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. This is a really cool design, but I think it's terrible in limited, especially for 8 mana. It's never anything but a big creature that's a little hard to kill with Ward, and while it can largely allow you to repopulate your mana base, and that's great that it doesn't go full-on Wood Elemental on you, but you're still paying 8 freaking mana for a big vanilla creature. If you have landfall stuff in play, it gets a little more interesting, but overall, this just doesn't look worth 8 mana in limited. I think it's an F. Next up, it's Frenzied Baloth, which for 2 green is a 3/2 beast at rare. It can't be countered, it has trample and haste, creature spells you control can't be countered, and combat damage can't be prevented. This is the kind of card they print mostly with Constructed in mind. It's going to be a really nice 2-drop for mono green aggro decks, and it's not terrible in limited, but casting it on turn 2 is tough because of the mana cost, and the uncounterable stuff matters less in limited, as does the damage prevention, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Fungal Colossus, which for 6 generic and a green is a 5/5 fungus beast at common. It costs X less to cast, where X is the number of differently named lands you control. Casting this for 5 is eminently doable, and not a terrible fail case, though I think you want to be reducing the cost even more to make it a quality card in your deck, and that's not going to be the easiest thing. I mean, it is doable, more doable than it looks just looking at the main set because the bonus sheet is made up entirely of lands, but this is another card where the ceiling is just big vanilla creature, so I think it's a C-. Next up, it's Galactic Wayfarer, which for 2 generic and a green is a 3/3 human scout at common, and when it enters, you create a lander token. It's simple, but this is an amazing common. A 3 mana 3/3 that generates a 2-for-1 is exactly what you want to do in limited. You'll play every single copy of this you get. You'll take it pretty highly because of the value. Helps you trigger landfall, helps you get artifact payoffs going, helps you ramp your mana, helps you fix your mana. It's just an amazing card because the stat line it comes with is already solid. I think this is a B. Next up, it's Gene Pollinator, which for 1 green mana is a 1/2 artifact creature robot insect at common, and you can tap it and an untapped permanent you control to add 1 mana of any color. It's not always easy to produce mana with creatures that ask for an extra step to do it beyond tapping. Tapping an untapped permanent is broad, but it's still not always something you can do. It does get better if you have landers, because you can tap a lander that you're not planning on using. And this does ramp and fix your mana in a real way, and this set has more incentives than usual for tapping your creatures, so I think this works out okay. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Germinating Worm, which for 4 generic and a green is a 5/5 plant worm at common. When it enters, you gain 2 life, and it has warp for 1 generic and a green. I always like this slot, you know, the big creature that gains you life that green always gets at common. This one I think is not quite as good as some of them. It's not as big, and it doesn't gain you as much life, but you can also warp it for a bit of value earlier in the game, and it's not bad for stationing spacecrafts on the cheap early either. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Glacier Godmaw, which for 5 generic and 2 green is a 6/6 Leviathan at uncommon. It's got trample, makes a lander when it enters, and it has landfall. Creatures you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance and haste until end of turn. that landfall trigger is legit. Like, it's not that far off from being Craterhoof Behemoth. I'm exaggerating a little, but it's pretty good. Vigilance plus board pump is really nice and limited because you don't have to give up a whole lot on defense when you swing with everything, and that keeps you from getting destroyed on the backswing if things don't go right. So it's a buff that you can take way more advantage of more often. That said, a 7-mana 6/6 that makes a lander when it enters isn't a great card, and it's going to be hard to actually trigger the landfall the same turn you play this, which is the dream because of haste. But to do that, you either need your 8th land in your hand or the extra mana to activate the lander. And while having it work nicely in either of those situations is cool, it's still not going to trigger the landfall the turn it comes down most of the time. This is definitely a worthwhile finisher for green decks, but it's not incredible for the cost. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Harmonious Grove Strider, which for 3 generic and 2 green is a star beast at uncommon with Ward 2, and its power and toughness are each equal to the number of lands you control. A 5-mana 5/5 with Ward 2 is okay, and this will certainly get larger later in the game, and because of Ward, your opponent will never be able to kill it super efficiently, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Hemosymbic Might, which for 1 green mana is an uncommon might, and when it becomes tapped, another target creature you control gets +X/+X until end of turn, where X is this creature's power. As a 1-mana 1/1, this often isn't going to be relevant for long, but if you are stationing a lot, it does get more interesting, since it can offer a buff that really helps you in combat or helps you station even more. Still, even in past sets we've seen that have lots of crew and tap triggers, they tend to underperform, especially when they are so all in on it like this, so I think this is just a D+. Next up, it's Ice Cave Crasher, which for 3 generic and a green is a 4/4 beast at common with landfall. It gets +1/+0 until end of turn. A 4-mana 4/4 Trampler is like a C-, and this will often have 5 or more power, so it's a fine card in green decks, giving it a C. Next up, it's Ice Till Explorer, which for 2 generic and 2 green is a 2/4 Insect Scout at rare. You may play an additional land on each of your turns, you may play lands from your graveyard, and it has landfall mill a card. So the additional land thing normally isn't very good in limited because you just don't have cards to take advantage of it most of the time. However, the fact this guy lets you play lands from your graveyard and helps you put lands in your graveyard in the first place really makes up for that. Getting access to all those lands is going to let you get real value out of your graveyard, and you effectively draw a card every time you do it. It gets even better in decks with lots of graveyard nonsense, but this looks like a value engine to me. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Intrepid Tenderfoot, which for 1 generic and a green is a 2/2 Insect Citizen at common, and you pay 3 generic and put a +1/+1 counter on it, activate only as a sorcery. This is the kind of mana sink ability you only use when you're out of stuff to do, and being sorcery speed really makes you commit to it in a way that I don't love. The baseline of a 2-mana 2/2 isn't great either. I'm giving this a C-. Next up, it's Larval Scoutlander, which for 2 generic and a green is an uncommon spacecraft. When it enters, you may sacrifice a land or lander. If you do, search your library for up to 2 basic land cards, put them onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. And if you get 7 or more charge counters, it becomes a 3/3 flyer. This ramps and fixes your mana pretty effectively, and it also gives you 2 landfall triggers, which is nice, but it's never going to really add to the board in a meaningful way when you cast it, and that's a problem. And even once you get some charge counters on it, it's not like a 3/3 flyer is a world beater, so I think it's just a C. Next up, it's Lash Whip Predator, which for 4 generic and 2 green is a 5/7 plant beast at uncommon. It costs 2 generic less to cast if your opponents control 3 or more creatures, and it has reach. So this card is going to be really good against aggro decks in the format. If you're really proud of how well you're curving out and your opponent slams this on the board on turn 4, you're going to be in kind of a bad place. And I see that happening reasonably often. Throw in the fact that a 6-mana 5/7 reach is already like an acceptable creature, and I think this is a C+. Next up, it's Loading Zone, which for 3 generic and a green is a rare enchantment. If 1 or more counters would be put on a creature, spacecraft, or planet you control, twice that many of each of those kinds of counters are put on it instead, and it has Warp for 1 green. It's tempting to imagine this allowing you to go completely wild with your spacecraft and turning them into huge creatures immediately, and that will happen sometimes, but this is so dependent on you having counter stuff that I don't love it. It's nice that at least stationing doesn't cost mana, so there will be times where you can play this and immediately get something out of it by stationing, and it's nice it works with other counters too. But I can't really remember the last time an all-in counter card like this, one that doesn't add to the board on its own, one that's not attached to a creature, has actually performed well in Limited. This format does have counters more prominently than most, but in most formats this card is like an F, even with Warp in the mix. I'm going to give it a D, and I do think it has some potential to be way better as a build-around, but I think it's far more likely that it's just a bad card for Limited. Next up, it's Melt Strider Eulogist, which for 2 generic and a green is a 3/3 insect soldier at an uncommon. Whenever a creature you control with a +1/+1 counter on it dies, draw a card. This has good stats and a pretty powerful trigger, but the times when you can't line it up with counters aren't going to feel good. It's also kind of a bummer that they didn't count charge counters, so your spacecraft basically don't benefit for this for the most part, but I still think it's a C+. Next up, it's Melt Strider's Gear, which for 1 green mana is a common artifact equipment. When it enters, attach it to target creature you control. Equipped creature gets +2/+1 and has reach, and this equips for 5. The equipping right away thing is nice, as it's likely to give you an attack you didn't have before, but the buff does have diminishing returns later in the game, and that equip cost is absolutely brutal. I think it's a D+. Next up, it's Melt Strider's Resolve, which for 1 green mana is an uncommon enchant aura with enchant creature you control. When it enters, enchanted creature fights up to 1 target creature an opponent controls. Enchanted creature gets +0/+2 and can't be blocked by more than 1 creature. If you didn't think 2 good removal spells for green was enough, well, here's another one. Remember though, this is a straight up fight effect, which we don't see as much these days, but it means your creature gets damaged too. But the good news is this is super cheap, and it offers a stats boost that makes it more likely your creature can win a fight with one of your opponent's creature than normal. It still won't always line up right, but it's incredibly cheap removal, which will get the job done often enough. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Might Form Harmonizer, which for 2 generic and 2 green is a 4/4 insect druid at rare, and it has landfall, double the power of target creature you control until end of turn, and it has warp for 2 generic and a green. This is quite the landfall trigger, though I don't love for this to actually do something when warped. You also have to have a land drop, meaning that getting this going off of warp isn't always going to happen. But hey, it's upside on a 4 mana 4/4 itself that has a strong landfall trigger, and it's a kind of trigger that can make almost anything into a scary attacker. It's a bummer that you can't always take advantage of the buff though, like if you're not the beatdown, this doesn't do a whole lot. Still, this looks quite good to me. I'm giving it a B. Next up, it's Ouroboros, which for 2 generic and 2 green is a 1/3 plant worm at Mythic rare. At the beginning of combat on your turn, put X +1/+1 counters on each creature you control, where X is this creature's power. A 4 mana 1/3 is awful, but as soon as you go to combat the turn you play it, it puts a counter on everything, including itself. So if you think of this as a 4 mana 2/4 that puts a counter on everything else, it sounds way, way better, and that's basically what it is. And it just keeps pumping everything from there, and even if your opponent kills it after that first trigger, you probably already came out ahead. It's just not that hard to find a turn where there's no way your opponent can kill it before they untap. So it gives you an awesome advantage. Left unchecked, it just wins you the game. Giving it an A. Next up, it's Pull Through the Weft, which for 3 generic and 2 green is an uncommon sorcery. Return up to 2 target non-land permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand, then return up to 2 target land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. This has the potential to grant you a 4-for-1, and that's not something you see very often in Limited, especially at lower rarities. Of course, to do that, it does require you to have 4 permanents in your graveyard, 2 of which are lands, and that's far from automatic. This is also a 5 mana sorcery that doesn't add anything to the board immediately in most cases. I think this thing's limitations really mean it needs a build-around grade, because if you're not self-milling, it's probably just an F, because it's going to be a dead card or an underpowered card way too often. But if you can load your graveyard effectively, I think it becomes worth it to spend 5 mana when you're getting 4 cards out of it. But I still feel that ceiling is probably a C. Next up, it's Sammy's Curiosity, which for 1 green mana is a common sorcery. You gain 2 life, create a lander token. This looks pretty solid to me. Sure, it does 2 small things, but it's so cheap. If you're into landfall or having tokens, you're going to be extra happy, giving it a C. Next up, it's Seedship Agrarian, which for 3 generic and a green is a 3/3 insect scientist at uncommon. When it becomes tapped, you create a lander token, and it has landfall, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Spitting out landers is great, but I'd much rather just make 1 when it enters than make 1 anytime it taps. The good news is this can grow, and thus will often be able to keep on attacking with landers in play and continuing to grow since those landers can help buff it. The Hill Giant stats are a rough starting point, but this generates enough value for me to be pretty interested in it, giving it a C+. Next up, it's Seedship Impact, which for 1 generic and a green is an uncommon instant. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. If its mana value is 2 or less, create a lander token. This set has enough artifacts and enchantments for this to be main deck material, and getting a lander with it is a great way to offset having to kill something small, giving it a C. Next up, it's Shattered Wings, which for 2 generic and a green is a common sorcery. Destroy target artifact, enchantment, or creature with flying, surveil 1. So, despite adding flyers to the mix and surveil, I think this is a lot worse than Seedship Impact because it costs 1 more and it's a sorcery. That's just so clunky, especially for a restricted spell like this. I think it's going to be better out of your sideboard. It's like a D+. Next up, it's Sky Stinger, which for 2 generic and a green is a 3/3 insect warrior common with reach. When it blocks a creature with flying, it gets +5/+0 until end of turn. A 3-mana 3/3 with reach is almost passable, and the fact this can take down virtually any flyer as a blocker is pretty real. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Sledge Class Siege Ship, which for 2 generic and a green is a rare artifact spacecraft, and when it gets 7 or more charge counters, it becomes a 4/5 flyer, and when it attacks, you may put a creature card from your hand onto the battlefield. Cheating a creature into play from your hand is just not something that's ever viable in limited formats, not consistently, and we've seen that tons of times at this point, including with the Summoner Job Select equipment from Final Fantasy. You just don't have cards hanging around in your hand often enough to take advantage. So you're mostly paying for a 3-mana 4/5 with flying that takes some work to get going. The good news is that alone makes this okay. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Tapestry Warden, which for 3 generic and a green is a 3/4 robot soldier at uncommon. It's got vigilance. Each creature you control with toughness greater than its power assigns combat damage equal to its toughness rather than its power, and each creature you control with toughness greater than its power stations permanents using its toughness rather than its power. So this is effectively a 4-mana 4/4 with vigilance, a nice starting point, and it will also augment your other high toughness creatures. Making it easier to station permanents with them isn't going to come up all the time. We saw that with a similar card in Aether Drift, but it's upside on a card that's already pretty good. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Terra Symbiosis, which for 2 generic and a green is a rare enchantment. Whenever you put 1 or more +1/+1 counters on a creature you control, you may draw that many cards. Do this only once each turn. This does have a high power level. Problem is, attaining its ceiling is going to be very hard and limited. It doesn't do anything on its own, so you have to assemble the situation where it draws you cards, and making that happen in limited, even with a +1/+1 counter deck around, is challenging. And even if you trigger it once, drawing 1 card isn't worth 3 mana. So you really have to go crazy, and I don't see that as consistently attainable. I'm giving it an F. And our last green card is Thawbringer, which for 2 generic and a green is a 4/2 insect scout at common. When it enters or dies, you surveil 1. We've seen a 2-mana 3/1 that does this when it enters or dies before, and we've seen that a couple times, and it's been pretty good. Adding a mana and a power and a toughness to the mix probably makes this pretty nice too. Helps you load your graveyard, improves your card quality, and it has an okay-ish stat line, so I think it's a C. So those are all the green cards in Edge of Eternities. In the next video, I'll take a look at all of these special guest and bonus sheet cards. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you catch future videos, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications. And if you want to catch up on this set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Neatsahone, and in this video I'm continuing with my Edge of Eternities limited set review. I've already looked at all the cards in the main set, but there are some other cards that can show up in play boosters too that I still need to cover. First, there's a bonus sheet called Stellar Sights, all of which are reprints of non-basic lands. These cards aren't quite as common as previous bonus sheets have been. In Final Fantasy, we had a bonus sheet card in 1 in 3 packs, and there have been some sets where there's a bonus sheet card in every pack. In this set, there's only one every 8 packs or so. But that does still mean you're definitely going to see some of them at the pre-release. There are also 10 special guests in this set, all of which are incredibly rare, showing up in only 1.8% of play boosters. As usual, as I evaluate each of these cards for limited, in other words draft and sealed, I'll punctuate each evaluation with a letter grade. If you're new to my set reviews and unsure of what my letter grades mean, you can find a link in the description. I also want to remind you that there are some set review related perks for being a channel member or a patron. During preview season, you get access to my ongoing set notes, which are basically the rough draft of my set review. And at the end of the set review, you'll get a spreadsheet with all of my grades. If either of those perks interest you, check out the description where you can find out how to support the channel using one of those methods. All right, without further ado, let's take a look at the bonus sheets in Edge of Eternities. And we'll be starting with the Stellar Sights, the first of which is Ancient Tomb. It taps for 2 colorless and does 2 damage to you. So this is a powerhouse in the Eternal formats, and one of the strongest lands ever printed. Getting 2 mana out of a single land is insane, and it's pretty good in limited too, though it is sometimes hard to find places to spend the mana. Like, as far as late game top decks go, it's a pretty miserable one. Taking 2 damage every time you do it can add up in a hurry too. The mana boost is still really nice though. It's the kind of thing that gives you a big enough advantage that you can kill your opponent before it really matters. So I don't think you're ever cutting this from a deck. I'm giving it a B-. Next up, it's Blast Zone. It enters with a charge counter on it. It can tap for colorless. You can pay XX and tap it to put X charge counters on it. And you can pay 3 generic and tap it and sacrifice it to destroy each non-land permanent with mana value equal to the number of charge counters on this land. This was fine when we saw it in both War of the Spark and the Brothers War. Having a land that can destroy some permanents is nice, but the effect is symmetrical and takes some significant time to set up in most cases. It's also not great for your mana base. I'm giving it a C. Next up, it's Blink Moth Nexus. It can tap for colorless. You can pay 1 generic to make it a 1/1 Blink Moth artifact creature with flying until end of turn. And you can pay 1 generic and tap it, and target Blink Moth creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Creature lands are great, and this one becomes an artifact creature, which is extra relevant in this set. You'd be surprised how often just having this little land around allows you to continually pressure your opponent. Being basically immune to sorcery speed removal and the like is a big deal too, giving it a B. Next up, it's Bonder's Enclave, which can tap for colorless, and you can pay 3 generic and tap it to draw a card, activate only if you control a creature with power 4 or greater. This was pretty good last time we saw it. Of course, that was also a set with a prominent 4 or greater theme, and this set doesn't have one. Still, if you have enough high power creatures, this is a great way to spend your mana in the late game, and I think it has enough upside to justify playing it despite the damage it does to your mana base, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Cascading Cataracts. It's indestructible, can tap for colorless, and you can pay 5 generic and tap it to add 5 mana in any combination of colors. This is not good in Limited. It's not good at producing mana with either of its abilities. Only tapping for colorless is a liability, and while it can eventually produce colored mana, all it does is filter that mana, and you effectively pay like 6 mana to get 5 back because you have to tap 5 lands and this. That's just not something you need to be doing in Limited. It's just not a good land. Giving it an F. Next up, it's Cathedral of War. It enters tapped. It has Exalted, which means whenever a creature you control attacks alone, it gets +1/+1 until end of turn, and it can tap for colorless. So only tapping for colorless is enough of a problem for your mana base. Having a land that also enters tapped is a big problem. Having Exalted on a land can be nice, as it can improve your attacks, although there are also a decent chunk of situations where you'd still rather attack with everything, so this card doesn't really do anything. The entering tapped and mana limitations make this hard to get behind when the upside is so small, giving it a D+. Next up, it's Celestial Colonnade. It enters tapped, can tap for white or blue, and you can pay 3 generic, a white and a blue, and until end of turn it becomes a 4/4 white and blue elemental creature with flying and vigilance. It's still a land. So this whole mega cycle of creature lands from original Zendikar and Oath of the Gatewatch are on this bonus sheet, and there's some of the best cards on it. They're all just super good. They might enter tapped, but they fix for 2 different colors of mana and become very real threats when you need them to. The Colonnade smashing in for 4 at a time and having Vigilance so that you can still use it as mana is pretty great. Having a land that you'd play 100% of the time in blue-white decks turn into a legitimate threat on almost any board is just bonkers. It's a B+. Next up, it's Contested War Zone. Whenever a creature deals combat damage to you, that creature's controller gains control of this land, and it can tap for colorless. You can pay 1 generic and tap it, and attacking creatures get +1/+0 until end of turn. The fact you completely lose this land when your opponent hits you is brutal, making it especially awful when you're behind, since your opponent is likely to be able to make more use of that ability. The upside here really isn't worth the massive downside. Sure, +1/+0 to your whole board for only 1 mana is a decent deal, but not so much that I want to risk running a card that's bad for my mana base and can give my opponent a big advantage, giving it an F. Next up, it's Creeping Tar Pit. It enters tapped, can tap for blue or black, and you can pay 1 generic, a blue, and a black, and until end of turn it becomes a 3/2 blue and black elemental creature. It's still a land. It can't be blocked this turn. This is another one of those Zendikar lands, and it's great too. It might not be as big as the Colonnade, but it's pretty cheap to animate and entirely unblockable, so it represents a very real threat, just like the Colonnade does, giving it a B+. Next up, it's Crystal Quarry, which is a land that can tap for colorless, and you can pay 5 generic and tap it to add 1 mana of each color. It's kind of silly they put this and Cascading Cataracts on this bonus sheet. They're not identical, but they're very, very similar cards, and they're both bad and limited for the same reasons. It's an F. Next up, it's Deserted Temple. It taps for colorless, so you can pay 1 generic and tap it to untap target land. Untapping lands is rarely meaningful in Limited, It's not like you have Gaia's Cradle or Tolarian Academy lying around, although there are those 2 planet lands in the main set that can do a bad impression of those cards, but still, this basically doesn't do anything 99.9% of the time, and it's bad for your mana base. It's an F. Next up, it's Dust Bowl. It taps for colorless. You can pay 3 generic, tap it, and sacrifice a land to destroy target non-basic land. Destroying lands in Limited is rarely viable, especially when restricted to only non-basics. It's true, this set will have a significant number of non-basics, partly because of this bonus sheet, but having to give up a land and spend 3 mana to take out a non-basic land just isn't a relevant effect very often, and even when it is, it's not usually worth using until the late game, and at that point, it mostly doesn't matter. This is an F. Next up, it's Echoing Deeps. It has the Cave subtype, and you can have it enter tapped as a copy of any land in a graveyard, except it's a cave in addition to its other types, and it taps for colorless. I think this has some potential in this format's graveyard decks. If you've got enough non-basics worth copying, like creature lands and stuff, and you're good at self-mill, this can probably make the cut sometimes, since its floor will at least be that it's a land that can produce mana of a color you need, but there are still times where it whiffs, and it's even an enters trigger, so if you have to run it out earlier so that you don't miss a land drop, it's just going to be a terrible land. You do also get access to your opponent's graveyard, but I still think it's a D-. Next up, it's Eldrazi Temple. It can tap for colorless, or it can tap for 2 colorless, but you can spend that mana only to cast colorless Eldrazi spells or activated abilities of colorless Eldrazi. This set has literally 1 Eldrazi, and that's not enough for this land to be worthwhile, as 99.9% of the time, it'll just be worse than a basic land. It's an F. Next, it's Endless Sands. It comes with the Desert subtype, and you can tap it for colorless. You can also pay 2 generic and tap it to exile target creature you control, and you can pay 4 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to return each creature card exiled with this land to the battlefield under its owner's control. This can be kind of cute since you can exile a bunch of your stuff to protect it and then return those things later in the game, but it asks for lots of mana to be available for the abilities, and they are still too narrow overall. Most of the time, it's only worth exiling your own creature if it would have died anyway, because it's way too slow at rebuying enters triggers and stuff, so I think it's a D-. Next up, it's Gemstone Caverns. It's a legendary land, and if it's in your opening hand and you're not the starting player, you may begin the game with Gemstone Caverns on the battlefield with a luck counter on it. If you do, exile a card from your hand, and you can tap it for colorless, but if Gemstone Caverns has a luck counter on it, instead add 1 mana of any color. If you're the starting player, this is really bad. But if you aren't, well, it's kind of like you mulligan in order to get a mana boost, and you will have 2 mana on turn 1. That's like not a small thing. That can really help you out. And it's worth mulliganing to do that. One thing I do want to note I've seen a lot in the comments as I've been doing the set review is that if you exile a card with warp with this, for example, you can't cast it as if you warped it earlier. It has to get exiled by the warp mechanic in order for you to cast it from exile later. You can't just cast any card with warp from exile. So you can't really overcome the card disadvantage this gives you even with a card with warp. So keep that in mind. But I still think this is actually a playable land. You do need to side it out of your deck in a situation where you know you're the starting player. Like, you don't want this in your deck if you're the starting player because it's just a bad land. But if you're not the starting player, it does give you a pretty legitimate advantage, and one that, like I said, is worth mulliganing for in most games. I'm giving this a C+. Next up, it's Grove of the Burn Willows. It taps for colorless, or it can tap for red or green, and each opponent gains 1 life. This is really good fixing since it always enters untapped, and you don't have to tap it and let your opponent gain life if you only need the colorless mana. And giving your opponent life with your land isn't optimal. This isn't a set with ways to punish your opponent for gaining life, but it's definitely worth the downside to have a land that's so good for your mana base, giving it a B-. Next up, it's High Market. It can tap for colorless, and you can tap it and sack a creature to gain 1 life. So this is a free sacrifice outlet, but it's rarely worth giving up a creature to only gain 1 life. That said, there are reasons to sacrifice stuff in this format, especially in Black-Red, which is the deck that's the most into Void, a mechanic that pays you off for having things leave the battlefield, and this gives you a way to do that. There are also some straight-up sacrifice payoffs in Black-Red, so I think in that deck this is actually playable if you get there on having enough expendable things and enough bonuses for sacrificing things like Void, but I think it's an F in most decks and a C in that kind of deck. Next up, it's Hissing Quagmire. It enters tap, can tap for black or green, and you can pay 1 generic, a black, and a green, and it becomes a 2/2 black and green elemental creature with Death Touch until end of turn. It's still a land. So here's the black-green creature land. It's not quite as intimidating when it becomes a creature as like the Tar Pit or Colonnade are, as a 2/2 Death Touch isn't going to be that great at pressuring your opponent, but it does mean this is a land that can potentially trade for their best creature, along with all the usual creature land upside, giving it a B. Next up, it's Ink Moth Nexus, which can tap for colorless, and you can pay 1 generic to have it become a 1/1 Phyrexian Blink Moth artifact creature with flying and infect until end of turn. It's still a land. So this is the Phyrexianized version of the other Nexus we saw earlier, and honestly, it's going to be a little worse on average than Blink Moth Nexus is, because this set doesn't have a significant enough poison theme for this to really win that way. It does get interesting with stats boosts and stuff, but in Limited, you'd much rather just do damage the usual way than give your opponent counters. But it's still a land that can become an artifact and a creature. It also does damage to creatures in the form of -1/-1 counters, so blocking something with it even has some value. So it's still pretty good, just not as good as Blink Moth is in Limited, giving it a B-. Next up, it's Inventor's Fair. It's a legendary land. At the beginning of your upkeep, if you control 3 or more artifacts, you gain a life. It taps for colorless, and you can pay 4 generic, tap it, and sacrifice it to tutor up an artifact card and put it into your hand. Activate only if you control 3 or more artifacts. All the decks in this format are going to be capable of sometimes getting value out of this, and some of them will be really good at it. The ones that are more focused on artifacts, like blue-black, will be really good at getting value out of this. Being able to tutor up whatever artifact is left in your deck that's your best artifact can sometimes be really powerful, and the incidental life gain doesn't hurt either. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Lava Claw Reaches. It enters tapped, can tap for black or red, and you can pay 1 generic, a black and a red, and until end of turn it becomes a 2/2 black and red elemental creature token with X. This creature gets +X/+0 until end of turn. It's still a land. So this creature land can hit super hard when there's nothing standing in the way, but its baseline is pretty underwhelming and it doesn't have any evasion. It is kind of interesting as a land that can be used to station though, since its power can potentially be really high. I'm giving it a B. Next, it's Lotus Field. It has hexproof. It enters tapped. When it enters, you sacrifice 2 lands, and you can tap it to add 3 mana of any one color. So this is amazing in 60-card formats, especially Pioneer, where it powers a whole deck, but it's tough to do anything special with it in Limited. Having to give up lands kind of makes it a wash, since it only produces 3 mana, and there aren't that many ways to untap it in the format. That's where this land gets really interesting, when you can untap it. But even then, you really need stuff to spend the mana on and a bunch of untap effects, and those 2 things are highly unlikely to come together in Limited. This is an F. Next up, it's Lumbering Falls, which is a land that enters tapped, and it can tap for green or blue, and you can pay 2 generic, a green and a blue, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/3 green and blue elemental creature with hexproof. So hexproof on a creature land is pretty sweet. They are already largely immune to sorcery speed removal, just because they're generally only going to be creatures on your turn in most cases. And this makes it virtually immune to all removal, because it can't be targeted when it's a creature. The creature you get is kind of underwhelming. It's just a 3/3, but still big enough to be relevant on most boards, giving it a B. Next up, it's Mana Confluence, which is a land. You can tap it and pay a life to add 1 mana of any color. This offers amazing fixing and nothing else, but a land that enters untapped and can tap for any color of mana is really strong and Limited, and paying the life is well worth the downside. It's a B-. Next up, it's Meteor Crater, which you can tap and choose a color of a permanent you control and add 1 mana of that color. It's pretty annoying that this can't produce any mana at all until you have a colored permanent in play. At some point, it's going to be able to produce both of your main colors of mana, but the downside of having a blank text box when you play it early is pretty disastrous, because sometimes you have to run lands out like that, and it's not good at helping you splash a 3rd color either, since you aren't going to have your 3rd color card in play most of the time. I think it's a D. Next up, it's Mirror Pool. It enters tapped and can tap for colorless. You can pay 2 generic and a colorless and tap it and sacrifice it to copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy, and you can pay 4 generic and a colorless and tap it and sacrifice it to create a token that's a copy of target creature you control. This land might enter tapped and only produce colorless, but it does have some very real upside that can allow you to grind out wins in longer games. However, this format doesn't really have any built-in ways to produce the colorless mana you need. In fact, there are only 2 cards that do it in the whole set. There is more of it on this bonus sheet, as we've seen, but so few of those cards are going to get opened that you can't rely on the bonus sheet to give you ways to produce colorless mana, and that really holds this card back, because if you don't have regular access to these activated abilities, it's just a land that's horrible for your mana base that enters tapped, so it's an F in a set that just doesn't have colorless mana. Next up, it's Mutavault. It taps for colorless, and you can pay 1 generic, and it becomes a 2/2 creature with all creature types until end of turn. It's still a land. This is another nice creature land. It doesn't have evasion or anything, but it animates for a very reasonable cost. It would be better in a set that has a prominent typal theme, but that's not really going on at all in this set. There's like 1 Kavu payoff and maybe a handful of other payoffs for creature types, but there's nowhere near enough of them for this card to be more than just a land that can turn into a 2/2. The good news is that makes for a pretty good card. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Mystifying Maze. It can tap for colorless, and you can pay 4 generic and tap it to exile target attacking creature an opponent controls. At the beginning of the next end step, return it to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. This isn't very good for limited. It's tempting to imagine this blanking attacks, but because this is on the board, your opponent knows it's coming and can play around it quite easily, like by attacking with any of their mini creatures that likely have an enters trigger. The ability is also super expensive for what it is, and it hurts your mana in a big way, so I think it's just an F. Next up, it's Needle Spires, which is a land that enters tapped and can tap for red or white, and you can pay 2 generic, a red and a white, and it becomes a 2/1 red and white elemental creature with double strike until end of turn. So a 2/1 double strike is relevant on almost any board, and can get particularly nasty when you're holding on to tricks, and before you feel like animating it, it's great for your mana, like all of these are, giving it a B. Next up, it's Nesting Grounds. It taps for colorless, and you can pay 1 generic and tap it to move a counter from target permanent you control onto another target permanent, activate only as a sorcery. Moving counters has some relevance in this set. The green-white deck in the format is a +1/+1 counter deck, and the spacecraft use charge counters, but only moving one at a time is super slow, even for a relatively low cost, and this is another one of these lands that's just bad for your mana base, and it can't overcome that problem. I think it's a D. Next, it's Petrified Field. It can tap for colorless, or you can tap it and sacrifice it to return target land card from your graveyard to your hand. This activated ability is rarely worth using since your lands aren't likely to be all that powerful, even with this bonus sheet, and giving up a land to get another one back isn't particularly useful when you're usually getting back basics. This just looks like an F to me. Next up, it's Plaza of Heroes. It can tap for colorless. It can also tap for 1 mana of any color, but you can spend that mana only to cast a legendary spell. And it can also tap for 1 mana of any color among legendary permanents you control. And you can pay 3 generic, tap it, and exile this land to make target legendary creature hexproof and indestructible until end of turn. You know, if we'd seen this on the Final Fantasy bonus sheet, it would have been an okay card, at least because there were so many legendaries. This set doesn't have nearly as many. There are only a handful of them at lower rarities, I think 7 at uncommon or lower, and they're all gold cards, so you're not that likely to be playing all of them. So this means you're rarely tapping into this card's actual power, and that's not worth making your mana really bad. I'm giving it an F. Next up, it's Power Depot, an artifact land that enters tapped, can tap for colorless, and it can tap for 1 mana of any color, but you can spend that mana only to cast artifact spells or activate abilities of artifacts, and it has modular 1, which means it enters with a +1/+1 counter on it, and when it dies, you can put its +1/+1 counter on target artifact creature. So this is a land that comes with artifact typing, and that means it has a bit of value in the format, even if it does enter tapped and only produces colorless for your non-artifacts. Modular is okay to have, but getting access to that counter isn't very easy, although there are a few cards that allow you to sacrifice lands for value and artifacts for value, and that's where this will feel particularly good. But I'm not confident that playing this is better than just running a basic land in most decks. I'm giving it a D+. Next up, it's Raging Ravine. It enters tapped, can tap for red or green, and you can pay 2 generic, a red and a green, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/3 red and green elemental creature with, whenever this creature attacks, put a +1/+1 counter on it. It's still a land. So this begins as a 3/3, which isn't amazing, but it gets better every time it attacks, and it snowballs in a big way. I'm giving it a B+. Next up, it's Reflecting Pool. It can tap for 1 mana of any type that a land you control could produce. This is too reliant on your other lands to be that good, since it means that it isn't ever going to give you your second color of mana when you really need it. When you do have both types of lands you need, it can help you produce multiples of those colors, which is nice, but the limitations here are significant, giving it a C-. Next up, it's Scavenger Grounds. It has a desert subtype, can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic, tap it, and sacrifice a desert to exile all graveyards. So this format does not have a massive graveyard theme. There's really only one color pair that's super into the graveyard in black-green, and black-red is kind of interested in the graveyard, but it's not all about it, and there's not a major mechanic in the set that allows you to do stuff out of the graveyard either. So this isn't the greatest set for this to show up in. There would be some sets where this would be worth main decking because there's such a graveyard theme in the set, you know, like Innistrad sets or Duskmourn. That's not really the case here, so that makes this a sideboard card since it's bad at producing mana and its effect is irrelevant against a lot of opponents. But if you're playing one of those really graveyard-oriented decks, it's going to be a pretty quality card for you. So I think it's an F in your main deck, but a C out of the sideboard. Next up, it's Shambling Vent. It enters tapped, can tap for white or black, and you can pay 1 generic, a white, and a black, and until end of turn, it becomes a 2/3 white and black elemental creature with lifelink. It's still a land. Yet another nice creature land. This one doesn't have an incredible body, but it does have lifelink, which makes it difficult for you to not get some value out of it, giving it a B. Next up, it's Stirring Wildwood. Enters tapped, can tap for green or white, and you can pay 1 generic, a green and a white, and until end of turn, it becomes a 3/4 green and white elemental creature with reach. So this is another good one. It offers significant size, and its ability to block flyers can be extra sneaky when your opponent isn't paying attention to your lands, giving it a B. Next up, it's Strip Mine, which can tap for colorless, and you can tap it and sacrifice it to destroy target land. So this is an incredibly strong card, one of the best lands of all time, and perhaps the best land destruction card ever printed, but it's typically not good in Limited. Mostly because giving up your own land to destroy one of theirs isn't meaningful most of the time, because lands on average just aren't strong enough in Limited. That said, there is one really nasty thing you can do with the Mine in this format. If you play the 4-mana 2/4, it lets you cast lands from your graveyard, and lets you play an extra land each turn, you can use the Mine to destroy 2 lands every turn, at which point it becomes completely absurd, and land destruction does start to matter when you're doing that much of it. Now, that other card is a rare, and you shouldn't count on pulling it off, but if you have a copy of that creature, and especially if you have 2, Strip Mine suddenly becomes worth it. It's going to be hard not to want to play Strip Mine in that situation, but it is a combo with only a single rare in the format, and I don't think that quite warrants a build around grade, so I'm just giving it a D. Next up, it's Sunken Citadel. It has the Cave subtype, enters tapped, and as it enters, you choose a color. It can tap for 1 mana of the chosen color, and you can tap it to add 2 mana of the chosen color. Spend this mana only to activate abilities of land sources. So this is mostly just a good source of fixing. Like, if it was only a land that has you choose a color and then taps for mana of that color, it'd be like a C or a C+. Its second ability won't come up a ton, but because of the bonus sheet, it's not impossible for you to have some lands to use that ability on. Like, it's good at helping you animate all these creature lands, for example. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Swarm Yard. It's a land that can tap for colorless, and you can also tap it to regenerate target insect, rat, spider, or squirrel. The only one of these creature types that is in this set is insect, but there are a decent number of them, including 8 at common, so I think this is actually worth running in the right deck. Those insects are most concentrated in black-green, so if you're in a deck with those colors and you have 5 or more insects, which I think is doable, you'll be running this. But I think it's an F in your typical deck, which doesn't have more than 1 or 2 creatures that it can regenerate. But if you have a good number of insects, it's probably a C+. Regeneration is really strong when you don't have to pay any mana for it. Next up, it's Terrain Generator, which is a land that can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it to put a basic land card from your hand onto the battlefield tapped. So this kind of effect is bad and limited because you rarely have extra random basic lands in your hand to play. Even in the early game, it maybe gives you 1 extra land that gives you a bit of a boost for like a second, but that advantage quickly diminishes because as soon as you don't hit a land drop, things go back to how they were, and at that point the ability is never useful again. It does give you an instant speed way to trigger landfall, but I still think it's a D-. Next up, it's Thespian Stage, which can tap for colorless, and you can pay 2 generic and tap it, and it becomes a copy of target land, except it has this ability. Copying lands isn't going to be useful very often in Limited, although it does mean this land can produce more than just colorless mana, but having to spend the mana to get there is a pretty big problem. If you end up with a few of the best lands on this bonus sheet, it probably becomes worth playing, but I don't see that happening very often. It does also let you copy your opponent's lands, which does make it a little broader, but it's still not very good in Limited. I'm giving it a D. And our last card from the Stellar Sights bonus sheet is Wandering Fumarole. It enters tapped, can tap for blue or red, and you can pay 2 generic, a blue and a red, and until end of turn it becomes a 1/4 blue and red elemental creature with pay 0, switch this creature's power and toughness until end of turn. It's still a land. So we're finishing off with another one of these good creature lands. This one can hit hard when it needs to and plays defense well when it needs to as well. I'm giving it a B. All right. Let's move now to the special guests. These are 10 reprints with special card frames meant to make them look like retro science fiction pulp magazines. Remember, these are even rarer than a bonus sheet with only 1.8% of packs containing them. And the first of these is Deafening Silence, an enchantment that costs 1 white mana, and each player can't cast more than 1 non-creature spell each turn. This is terrible in Limited. You go down a card for a symmetrical effect that rarely matters, since people playing more than 1 non-creature spell a turn in Limited isn't exactly commonplace. It's an F. Next up, it's Robe of Stars, which for 1 generic and a white is an artifact equipment. Equipped creature gets +0/+3, and it also gives the creature the ability to phase out for 1 generic and a white, and the equip cost is 1 generic. So this is a good way to protect your creature, but cards like this that are almost purely protection don't fare very well in Limited, since the power level of your creatures is low, and protecting the typical Limited creature isn't worth a whole card. Like, you'd much rather have a 2-mana 2/2 most of the time than this. It is an artifact, and its effect isn't irrelevant, so it's probably going to make the cut sometimes, but I think it's a D. Next up, it's Nexus of Fate, which for 5 generic and 2 blue is an instant that says take an extra turn after this one. If this card would be put into a graveyard from anywhere, reveal this card and shuffle it into its owner's library instead. So taking an extra turn is really strong, even when it costs 7, and in Limited, the chances of you drawing this thing again are kind of reasonable. It's too expensive to be insanely strong, though. I'm giving it a C+. Next up, it's Paradox Haze, which is an enchantment aura with enchant player, and it costs 2 generic and a blue, and it says at the beginning of enchanted player's first upkeep each turn, that player gets an additional upkeep step after this step. It's very difficult to consistently take advantage of giving yourself another upkeep trigger. Mostly, you're going to use up this card and it's never going to do anything, and even if it does give you like 1 more trigger, you're still not really at a point where you feel good about having spent this card. This is a kind of card where casting it will just feel like you mulliganed for no reason, so I think it's an F. Next up, it's Darkness, which for 1 black mana is an instant, and it says prevent all combat damage that would be dealt this turn. Fogs never play well in Limited. You go down a card for an effect that only delays the inevitable in most cases. People always look at these and they imagine the scenario where their opponent alpha strikes and then they cast this and prevent all the damage and then they destroy their opponent on the backswing. But those situations need so many things to line up for a card like this to actually be relevant that it just doesn't happen enough for this to be a card that's ever worth running. It's an F. Next up, it's Magus of the Moon, which for 2 generic and a red is a human wizard. It's a 2/2, and non-basic lands are basic mountains. Nerfing non-basic lands isn't meaningful in Limited, and this has horrible stats. It's another F. Next up, it's Burgeoning, which for 1 green mana is an enchantment, and it says whenever an opponent plays a land, you may put a land card from your hand onto the battlefield. So if you play this on turn 1, there is some potential for serious ramp. But you do need to have the lands, which is not guaranteed, and you'll find that you quickly run out of them. And it's a pretty awful card from the mid-game on, so yeah, this is another F. Next up, it's Green Sun Zenith, which for an X and a green is a sorcery, and you search your library for a green creature card with mana value X or less, put it onto the battlefield, and then you shuffle Green Sun Zenith into its owner's library. Well, it looks like we're going to break our string of Fs at least, although it's not like this is incredible in Limited either. Tutoring something up directly to the battlefield is good, but keep in mind it's restricted to green creatures. But if you're playing green, you probably have plenty of those. The Zenith does mean you overpay by 1 for whatever creature you grab, but it's worth the cost for that flexibility. I'm giving it a B-. Next, it's Sliver Overlord, which costs 1 of each color of mana for a 7/7 legendary Sliver mutant. And you can pay 3 generic and search your library for a Sliver card, reveal that card, put it into your hand, and then shuffle. Or you can pay 3 generic to gain control of target Sliver. This set has 1 card in it at rare that makes slivers, and this can't even tutor it up because it's not actually a sliver. It's an artifact that makes slivers. This is just a very hard to cast 5 mana 7/7, and that's nowhere near worth it. It's an F. And our last card from the special guests is Warping Whale, which costs 1 generic and a colorless for an instant, and you have 3 choices. You can exile target creature with power toughness 1 or less, you can counter a sorcery spell, or you can create a 1/1 colorless Eldrazi Scion creature token. It has sacrifice this token, add colorless. So this card's actually pretty decent when it shows up in a format that has colorless mana, but because this set has so little, you won't be able to cast this very often, so it's another F. Alright, so those are all of the cards that will show up on occasion in your booster packs, the Stellar Sights bonus sheet and the special guests. As usual, there were a lot of Fs. That's usually how these go because a lot of these reprints are more intended for Commander players, but I am really excited that they are giving us all of those dual lands because those are all really fun and really powerful. So that does it for this video. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to like it and share it so that others can enjoy it too. If you want to make sure you're caught up on the set review, you should see a playlist on your screen shortly. And if you want to catch future content, including an archetype guide, draft videos, and more about this format, go ahead and subscribe. Thanks for watching. This video is sponsored by Card Kingdom. If you want Magic singles or sealed product, use my link in the description. Hi everyone, I'm Nitsa Hone, and this is my Edge of Eternities Archetype Guide. I've already evaluated every single card in the set, and in this video, I'm going to break down the synergies for each of the two color archetypes in the format. This video focuses on what each of these color pairs wants to do in the format, and that means I'm generally not going to just mention cards that are really good in every kind of deck, like premium removal and bombs, unless they have some specific synergy within a color pair. If you want to know more about my thoughts on what's good in this set more broadly, check out my set review. Alright, let's get started. So let's start with blue-black. So as usual, every color pair in this set has a signpost uncommon. In this set, there's only one signpost uncommon per color pair. Lately, we've been seeing a few more than one. And this time around, the blue-black signpost uncommon is Alfariel, Dreaming Acolyte. When he enters, you draw 2 and discard 2 unless you discard an artifact. So blue-black is an artifact deck. That's what this signpost uncommon wants to tell us. And it's sort of a grindy deck for artifacts where you want to be drawing cards and generating value a little more slowly with your artifact stuff. We'll see that there's another color pair into artifacts that is more about aggro, but this one is the slower one that can grind out value with cards like Alfariel, which gets a lot better when you have artifacts to discard. So what are the artifact payoffs at common and uncommon in blue-black? Well, there's Alfariel, of course. There's also Cerebral Download, which surveils X, where X is the number of artifacts you control, and then you draw 3 cards. So if you have a lot of artifacts, that can really go off because you get to see so many cards and maybe even load your graveyard. You're always going to draw 3, but seeing all of those cards and getting that card selection makes the card a lot stronger. There's also Cloud Sculpt Technician, which gets +1/+0 as long as you control an artifact. There's Graveblade Heavy, which gets +1/+0 and Death Touch as long as you control an artifact. There's Mechan Assembler, which has a really powerful effect. Anytime another artifact you control enters, you create a 2/2 colorless robot artifact creature token, but it triggers only once a turn. That's the kind of card that I think will really be at home in this deck, which wants to grind out value with artifacts, because generating extra bodies is a huge deal. Mechan Shieldmate is a creature with Defender most of the time, but if an artifact enters, it loses Defender. Monoist Circuit Feeder is going to be one of the premium cards for this deck because it turns into a simultaneous removal spell and board pump effect when it enters, and also just has a 6 mana 4/4 flying body, which is a threat in its own right. It's going to be one of the most important payoffs for this deck. Scour for Scrap is a 4 mana instant that lets you search your library for an artifact card and return an artifact from your graveyard to your hand. I have some concerns about this card in terms of not adding to the board and needing some setup, like an artifact in your graveyard, but if there's a deck for it, obviously it's this one. It becomes a 4 mana draw 2, and the 2 cards you draw are pretty good. There is Self-Craft Mechan, which when it enters lets you sack an artifact, and when you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and draw a card. One thing you'll note is a lot of these are artifacts, and that all means they're enablers and payoffs, which is always nice. Steel Swarm Operator can tap for mana for artifacts. It can produce 1 blue to cast artifact spells, and it can produce 2 blue to spend this mana only to activate on abilities of artifacts. So let's look at the rares that work well here. Well, there's Emissary Escort, a 2 mana 0/4 that gets +X/+0, where X is the greatest mana value among other artifacts you control. There's Memnon, the right hand, which turns into a value engine when you have enough artifacts, because it lets you play artifacts from the top of your library, and it also lets your artifacts tap for mana, but only to cast cards from anywhere other than your hand. So this means the top of your library, but it also means cards with warp, which is a big deal in the format. There's Secluded Starforge, which can make artifact creature tokens, and its other activated ability lets you buff creatures by tapping artifacts. There's Synthesizer Lab Ship. Its 2+ charge counter ability makes it so at the beginning of combat you can animate artifacts into 2/2 flyers. You can use this on things that aren't already artifacts, or you can use it to upgrade an artifact creature that you might have. There's also Tezzeret, Cruel Captain. He gains loyalty counters when artifacts enter. He can untap artifacts and creatures. He can tutor up artifacts with mana value 1 or less. And his ultimate puts 3 +1/+1 counters on an artifact you control, and if it's not a creature, it becomes a 0/0 robot artifact creature. So that's blue-black. It's a grindier artifact deck. There's also blue-red, which is more aggressive. Here the signpost uncommon is Memnon, Uthros Exile. And whenever an artifact you control enters, you put a +1/+1 counter on target creature. One thing to note about most of the artifact payoffs in this set is that they don't care whether things are tokens. And that's good news because this format has a bunch of artifact tokens in the form of robots and landers and stuff. So these are going to be even better than they usually are when these cards say non-token. And blue-red is mostly about using artifacts to make your creatures stronger. You know, that's sort of what an aggro deck would be doing, and that's what Memenon is doing here. So what are the payoffs at common and uncommon? Well, there's Memenon, and then there's the others that we've already seen. Things like Steel Swarm Operator, which can tap for mana. Things like Self-Craft Mechan, which can let you sack artifacts to make it bigger and draw a card. Mechan Shieldmate might be a little better in this deck because it's a 2-mana 3/2. And if you can play an artifact on turn 3 and you're like the beatdown, being able to attack with this on turn 2 is pretty strong. Same thing with the Technician. It might be a little bit better here because it becomes a better attacker when you control artifacts. And a Mechan Assembler, I think, is probably a little more well-suited to the blue-black deck, but one sweet thing about it is if Memenon's in play, anytime you play an artifact, you're going to get another token and another counter because of that ability. Then there's stuff like Oreplate Pangolin, which you can pay 1 generic anytime you have an artifact in order to put a counter on it. There is Weft Stalker Ardent, which does 1 damage to your opponent anytime a creature or artifact enters. And there's Slag Drill Scrapper, which lets you sacrifice artifacts or lands to draw cards. When it comes to rares, we've already seen most of them, but there is also Pinnacle Emissary, which is a blue-red card, which is really strong. It generates a 1/1 flyer anytime you cast an artifact spell, and it has Warp for blue-red hybrid mana, which means there might be turns where you can play this earlier and then drop an artifact and get a token worth of value out of it. Rust Harvester is also quite strong. You do have to get artifacts in your graveyard, but once they're there, it can exile them, turn them into counters, and into burn spells. So it can turn into a crazy value engine if you've got stuff in your graveyard. And Tanic Steadfast Second gives your artifact cards and red creatures warp for 2 generic and a red. Warmaker Gunship does damage equal to the number of artifacts you control when it enters, making it one of these really good spacecraft because it's a removal spell to begin with, and then it turns into a threat later. So that's blue-red. It's a more aggressive artifact deck. Let's move to black-red now, where the focus is most on the Void mechanic. It's not the only color pair with Void, but it is the color pair with the most Void, and that is the most concentrated on it. Our signpost uncommon here is Interceptor Mechan. It's a 4-mana 2/2 flyer. When it enters, you can return an artifact or creature card from your graveyard to your hand. That's pretty good value to begin with, but it also has a Void trigger. And Void checks to see if a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn, and if it did, something good happens. In this case, the Mechan gains a +1/+1 counter. So not only can this give you a 2-for-1 up front by bringing back an artifact or creature, it can also grow into a very real threat. Its interest trigger does work nicely with Void because in this deck, you're likely to want to give up permanents sometimes to trigger other cards with Void, and this can get them back. So in terms of payoffs and enablers, I went a little deeper here than I usually do, mostly because there are so many different ways to trigger Void, and I wanted to touch on all of them in some capacity. So one of the ways is with lander tokens. So you've got a card like Beamsaw Prospector, which makes a lander when it dies, and landers can be sacrificed for 2 generic. That counts as something that will trigger Void. You can also run things that sacrifice artifacts, like Comet Crawler, which when it attacks has you sack a creature or artifact. And if you do, it gets a buff, and it will also help trigger your things with Void. Cheap cards with Warp, like Sasurian Voidborn, which has Void for only 1 black mana, are going to be really efficient ways to trigger Void sometimes. Hilderblade is a card with Void. It equips to a creature for free at the beginning of your instep if you've done the Void thing. Hymn of the Faller is a better draw spell if you've triggered Void. Voidforged Titan triggers at your instep if you did the Void thing, and you get draw a card and lose a life if you did. Caveron Skywarden gains a +1/+1 counter at the beginning of your instep. Plasma Bolt becomes an even better removal spell. Tragic Trajectory, same thing. It's already a good removal spell, but it becomes a better one. Roving Actuator, when it enters, lets you cast a spell, a cheap spell from your graveyard for free if you've triggered Void. Insatiable Skittermaw is another creature that gains a +1/+1 counter. And then there are also some ways to sacrifice them in addition to Comet Crawler that will work nicely. When you're sacrificing things for value already and you have something like Lightless Evangel in play, which will gain a counter whenever you sack a creature or artifact, and then you're also triggering Void, that's a lot of value. And Umbral Collar Zealot is probably the premier way to trigger Void just because it can do it for free and for some very real value, and it has good stats. As I said throughout the set review, I do have concerns about Void because every other time we've seen a mechanic like this, it's underwhelmed. The cards basically already had to be good without Void to be good. And that makes me worry about cards like Insatiable Skittermaw, for example. The thing is, it always looks like these are going to be easier to trigger than you think, because you say, well, this happens all the time, and there are built-in ways to trigger it. But you need the card with Void, and you need the thing to happen that will trigger Void all in the same turn, and that lines up a lot less frequently than you'd think. There's always a window where these cards can be pretty bad, like killing a Skittermaw for 1 mana, for example, is a pretty backbreaking play. I do think this might be better than other versions, and these are things like Revolt and Morbid, which checked for various things. Revolt actually checked to see if a permanent left the battlefield. Morbid specifically looked to see if a creature died. I do think the addition of Warp especially may make this better than those other incarnations, but I do think some of these cards ask way too much for you, like the Actuator demanding that you have a spell of the right mana value in your graveyard to actually do something is kind of a bummer too. So I do have some concerns about this color pair just because of how this kind of mechanic has fared in the past, but it does look like there's pretty good support for it. What are the rares here? Well, you've got Alfariel Stone Chosen, whose Void ability makes your opponent lose half their life, rounded up, when it attacks. Elegy Acolyte, now this is one that is just going to be good, like, no matter what, because it's a good card anyway. 4 mana, 4/4 lifelink, and whenever one or more of your creatures you control deal combat damage to a player, you get to draw a card and lose a life. Great card. And then it has Void on top of that, and it interacts pretty well with how the Acolyte works, because if you triggered Void at the beginning of your instep, you make a 2/2 robot token, and that means every time you attack your opponent with something, they have to decide whether to try to block it and trade with it and let you draw a card, or block and then let you make a robot. So things can get kind of out of hand with that card. It's very strong. Corral of the Void, I have less confidence in just because it's an enchantment and there's this window where your opponent can blow you out. It's expensive, it needs some setup. But it does let you reanimate stuff from your opponent's graveyard, and if you trigger Void, it does stick around. If you don't, it gets sacrificed. I have Tanic here because he's a way to give your creatures Warp and artifacts Warp, and Warp works nicely here. Memorial Vault lets you give up artifacts to look at the top X cards of your library, where X is 1 plus the mana value of the sacrificed artifact. So it can trigger Void and potentially draw you more cards. And this is pretty much, if there is a deck in the format for weapons manufacturing, it's this one. It likes it when you have non-token artifacts enter, so you need to be doing that. But also, it makes these tokens that don't do anything unless they leave the battlefield. So if you have some sacrifice outlets, you can make it work, turn those tokens into shocks. So that's black-red. It's a Void deck. You want your stuff to be leaving the battlefield in a variety of ways. It does also count blinking and stuff, by the way. That's just not going to actually come up that much in black-red because black-red doesn't usually get that. Mostly you're going to be using effects like sacrifice, killing your opponent's creatures, trading. Things like that are going to be what triggers Void for you most of the time. All right, let's move now to red-white. It is the deck that's the most into spacecraft in the format. That's a big theme in this set in general. They happen to be artifacts, so they work with most of the decks we've talked about so far. But red-white specifically has a bunch of payoffs for having spacecraft or for having tapped things. And you have to tap creatures to station spacecraft, so it works out nicely. For example, our signpost uncommon here is Sammy Ship's Engineer, a 4 mana 2/4, and if you control 2 or more tapped creatures at your instep, you make a 2/2 robot artifact creature token. So things can kind of snowball with these because you're already stationing, and then you get another body that can help you station. It is worth noting they can be tapped in any way. It doesn't matter. Stationing is the way to do it without putting your creatures at risk, but sometimes you can just attack and trigger this too, which is going to feel just as good. So what are the other payoffs for doing spacecrafty station things? Well, in addition to Sammy, there's a card like Dawnstrike Vanguard, which if you control 2 or more tapped creatures at your instep, puts a +1/+1 counter on all your stuff except itself. There is Flight Deck Coordinator, which at the beginning of your instep, if you control 2 or more tapped creatures, you gain 2 life. There is Frontline War Rager, same kind of trigger, but in this case, you put a +1/+1 counter on it. There's Starfighter Pilot, which when it becomes tapped, surveils 1. There's Vault Guard Trooper, which at the beginning of your instep, if you have 2 of those tapped creatures, you can discard your hand and draw 2. So it's a nice way to reload your hand and keep getting gas. Drill Too Deep is an artifact removal spell that also has a mode where you can put charge counters on your spacecraft, which can potentially turn them into creatures out of nowhere. Focus Fire is a removal spell that does damage to attacking or blocking creatures, and it gets better the number of creatures and or spacecraft you control. And Invasive Maneuvers is a good removal spell that gets better if you control a spacecraft. Pulsar Squadron Ace is a 2-mana 1/2 where you reveal the top 5, and if you see a spacecraft, you put it into your hand, and if you don't, it gets a counter. Systems Override is an effect that you can use to steal your opponent's stuff, which might mean it's actually better in the black-red deck, which has ways to sacrifice things, more of them. But it's interesting here because you can actually use it on your own spacecraft, and part of the effect puts 10 charge counters on it. So this is likely to turn any one of your spacecrafts into a creature for a turn, which could have some value in this deck, in addition to a card like Systems Override just being kind of good in aggro decks in general, because you can get a blocker out of the way and attack them with it. There's Thaumaton Torpedo, an artifact that can destroy non-land permanents, but it gets cheaper if you attack with a spacecraft this turn. So, rares that work nicely with this theme. There's Sunstar Chaplain, another card that likes it if at your instep you have 2 or more tapped creatures. In this case, it puts a +1/+1 counter on something. You can actually use its ability to remove its own counters and pay 2 to tap other artifacts or creatures, which does kind of give you another way to trigger these effects. It does seem like it'll kind of be a wash most of the time because you give up a counter to do it, but if you have other triggers around, he can be used to tap your own stuff in addition to your opponent's. There is the Seriema, which is itself a spacecraft. I don't think it's super playable unless you have a couple of legendaries in your deck, but that is doable, and it's going to be extra good in this deck because you've also got spacecraft payoffs. Warmaker Gunship we already saw as an artifact payoff, but it's a spacecraft. It'll work nicely here too. Lumen class frigate is a spacecraft that is an anthem well before it ever becomes a creature, and then can become a pretty good creature. I also have a Stelly Reclaimer here, so its Interest trigger returns a non-creature, non-land with mana value X or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's not going to be that easy to have non-creature, non-lands in your graveyard. It just isn't usually in terms of permanence. Like, it has to be a permanent. And in Limited, you're not going to have that many of them, except all of these spacecraft work. So if your opponent killed one of your spacecraft, it does give you something to reanimate, so it works nicely here. So that's red-white. It likes going wide and stationing things and tapping your stuff down for value. Black-white is a somewhat similar deck. It is also a go-wide deck. The signpost in common here is Sir Vondam, the Lucent. He's a 5-mana 4/4 with Death Touch and Lifelink, and when he enters or attacks, other creatures you control get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch until end of turn. So yeah, he's screaming at you, go as wide as you can, attack with me, and we'll do tons of damage. So what are the payoffs and enablers for going wide in addition to Sir Vondam? Well, we already saw Dawnstrike Vanguard. It works nicely in the red-white deck because it likes it when your stuff's tapped. This deck is going to be less into spacecraft, but it's still going to have tap stuff, and it's going to be wide, so the counters are going to be good. You've got a card like Dual Sun Adepts, which is a 3-mana 2/2 double strike that can also buff your whole board. You've got Faller's Faithful, a card that I was wrong about in my set review. I overlooked the fact that you can actually target your own stuff with it, so it's another way, by the way, to enable Void, but you can also use it to get rid of a token that you've made in this deck and destroy your own thing and draw 2, in addition to having a mode where it can kill the opponent's stuff, which is nice. But here it's suitable because you're going to have tokens and stuff to kill for drawing 2 cards, which is pretty good. Focus Fire works here just like it does in the red-white deck. Honored Knight Captain makes a 1/1 token when it enters, so it gives you 2 bodies. You can also give it up to tutor up equipment. Knight Luminary can make up to 3 bodies because you can warp it to get 1/1/1. Then you can cast it, get the 3/2, and then get another 1/1. So it's going to be a key common in this deck for going wide. Lux Knight Breacher gets a +1/+1 counter on it for each other creature and or artifact you control. Susurian Voidborn, which you saw earlier just because it's a really good enabler for Void in terms of warp. It works nicely here because you're going to have a bunch of bodies, you're going to be sending them at your opponent, and when those things die, they